this Wendy sent me an email today asking me to support it, and it starts with, your council update is misleading and not consistent with the facts. And I thought, what a hell of a way to
Yeah.
ask for support.
Well, and what positions is he in?
So the last
Oh, good. Let's talk about that. Okay. Oh. The City Council for the City of Burlingwood will come to order Wednesday, July 17th, 2024 at 6:04 p.m. And we will start with roll call. Ms. Brown.
Present.
Kevin Glasheen.
Phil McDuffie.
Sarah Hudson.
Gavin Massigal being quorum present. We will move on to our first agenda item, which is our budget workshop. Update and discussion on the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. Tell you what, before I do that, members, I'm gonna pull that back. I will allow public comment for items not on the agenda. If anyone's here early and wants to comment on anything not on the agenda, happy to take that now, so to save you this hour of budget talk.
I have Jay Howard. Oh, for item 18. They're all having, sorry.
No problem. Okay, with that, we will go back to budget workshop, agenda item number 2, update and discussion on the fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. And council, as you'll recall, the last council meeting, our budget workshop meeting, we made it through all of our various funds and departments for our expenditures. Tonight is the night that we talk about projected revenues, as well as lay out potential exceptional items for consideration over the next 30 days. And with that, we will get started. I will make a note for council that all of the budget worksheets that we've gone through the last couple of months, they have now been updated, and they are posted online. I believe are they in their packets? They are in your packets. So those have been updated. The only items that were updated were items that were still outstanding. You'll remember that were highlighted before in blue when we were waiting on numbers from insurance or other types of expenditure numbers. So all of those have been updated for you. Take a look at those at your convenience. And with that, we'll move on to the revenues. If I can get to them. We typically start out our revenue discussions, we like to provide you a 5-year rolling average for our big ticket revenue items, that being our current property taxes, our 4B sales tax, city sales tax, our franchise fees, got a few smaller ones in there with court fines and fees, as well as our water sales and wastewater sales. You'll notice on the sheet that's titled 2024-2025 revenues, it's this sheet. This is your 5-year rolling average. It gives you, starting back in 2018, kind of a general sense of what those revenues have been. Obviously, we left a blank in the property taxes. We don't have those dollars or those calculations back from the county yet. We should get those in the next few weeks, and so we'll have a more robust discussion on tax rates at the next budget workshop meeting. That's why that one has been left blank. But in terms of your other items, you can see kind of the dollar amounts that we chose as our projected revenues. We tried to, as we always do, keep those relatively conservative in our estimates. But take a look at those if you would like.
So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I'm missing it, but I don't see any totals of these rolling 5-year average revenues.
We have the 5-year average is listed there in column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In column 6 is your 5-year. Is the average over 5?
Yeah, but it's broken down by various sources of revenue, and I don't see it totaled anywhere. Is there, and it may be because some of the things like water sales are offset by water purchases, or they're isolated to that department. I don't know. I was just trying to get a picture of like overall total dollars. Are they going up? Are they going down? It's hard to tell.
Gotcha. And then 200, the water sales and wastewater sales, those hit different departments. One hits water, one hits wastewater, so it may not be as useful to show the total. But we can make that update to this document and provide it in the next packet.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Kind of show it overall.
I mean, because they all, do they all go into general revenue?
Not all of them. The two water sales go into Fund 200. Wastewater sales go into Fund 800. Most of the others do go into general revenue, except for the 4B sales tax. Yeah.
And is that the RCDC? Okay. So, yeah, I'm just kind of thinking just for general revenue, and that's not something that I have to have
Sure.
necessarily, but
No,
it
we're happy
just
to-
would be helpful.
Happy to provide that.
We'll get that.
And Ashley, do you want to walk through, are there any highlights that we have in revenues? Abel, I think, made a good point to us. In terms of our auditing, our expenditure side of the balance sheet is far more important to the auditors. This is really just for us. The revenue side is for us to make sure that we're making, having good stewardship of the dollars and making good decisions. And we give it our best guess, and we try to err on the conservative side in our estimates, but honestly, the revenues are really for our budgeting purposes more so than the auditing side of the equation. You want to point out a few highlights?
Sure, of course. So, under our general fund administration, we have the 5% water sales and 5% of wastewater sales. Those are currently just placeholders, until we have a better idea of our water sales for at the end of the year, so we can project for next year. Moving on to development services, you'll see listed there where certain things are pass-through or fees. So, the inspections and the building fees, those are passed through to our builders. So while we do have to show them here, they are paid otherwise. Moving on to our.
Before you, I'll just point out the city sales tax too. Obviously, we were pretty conservative in our 2023-24 budgets at 625,000 estimated. We're already at an actual sales tax collection on sales tax at 576,000. So we're projected to be well into the black at the end of the year on that. We've continued to, we did bump it a little bit based on those projections, but still maintain pretty conservative based on what we're actually seeing in collections. Go ahead.
In our utility billing department, you'll see those are the two transfers in where the water department and the wastewater department, those funds both transferring money to pay for the utility billing department, the 50-50 split. additional maintenance that we were hoping to do in conjunction with the water CIP. But it turned out we actually had enough money in our bond to be able to do full repaving on all the projects. And so we don't anticipate using that this year, but we would like to roll it over to next year. And so that's why it shows it as a 300 right now. We do have an exceptional item for another 150,000. And so if that were to get approved, then this number would even increase further. But this is just to reflect those additional street maintenance that we would like to do. In our court, we are seeing a bit of an increase in court fines, a little bit to do with basically the volume, but a lot of it is kind of based on the state. So we basically break up our tickets the way the state tells us we're supposed to, and so we just kind of see what the trend is there. So we have increased those just a little bit. Nothing significant in Parks Department. You'll see the field lease there, that is the 35,000. The reason it shows that this year we haven't collected any is they pay that in August usually of each year, and so they have not paid this year's lease yet. Going on to our water sales, we have dropped our projected water sales. This year we did budget for about 1.5 million, but we're not quite on target to hit that. It's been a wet year, aren't expecting to hit that amount, so we went ahead and dropped that back to 1.1 million. And then your street sales tax, you'll see there, that's the same, that's also the same amount as the 4B sales tax, so they get the same amount as the RCDC does, the street department does, and so we are estimating 175 there, which is just a little bit over last year's 150,000. The court security funds, again, those are all kind of our statutorily required funds, not a whole lot of action going on in any of those, or not much changing from year to year. The next funds are our debt service funds, so this is 430, 450, 460, 470, and 480. Those are coming straight from our debt service schedules, and so we just are making sure that we're reflecting accurately the revenue that we need to pull that money over before we pay it for our debt service. You'll also see 480 is new, that will be our 2024 debt service fund, and we do have the numbers here on what we'll be budgeting for that in 2024, 2025. It's just over 108,000. You'll also see our capital projects fund, that is also new this year. We've had it in the past, but we only bring it into play when we do have capital projects that we're tracking out of that department. This is our water our water CIP packages 1 through 4. This number here that shows the to be determined, once we have a better idea of how much we're going to be spending in this fiscal year, then we'll know what we'll be spending the next fiscal year, and so we can accurately budget for that. So that will be to be determined, and will be changing before we finish our budget process. Going on to our drainage fund, no big changes there. 60,000 for drainage review revenue, that's also a pass-through to those who are having the reviews completed. We're expecting it to be about the same as it was last year. And then lastly, our wastewater fund, no major changes there. We're projecting the same amount of wastewater collection as we were last year. We're just on target to hit just over 900,000 this year.
And we did catch a typo in this after we posted. I think it's been changed in your electronic packets, but in case you printed it prior to, like I do, because I'm a paper guy, it should be 10,000. It was originally posted as 100,000 in the interest income. I wish that were the case, but it's more like 10,000. So we had an extra zero, but it has been changed in the electronic one. I think that's about it. Any questions on revenues, council? Forget anything on revenues?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Why do you think water sales are so much lower than they were in previous years? Like,
We think it's based on the weather for the most part.
We had a pretty wet
We
year.
had a wetter year than we have at this time last year.
okay.
We have some more summer months to go, obviously, so we'll have, July, August, September still, so likely it could catch up a little bit. This is currently a straight line projection, so it'll likely come in a little higher than that, but we like to budget as if we won't bring in that money.
And are the water sales, does that income essentially offset the cost of acquiring the water and providing it to the houses? So
For
it's
the
kind of
most part.
And also maintenance. And
Yeah.
any kind of work we have to do. Yes, generally that fund sustains
And it does, and we'll talk about unexpended balances at the next meeting, but we do carry currently an unexpended balance in that particular fund, Fund 200.
I think it's 4 or 6 months.
Yeah. Yes, we do, and we try to actually keep a reserve balance in that fund, and we started that last year, and so we're now carrying, it is technically unexpended balance as the auditors look at it, but for our planning purposes, we try to keep that for reserve purposes too, at a certain monthly expenditure level.
And I see we're projecting about a almost 10% increase in property tax revenue. Is that because of the growth of values?
Yes.
And I know my house, I got a really big increase, but it was like 40%, but they can only go up 10%
Yeah,
a year.
It's a rate issue. It's about rates, not values. But
Right. So they can only go up 10% a year in terms of even the value. But the rate, our rate stays the same pretty much.
Depends on what you choose.
Vote
but
for.
it can, yeah. And we'll present you at next month's meeting with our no new revenue rate, as well as the no new. We'll present all of the different options.
Yeah, there's one that triggers an
Right,
election and all
yeah.
that. Yeah, voter approved rate. Okay.
But on the property tax, new value, like, so sales and new construction, those values go up. They don't have the 10% limit.
True.
Anything that's not homestead.
The cap is on property that was taxed in both fiscal years, previous year and this year. So if something is new, then we need to consider that increase.
Okay.
And then likely there will be also a small increase in our debt service to cover this additional bond issuance that we just did. And so that will bring our debt service rate up a little bit and our INS rate down a little bit to keep us at our
What's INS rate?
interest and sinking. INS is debt service, and then maintenance and operations is the other part.
Okay, so we have two rate components.
Right.
Correct.
I see.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll move on to exceptional items. We have a few here for your consideration, just to recap how we've done this in the past, or how we started doing it several years ago. The budget that we've been working on for the last several months is consider our base budget, along with these revenues that we just presented to you. That constitutes what we believe as the staff and mayor constitutes our base budget, which is the base level of expenditures that we need to continue to keep the lights on and keep functioning efficiently as the city. But we also give an opportunity to staff, to myself, and to council to bring additional exceptional items for your consideration for appropriation moving forward that are in addition to the base budget. So we'll start with those that are in your packet. As we always do, like to offer you an option to offer a cost of living adjustment to our city employees. We, again, as we've done in the years past, have offered you a COLA at 1%, a COLA at 2%, and a COLA at 3%. I would encourage you to consider those over the course of the next year. If you'd like to do more than 3, obviously just take whatever number you want and use one of the other cost totals to add to whatever you would like to do for staff. I do think it's important to continue our tradition of giving a COLA increase at this time of the year, just to make sure that we continue to keep our salaries just at a base level competitive and keeping up with the inflationary drivers that everyone in the market is dealing with. I think based on the latest Fed projections, we're back down to 2 or 3% inflation rate, so that would be typically where we are. This council has taken action in the past to try to keep up with whatever that inflation rate is at the time in the past, and I think we've done that for staff appropriately, and so those are for your consideration. You'll see a 1% COLA. Total cost across all funds would be around $19,000, and a 3% COLA would be around $59,000 spread throughout the departments. Any other questions on that? We'll ask you to make decisions on these exceptional items at the next council meeting, and we'll give you totals to let you know exactly what dollar amounts you have available to you to continue to balance the budget at that time.
I do have a question.
Yes, sir.
So, this is, of course, a COLA is one thing, and that's great. I support that. I'm somewhat interested in the bigger picture of our total budget for employees of the city, and I'm also interested in what the various salary levels are for the different positions, and I want to qualify that by saying that I think our role at council, as I understand it, is not to run the city. That's your job, that's the mayor, and the city manager, as executives. But I would just, so I assume that, we're talking about setting individual salaries is really y'all's job, but I want to make sure that you have enough money in the budget to pay our city employees well, and I don't think that a 3% COLA is necessarily across the board is going to accomplish the goals.
Make sure your microphone's on.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
I'm not sure that a 3% across the board will necessarily maintain the goal of maintaining competitive pay for different positions in the city. There are some positions for which I think the competitive market rate has risen faster than others. And I will tell you that, I'm a real estate developer. I run apartment complexes and manage them. And, we lost our best maintenance guy this year. We were paying him $60,000, and the Lubbock Country Club offered him $80,000, and that's a lot of money. But I will tell you, to hire a ranch hand, which I have, it costs $56,000 a year, which is shocking to me because I made $5 an hour in 1980, and I had to look up today what that is in today's dollars, and it's actually $20 an hour in today's dollars, which I thought, dang, if anyone had told me I could make $20 an hour back then, it was a lot. But I'm sure today still feels like $5 an hour it felt back in 1980. Anyway, my point is that I think we've got a great maintenance department. I'm real proud of the work that they've done here, and I think that having continuity in that department is important. And then likewise, I would say another area of special concern for me is the police department. We heard that we were having trouble filling the overnight patrol positions, and that had to do with pay. And so I just want to make sure that we have enough salary at those levels in the budget to be able to give more than a 3% COLA if necessary to be competitive and retain those positions.
So I think you make a great point, and I think it's very pertinent to the next set of exceptional items that I want to lay out for y'all's consideration, and I will transition to that as I close the exceptional items on the COLA. And I'll point out that I think you bring up a good point, and I just want to clarify how I see the COLA. The COLA is simply, if you take a snapshot in time of a certain salary level for a certain employee, all you're doing with the COLA is allowing that snapshot in time to continue to keep up with an inflationary rate. And so if you only give a COLA from year to year, you're not over time actually giving a raise. You're just allowing that salary position to keep up with the market. Like, that's all you're doing. You're not actually giving a merit increase. And it's why I think that it's always important to try to do the COLA. And with that, I'll transition to what I think you're sort of hitting at, and I have some thoughts on your point. And with that, I'll lay out the next set of exceptional items. The next exceptional item is a point that I've brought up and that I told you I would bring for your consideration. And I'm going to probably sort of change course at the conclusion of this discussion and withdraw these particular exceptional item requests, but I think it's pertinent to this exact discussion. In an effort to try to acknowledge that we do have great staff and we want to show them appreciation. One idea that Ashley and I had considered some time ago was trying to do some sort of mileage stipend. And so we wanted to look at and bring to you for your consideration to try to add some sort of dollar amount to our budget to be able to add that benefit to our list of benefits that we give to our employees, an acknowledgement that for better or worse, all of the employees that we have here in Rollingwood, none of them live in Rollingwood, right? And so we actually did some research to figure out what is the average round trip per day per employee. And it turns out that that's around, on average, 48 miles round trip for our employees, meaning they're on average, and this doesn't hold true for everyone, but on average, they're traveling a great distance every day to get here and get home. So with that in mind, I was trying to come up with some sort of benefit package to alleviate some of that burden on them. And you see here how that's laid out in this chart. And it's laid out at different levels, whether it's a 15 cents per mile or 25 cents per mile, 33 cents per mile, or what theoretically should be the per mile rate, which is the federal rate at 67%. So if we did the federal rate at 67%, assuming that 48 miles per day average, you'd be looking at about $150,000 addition to the budget each year. If you did the very low end of that, which would be a very moderate increase in that benefit package, it'd be around $33,000. Now I'll tell you, we looked at different ways in which to do this. We looked at like a flat kind of across the board increase per employee of just a flat sort of monthly stipend, regardless of how many miles you travel. After I thought about that for a while, I felt like that probably wasn't the most fair way to do it, that it probably needed to be based on actual mileage that we could calculate. There would be a little bit of an administrative burden, but we know the address here and we know their home address, so we could calculate that and figure out what that would be, and then from there that's how we developed this per mile chart. I will say though, after I talked more with staff about it, Ashley and I talked at length about it, I actually think, and this sort of gets to I think your point, adding to the benefits package is a good thing, and if that's what the will of the council would be, I think it would certainly be appreciated. At the end of the day, I think probably just continuing to drive the ability to have competitive salary and to add dollars to the bottom line of the salaries is probably would be more appreciated, and the staff could use those dollars however they see fit. And if it's if they want to carpool or they want to ride a motorcycle instead of a gas guzzler, or however they choose to tackle that 48 miles per day is up to them. But I think probably the appreciation that they would have for a more competitive salary scale would outweigh the benefit that they would see in an increase to the benefit package. We do try to keep, and I think we've done a moderately good job of trying to keep salaries competitive here, not only among the PD, but among all of the staff. We do our best. Yes, we get asked often for additional pay increases. We do what we can, where we can, and when it's warranted. But we do have constraints within the budget that we set, and we try to have those discussions with staff kind of in the mid-year, because fortunately for us, the council has seen fit to do the COLA increase. So typically that happens around this time of year, or after the new budget comes into place. So we try to get 6 months or so past that before we have another round of budget discussions and salary discussions. What I would like to do though is probably withdraw these exceptional item requests and give you advance notice that this exceptional item request will be replaced next month with a similar request just to add additional dollars kind of as you're describing, add additional dollars to our line item 5,000, which is our salary line item in the budget. And then allow us through the course of the year to give those merit increases and to make sure that we have our salaries at competitive levels moving forward and in comparison to our surrounding neighbors to the best of our ability. I went ahead and continued with these exceptional items because I think it's illustrative in terms of the dollar amounts, just to kind of give you a sense of what kind of dollars, and at least trying to tie it to a real world expense. I think that's informative for the council to make their decisions. My thought would be if we could add another $75,000 or $100, and we'll have more detailed discussions next month as to how much money you have to work with. I suspect, based on kind of what I see coming down the path here in terms of exceptional items, I suspect that you're going to have room with the dollars, with your dollars that you have to spend on exceptional items, to probably do something in the $75,000 to $100,000 range. We'll know more next month. But that would be my request, is just to probably put a block of dollars into that line item 5,000, give our city administrator the flexibility to utilize those dollars how she sees fit on a merit basis going forward, and also as we continue to seek new folks for the PD. We have a city secretary now that we're going to need to try to hire, and so if we could have some room and some flexibility in our budget to adjust those numbers up to make sure we get good staff and retain the great staff that we have, I think that would be helpful. So that said, I'll withdraw these exceptional items. We'll bring back a new one next month that'll give you an option to just add it to that line item 5,000. Thoughts? Did that sort of, I think that's going the same direction.
It is going the same direction, and I really like the way that your thinking evolved on it, because I do think the freedom of letting people choose where they live and how far away they live and what they drive is a lot better. We don't want to incentivize people inadvertently to live far away, right? And so, but just in my experience in my law firm too, we've had to give extraordinary raises over the last 3 years. It's been frankly kind of surprising, but especially at kind of the lower end of positions or entry level or, lower, what used to be lower paid positions. So I like all of that, and I just did some quick math in my head that if we did the 75,000, that'd be for the average employee would be about $3,500 a year, and if we did the 150, it'd be 7,000. So those percentages don't shock me in terms of what I'm assuming salaries to be. So
Right.
I'm going to be very supportive of that. So thanks for all your work on
Yes, sir.
figuring that out.
And the thinking did truly evolve, and kudos to Ashley for sort of bringing that in a very gentle way to my attention as we really focused on this. And she's like, I really think it would just be better if I had more flexibility than killing ourselves on charts. She didn't say it that way, but I knew that's what she meant. Okay, so that's that. We'll bring that back for your consideration next month. Moving on to our next exceptional item request, exceptional fund all funds -3, AF3. This is the Public Works truck outfitted and 1-year payment. Ms. Wayman, will you talk to us about this?
Sure. So, 3 years ago when we bought 2 police cars and 1 public works vehicle through a lease process where we pay 5-year payments. We now have another public works vehicle that needs a lot more money put into it than makes sense based on what the vehicle is worth. And so this exceptional item is for a public works truck fully outfitted with all of the tool racks and things along with that, everything it would need, for a total of about $72,000. So that includes about $20,000 of upfitting and tools, everything that it needs. We did go to government capital, so the first item you'll see here is their estimate for 5-year financing at 6% true interest cost, and that would come up with about $16,600 payments for 5 years. So we do also also show the additional cost there of the vehicle, and that includes the remaining cost of all of our payments plus some additional, maintenance and stuff on the new vehicle. And so we are requesting that we go through that same lease process for this vehicle, so that we keep our payments consistent over the next 5 years as opposed to doing one big vehicle payment now. And then we do expect in the next year or two to be coming back for some additional police department vehicles through that same process. So we kind of like to get on a real, vehicle schedule so that we're never having, vehicles that are far older than they should be, getting more money put into them than they probably should. So.
And I will say, council, in my private life, I'm not one to be supportive of financing depreciating assets, and I have a feeling that some of you feel the same way. But I will say, from a government budgeting standpoint, going ahead and eating that financing cost on a yearly basis actually gives us the budget certainty that we need, because what we used to run into was that we would lose track, or a new vehicle would be needed unexpectedly, and then we would get to a budget year and have a real problem on our hands, because we would have an $88,000 or $100,000 one-time cost. And especially and it's really why we went to this model with our police vehicles, because that's a fleet of vehicles, right? And so, especially if you're having to try to buy a new vehicle, or unexpectedly have to try to.
So far, you've got two branches, legislative and executive, that you.
Okay. Or if you are faced with the decision to try to purchase a fleet of vehicles in a particular year, then you've really got a budget problem on your hands. So moving to this model of annual financing, where we can really get it on a schedule that gives us budget certainty, I think it's well worth the financing option to try to go that route. So that's why we're bringing it to you like this. And we did go with Government Capital, which is the same outfit that we use for our police department fleet. Any questions on this one? And so, to be clear, the 1-year budget implication for this exceptional item is $16,600.
And we're projecting the useful life expectancy on the vehicle is about 5 years, right?
I think it probably lasts.
Probably
a few years
longer,
than
but
that.
yes. And we actually, if this is approved, we will then put it on our asset replacement calendar that we also have implemented in the last 2 budget cycles, where we're trying to keep up with those so that we can see when they're going to need to be replaced going forward. Okay, so that's Public Works truck, AF3. We will now move to AF4, which is the CCTV camera. And we've talked about this, I believe, briefly last month, but I'll let Ms. Wayman talk to us about this one.
Sure. So, because we're over the Edwards Aquifer, every 5 years we have a requirement that we have to camera all of our wastewater lines. We have been, every year, we've been putting aside, I believe it's $32,500 in the water department and $32,500 in the wastewater department. And we've been, kind of putting those aside to go to our unexpended balance, so that on the 5th year, we can bring in a company to do the cammering that's required. If they do end up finding something that looks suspicious, we also are required to do a smoke test, so that would bring another company in to make sure that our wastewater lines are sound. What this item would do is this would allow for us to purchase that camera ourselves, and we do now have staff that's, understands how to do this process, would be able to take all of that information, provide it in a package over to our engineers, who could then pass it on to TCEQ. And so we do believe we would see some savings here. The only thing is, of course, if we did find something that was suspicious, we would still have to bring in someone to do that smoke test. This camera would not do that, but we also have this split between wastewater and our streets, because it will have some dual purpose. We could use that camera to check out our wastewater structures, look for blockages, kind of do some better be prepared for some maintenance on those. And so this request would be to purchase that this year, as opposed to spend that same money to put in this reserve, where at the end of 5 years, I believe we're coming up next year is our 5th year, that we would need to either bring a company in to do the full cameraing, or we can have our own staff do it. The beauty about having our staff do it is we can do the city a quarter at a time. So they can do a quarter of it each year and then leave the 5th year for just kind of anything that, that comes up. But if we bring a company in, we kind of have to do it all at once because the mobilization costs to get them here, doesn't make sense to break it up. So a lot more budget certainty. We save some money in the long run. Izzy and his team is very well equipped to do this, and so that would be our request for this camera.
And we do believe that the life expectancy of this equipment is longer than most. It's not like police department equipment that seems to have a built-in 3-year life expectancy. We actually think this camera will last for some time. Yeah, yes, no vendors are involved on a continuing basis. So,
So it's split on here between general fund and streets.
So, it would be wastewater and streets. So, the wastewater, technically the street department is in the general fund, but we have that separate street maintenance fund that pays for that. So technically this would come out of 50% your street maintenance and then 50% the wastewater.
Right,
But it looks
but-
like general fund.
Is anybody else seeing this? To me, that's not where the numbers are. Right? It says general fund 3750 or 37,500 and then streets 37,500. And there's nothing under
I
the
believe that's
wastewater.
because our earmark has been in, the general fund for the last 3 years.
Right, the street department is in the general fund, even though ultimately the funds.
Yeah, but what she's saying is,
But we're not
Same.
charging
It's
anything
wastewater.
against wastewater. Which seems
Oh,
to me,
That's an error, that's supposed to, yep, in the summary
was
sheet,
gonna
that's
say-
supposed to be in wastewater.
seems to me that's the main place where it should be and there's nothing there, so.
Yes, I'm sorry about that, we'll move
Okay.
that, in the summary sheet is incorrect, it should be in the wastewater fund.
Okay.
Good catch, thank you.
although I would, on this point, so yes, that is a mistake the way we've laid it, but we need to go back and look and see, have we earmarked the 32.5 that we've been earmarking for this at the end of the 5 years? Has that been earmarked in general fund or in?
It has been in the 2 water and wastewater.
Okay.
funds, so
Then
if
we
this
definitely
gets
need to move
approved,
it.
We will pull those out.
Okay, great,
We
We-
have fully that correction on the summary sheet.
thank you.
Can we use that same camera in the water lines?
You have to wash it real good first.
I was gonna say that,
Izzy,
I was getting a little creeped out by the thought, but
identify yourself, Izzy.
Yeah, sorry, Izzy, Public Works Director. Anytime you use any type of equipment in wastewater, you can't use it in water. Yeah,
that's
so,
right. Well,
Not
that's
either-
why I was wondering why we were splitting it between water and wastewater if you can't actually use it in the water side.
no, it would be in streets for the storm sewer drainage.
Okay.
Okay, good catch, we'll move that over.
So-
Yeah, I'm sorry, now that you mentioned that, I think you're right, I think the money is only coming from the wastewater department currently that we're setting aside. I don't believe it's split 50-50 water, wastewater, now that you bring that up.
So we may actually look and we may try to pull it all out of, it may be better for us to, we can use it wherever we need to, but if we've been earmarking in wastewater, assuming that our UB is where it needs to be, then we may pull it all out of wastewater.
And y'all have any info about what this camera is? And is it like a push camera, a crawl camera, or?
Is this
Yes, sir, it's a
information?
call, it's a
Yeah, go
call
ahead.
camera. So it's a pretty much kind of robotic.
Yeah, what
Um,
model, who's the manufacturer that we were looking at?
Visor,
Visor?
Visor camera, yes, sir.
Okay.
And they have on your packet, there's a couple of cameras there that are actually
Oh, it's in
listed,
there?
but we're using the 100. That's the
Oh,
one we're
okay.
going with.
Cool, I'm a gadget guy, so
Yeah,
I
well, no,
like to
definitely.
see
You'll
it.
love this one then, because it's got the tilting camera. So as you're going down the main line, you can actually tilt and go off to the right, left. It'll do up and down, but it won't do a full 360.
And do they service those things, give you warranty on them? Does it come with a
Yes, sir. There's
plan?
there's
maintenance plan?
the basic plan, and then you can always upgrade. If you want to extend the warranty on them. Also, there's maintenance that comes yearly, just for wheels and bearings, that kind of stuff. Cables, they get torn up when they actually go down, they go down the manholes themselves.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, that completes the exceptional items for our exceptional items that affect more than one fund. With that, we will move on to exceptional item 100-30-1, and this is additional tree trimming services. So I'm bringing you this one, council. As I drove the city the other day, I was going down a number of streets and noticed far more tree trimming than I had originally thought that we had. If you'll recall, a few years ago, after we began having some of the winter storm interruptions and the cleanup and the tree and trimming cleanup that we had following those, we began to start budgeting for annual tree trimming. And I think we're budgeting currently at 25,000. But it has become apparent that we're kind of behind, honestly, in this particular area of expenditure. And so I think if we went ahead and added another 25 to that, and in this exceptional item, we could knock out far more than what we have planned for this year, and then we can try to get on a more regular schedule and probably drop it back down to 25 once we get on a more regular schedule. You can, when you stay current on your tree trimming, you can actually, they can estimate sort of how many years you're going to get out of that particular tree trimming. So the key is to trying to get caught up so that you can get on a schedule and know when that rolling schedule needs to be happening on a street by street basis. So I think this would give us a good, it probably still won't cover all of the city, but it'd be a good jump start to try to get us on a more regular schedule for our tree trimming around the neighborhood. So that's why I'm bringing you this one.
So is this just for trimming trees in the right of way? Or
Yes.
over the streets?
Over
or
the streets in the
park?
right of way. No, it's typically street related, right of way related.
So not around City Hall or the
No,
parks? Okay.
not for aesthetic reasons, but more for health and safety.
And not power lines.
That's not our deal.
Not your deal.
Hmm.
I've been seeing with the heavier trucks that we have because of the water project and the drainage project, I'm seeing more damage done to
Yeah.
trees.
And that's-
it'll be good to get them trimmed up
That's
where
exactly
they're
right.
out of the truck.
And that's because we're behind on that.
Yeah.
I say behind, I mean, until a few years ago, we really didn't have a set schedule, and so we've done good in trying to plan for that. But this will really try to
Yeah,
kind
I
of
think
put
it's
that
needed.
in a better spot.
And most years we wait till about this time of year, A, to get out of oak bowl season, and B, in case we have any winter storms that we have to use all that money for, because we didn't this year. We're planning on doing a first run of this in August. Our major arterials, I believe Edge Grove, Rollingwood Drive, we're just gonna trim until we run out of money, and then, this additional 50,000 for next year give us the money to keep up with the rest of the city.
And it was really some of the smaller streets that I was on where I was really noticing they're really, in some areas, they're really growing over and into the street where you have to maneuver around them in some instances.
And what I've experienced is that I think the trees finally have caught up with getting over the ice storm and the drought, and they've really grown this year
Yeah.
compared to previous years
They
as
have.
well.
Okay, so that's 100-30-1. Moving on to 100-30-2. This is the street maintenance and repairs. This is the extra 150,000 that Ashley mentioned to you a bit ago. Council set aside 150 last year for additional street paving. We put that on hold because we did have the bond funds that are covering a number of our streets, and we also have we want to try to maximize, as we've talked many times, we want to try to maximize those dollars and combine the 150 that you allocated and appropriated last year so that we get the most bang for the buck when those paving crews do get mobilized into the city. This is kind of continuing that same vein of thought with another 150 on the agenda tonight. You'll have a presentation that continues the dialogue that we've had the last couple of months of showing our prioritization of that repaving project. And this would go, This 150 would be combined with the 150 from last year, that would be combined with the CIP bond fund proceeds, to again continue that that plan that you'll have a presentation on later on this evening. Did I cover that correctly? Also, an important note here, this would also come out of the unexpended balance in our street fund. And we will look again at those UB balances next month. But as we talked about last year at this time, a portion of our sales tax has to be dedicated to our street maintenance. And over time, as those dollars have come in, they can only be spent on streets. And over time, we built up an unexpended balance because the money would come in, there would be no expenditure in that year, and then in the years past, those dollars just sort of were forgotten about. And so we've built up a significant unexpended balance in that account. It's right now at about 576,000, less the 150 that you allocated out of UB last year. It sits today at around 426,000. So again, if you were to approve this exceptional item, these dollars would be coming not out of the general fund, but out of the unexpended balance fund of the street fund specifically. So you have the dollars, they are there, and they can only be spent on streets. This is just putting them in the appropriate bucket and allocating them for expenditure this next year. And we think this next year is when all of these things will sort of come into alignment to be able to spend those dollars. That makes sense. Okay, with that, we'll move off of exceptional item 100-30-2, move on to exceptional item 100-55-1. I sort of stole this one from Councilman Glasheen to some extent, but as you know, Council, you were nice enough to allocate some funds, and we actually got some federal funds to actually backfill these dollars, but we used some of those beautification dollars over at the entranceway there on Edge Grove to put in some new landscaping in our right-of-way. This exceptional item is to continue those sorts of beautification projects, and one that comes to mind is one that Mr. Glasheen has mentioned before, and it's that the area that is our right-of-way sort of in front of the pool and along the side of the pool. These dollars wouldn't necessarily have to be spent on that, but it gives you an idea of the type of thing that we could do with some of these beautification dollars. We also use this line item to do periodic refurbishment and cleanup of our beds that are in all of our planters where you enter the streets. But I think there are some other things like that for beautification that we could engage in if we had the dollars available. So that's what this one is about. And we would have a discussion with the pool, with the WAC to see if that's, I mean, what I would have envisioned would be trying to redo our right-of-way and the walking trail in our right-of-way, but obviously we'd have a discussion with them and see if that's something they wanted to partner with, if there's things that they wanted to do in concert when we did that as well.
May I address that?
Sure.
So, yeah, I have been asking about that trail around their place for a good while, and it's just so unattractive, and it's even like unpleasant to use. It's not in the park, but it's the trail that goes around there, and I do wonder, how much of that is our legal right of way or not. And I know we hadn't figured that out yet, so I think that's something we got to figure out. Because also those, that line of hedges that runs along there covers their fence, which I guess were cherry laurel, and then have been backfilled with some photinia that aren't great either. And a lot of them are dead, and it could sure look a lot better. And I don't have any problem if it's our right of way with us spending our money on it. I just think that's something we got to figure out, which might take a little time. And I would say about this I'll be repeating this on the next project, is that if we can spend RCDC money on that project, because it's a capital improvement, I'd really like to do that, because they've got $700,000 and all this other stuff. If we put this in our budget, then it affects our tax rate, and we're limited on our tax rates and our tax revenue. We only bring in, what, $2.2 million generally, you know, that we can use to run the city out there by sales tax and property tax, or roughly.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. And this very well could be one of those things. It's why it's an exceptional item. It's not required, but, you know, as we look at the dollars that you do have, whether it's under a no new revenue rate or any other rate, I just wanted it.
I'd love to
there
get
for
that project
consideration.
done. I just think we should try to do it with RCDC money first. And we also probably need to nail down a little bit more about who owns what and talk to them throughout the year. And it'll take a little time, and maybe the park commission will help us deal with that too. But what I would like to see us do with that kind of money is have it to do higher level of maintenance in the park, because we have a bunch of sprinkler system problems. And we've done a lot of work on that to, you know, hired a consultant who came out and helped us map out deficiencies. And Johnny's really good on sprinkler systems. But I know these guys have a lot of responsibilities in our maintenance department. And to have a little extra budget where we could bring people in to fix sprinkler problems, for example, or do higher levels of, you know, I know we've added some herbicide pre-emergent and some fertilizer to the program, and that's all more work. There's, you know, we aerated last year, which was great, and we brought in some top dressing that's used on golf courses to improve the fields. We haven't really talked about doing that again this year, and that stuff all takes money and it takes time, and I'd like to see it go towards parks maintenance, because we can't use our CDC money on maintenance. So let's use our CDC money on the things that we can arguably call capital improvements, and give the Parks Department more money to raise our level of maintenance. Because I think it's come up a lot with this, you know, I'm going to call them new maintenance department we have. I don't know how new they are anymore, but, you know, they've done a great job, and I just want to support that effort and make sure they have the budget to keep doing it.
And that's really the design of this exceptional item. I was just asking Ms. Wayman, so we put the description as right-of-way landscape and trail refurbishment near the Western Hills Athletic Club as a descriptor. The actual line item of 155 is improvements to existing park assets. So the actual line item describes really what you're talking about.
Sure.
It was kind of one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't. I wanted to
Right.
give you the description of what I thought
you were
the dollars
thinking.
would be maybe possibly used on, but actually the line item would be much more broad. So
So I would just add maintenance and improvement,
Yeah.
whatever.
okay, that's exceptional.
Well,
item.
and I have a question
Sure.
here. When we say the pool, I'm not sure we should spend, technically it's city assets adjacent to the pool. And I think it's be better to describe it that way so no one misunderstands that we're spending city money on what is a private pool operation.
I
So-
agree and made that point, and we went back and forth on how to do the descriptor, and yes, no, I agree.
Yeah. And I know there's some question about whether that trail the trail as it goes around the pool is whose property that is, but
Right.
we can figure that out.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, with that, we move off of 155-1 and move on to request 100-55-2. I am simply the messenger on this one. I'm carrying this at the request of the Park Commission, and as it is, I wanted to bring it to you officially in the budget process. And with that, I'll ask Ms. Wayman to lay this one out for you.
I'm gonna actually, Melissa, if you wanna speak to this item, I'm happy to. This came from their last park commission meeting. They had been talking through, capital projects throughout the last few months, and we let them know that the best way to handle this was through the exceptional item process, and so they put this item forward, and Mayor Massingill has sponsored it.
Great. Melissa Morrow, Parks Commission Chair. Basically, if you back up about 3 or 4 months, we as a group made a prioritization list, and this was in our top 5. It's one that we were able to get bids on. We actually had a bid that was a little bit higher that included more shrubbery and other things that went along with the trees. But this was one that everyone on the commission felt very comfortable supporting. It's basically some trees, and I don't know if, do you have the map of where they would be?
I don't believe I have the map in here. I'm sorry. I just
Okay.
have their proposal.
So if you think of, let's see, so that would be the far north end of the baseball fields. There will be some trees along a line there, and then there's a line along, basically parallel to the pool, but on the park side, between the parking area and the fields, there would be a line of trees. And I do think, I don't know if y'all have seen it, and you're not gonna vote on it tonight, but just, you can look at, there's actually a map of where those would be. The additional plantings help the soil absorb water and help the trees that would be near them. It also includes an irrigation system, drip system that would go along with those trees. That's it. And this is, if you don't mind me saying, this is us dipping our toe into what is the appetite for the council for spending on our parks. Because as you know, our park budget, our entire budget is only like $120-something thousand. So asking for 50 to put in some trees for some long-term shade and stabilization of the parks is a lot. But we do have a couple of other projects on our list. One of them is the walking trail, and I think there's also a drainage area, which I think you guys are still looking at, which I think it actually is gonna be covered by RCDC funds anyway. So anyway, that's it. If you guys have any questions or want more information, let me know.
No, but thank you. Thanks for all your work on the Park Commission too.
Thank you
Well,
guys.
and I have one question on this also that has to do with.
Don't go
This
far.
is actually for Charlie, I think.
Oh, okay.
Whether or not the planting of additional trees along the park would be a capital improvement. Is that a capital improvement or not? And if so, can we get some idea on that so we could decide whether or not by budget time to make a request to RCDC
Yep.
on that?
We will make a note of that and find out.
Including irrigation for the trees.
Yeah, I think the irrigation is clearly a capital improvement.
Yeah,
I'll just look at the trees issue.
And-
okay.
and-
Probably a gray area that's gonna give you the discretion to make that determination.
I was gonna say, and if we get audited, we'll just plead the fifth.
I'll just check if there's any AG or anything out there.
But I'll bet you it is capital. I know you can depreciate pecan trees, for example, with the IRS as capital goods on a 15-year schedule, which is a capital goods schedule. But that's a great question and a great point, because I support this project and I would be happy to fund it as an exceptional item if we had to, but I would much prefer that we get RCDC to include it.
Well, and just to put the idea out there, I heard the description I just watched a little bit of the park video, but it sounded like there was a good idea about there's several different kinds of trees that would all be natives, and maybe if you're thinking that we replace the hedge in front of the pool property, maybe we do it in a way that's consistent, landscaping wise, but just a thought to keep in mind.
Okay, we will bring this back to you next month for your consideration, council, and with that, we'll move off of exceptional item 100-55-2 and move on to our last exceptional item, which is REV-1, that's revenue-1. This is a little different. This is on the revenue side of the ledger as an exceptional item. This is not actually, this is not projecting revenue in particular. This is not asking for expenditure of funds. Adoption of this particular exceptional item would simply be adding a revenue line item in our budget to allow for future policy decision. And I'll let Ms. Wayman talk to you about what potentially that future policy decision would be related to our grinder pumps.
Sure. So we have about 220 grinder pumps throughout the city. So close to almost then half of our lots have a grinder pump associated with their portion of our wastewater system. They are the city's property, and they had all been installed back in the day when they put in our wastewater system. We have not really seen, we've heard talks about what the maintenance agreement on those was, whose responsibility it was going to be to pay for maintenance on those grinder pumps. But the city's been basically footing the bill for all of that improvement and the maintenance on those pumps. So we currently, at least in this year, 2024, we spent about an average of $4,200 per month on the grinder pumps. That's usually Crossroads or a company that they have will have to come out. If there's an alarm going off, they call us. We have some backup pumps that they can swap out and then go back and perform maintenance on the ones that we have in the ground. But I believe the reason why it's getting more and more expensive is they're kind of coming towards the end of their lives. So more and more of them are kind of older and are going to need replacement soon. And so we have been talking to, Crossroads about how much we spent to maintain these, and had thoughts about, do we need to be passing this on, and to some extent, to those that have the wastewater pumps or the grinder pumps. There are some situations where it's kind of clear abuse, so you can pull out a pump and see that there are things that should not be being flushed in there, and that's what's causing them to jam up and things like that. And then other times they're just going out. And so we wanted to kind of get a policy discussion started about what that might look like for our 220 accounts. We have the ability through our utility system to assess any kind of monthly fees or however the council wanted to discuss doing that. And if we want to just continue doing it the way we are, that's fine too. We'll just need to probably in the future take a look at our wastewater rates and make sure that we're charging enough to cover that maintenance. So.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm one of your customers on the grinder pumps.
Yep.
I have not had a problem in 5 years or more, but
Ooh, nice.
I've gone from, I had a grinder pump when it was on septic, and so I've gone from being in charge of the grinder pump fully to LCRA being in charge fully to the city now being in charge. And frankly, it's a mixed bag. I would suggest that how it's done be referred to the Utility Commission for their input. I think it's good to have a fee. I would prefer, as a customer, I would prefer a charge based on call out, $250, if we've got to clean out your pump, or if we've got to clean out the pump because of what you put in it, or whatever would be an appropriate fee. But I do know that from the customer side, I was happy when it was my responsibility to call the plumber, know when they're coming, get the Scooby directly from the plumber when they came out. Now it goes through the city. You don't always get a call from the service person because they're calling the city back, not the customer. And so it's a mixed bag from the customer experience side on having the city operate it. So I would say I'd be happy for customers to take that back over. I don't know if others feel differently. I also think there ought to be a fee if there's excessive calls or if there's more than, any kind of service call on it. I think there ought to be a charge. So I don't particularly like paying for somebody else's abuse of their pump.
And that's,
Yeah.
to that point, that's kind of why we are bringing it to ask whether you want us to continue down that dialogue, because that is what is currently happening, is that cost is being socialized across the system. And so
Right.
if we want to continue to do that, we can. This exceptional item is really just to open that dialogue and find out, do you want us to continue down this road? And if so, let's go ahead and put it in the budget so we don't have to come back and do a complicated budget amendment at a later date. And you kind of put down a marker. You don't have to fund it. No revenue has to come in, but at least it'll be there. And if you do want to do it, if you don't want to do it, then ignore
I
this
think it's a good
exceptional
issue
item, so.
and have a line item in the budget and then also
Then
ask
pursue
Utility
it.
Commission to take it on.
Okay.
And to that point, thanks, Councilmember Brown, for bringing that up. But as the liaison to the Utility Commission, my first question is, how much of an administrative difficulty is that going to be for city staff and that type of thing, to determine to administer those bills? I think we may get some relief now that we've got the electronic water meters in to allow utilities to take on more stuff. And I'm trying to find out, I mean, the utility commission is going to want direction as to all of these type of things, and what kind of rates should we set, or do we just do a pass-through plus a certain percentage, you know, how do we administer that? So can you speak to that at all right now, or is that something you need to research a bit?
That is a great point, but I hadn't really thought about that. But yes, we will have some of the responsibilities of our utility and billing manager. She will have a little bit more free time, especially billing time of the month, because she won't be spending days and days taking care of all of that with our e-meters. And so, if we were to do just like a monthly fee, that would be very much set it, forget it. Wouldn't be any additional load on us. We would just attach it to the the customers that are supposed to have it. If it was based on actual trips, a little bit of a administrative burden, but I think we could probably work something out between Crossroads and whatever company they would be having come in to do that. So I think in the end we could make that manageable. I don't think it would be terribly time consuming. If it was just passing on direct costs, that'd be one thing. If it was a flat rate plus a certain percentage, I think we could handle all of that. Shouldn't be too
So,
bad.
you said there's 220 roughly grinder pumps, so roughly a grinder pump per every 2 residences or something
so.
along that.
Mhm.
So, the flat rate that you're discussing would be split between those 2 households, roughly, that
The
are.
thought would just be to only assess it to those that have grinder pumps. So those that don't have a grinder pump, if it wasn't just a monthly recurring fee, it wouldn't be assessed to a home if they didn't have a grinder pump. But this way, just those that did have it would be paying into some kind of fund. That was just the initial thought.
And
But it sounds like we're moving a little
That
bit.
that was the initial thought. I think Councilwoman Brown brings up a good point, because then you would just go from the entire city subsidizing a few pumps to half of the city subsidizing the ones.
Yeah, and it's, it's not a customer choice to have a grinder pump.
Right.
It's where the where the wastewater line is that determines that, so.
Well, it's
But
a-
it is a concern,
Ms. Morrow.
yeah.
Hang on.
I'd come up.
So it's, I think a flat fee per call out might be an administratively easier, but I think that's something the utility commission could work
Well,
through. And
we were saying that that there are 2 instances,
per
currently, if
call out, not across the board,
I
yeah.
understand.
Okay,
Currently, there's 2 different kinds of instances for call-outs. One is end-of-life, aged equipment, the grinder pumps. The other is clear abuse and things that should not be getting to the grinder pump. I don't think a flat rate addressing those 2 things, if it's,
to replace the pump.
yeah, if it's end-of-life and just aged, that's one thing. What we're trying to do, what I would believe as a city we try to do, is incentivize not abusing our equipment. And so I would put that rate very differently and, make it however burdensome it is.
Take
needs
Mr.
to be.
Machine, and then I'll do a quick public comment.
I just have a question, and first of all, I think it's a great discussion. I think everybody's made a lot of good points, and it's good to listen to. But my question is, I was surprised when I found out that the city owns the grinder pumps. I learned it on like the gentleman's chat group when somebody was trying to find a plumber to recommend, to fix it, and they're like, "Oh, the city does that." And everyone was surprised. I was surprised.
LCRA insisted on that.
Well, that's what I'm asking is why.
LCRA insisted on that.
Okay.
They took the grinder pump I had out, brought a front-end loader across my lawn, and it crushed the septic tank to put in a new grinder pump.
And is this still LCRA's requirement?
It's a
The city?
consequence
They
of
don't
buying
have it
the
anymore.
system from LCRA.
So, but do we have to continue this system of the city taking responsibility for grinder pumps? Why can't we just turn that back to
Yeah,
homeowners?
you don't have to, but I assume probably the reason LCRA required it was they all are part of the system, and so now if you choose to not maintain it properly, you're going to have a real problem in your own home quickly.
Well, I understand that. My
but-
neighbor had one that failed a month ago, and he didn't fix it, and he was a renter, and he was complaining to the homeowner, and it never occurred to any of them that the city would be responsible for it until I told him. and it had sewage backed up in the front yard.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I think it's to some extent a quality control issue. Like you want to make sure, and I've learned that there are different types of pumps, and there are, there are old ones, and these are kind of getting to the end of their life. There are actually new, better pumps, and so I think it's a quality control issue. Now it's a policy decision, but I think the answer to your question is at least in that world of quality control of overall quality of the system is the reason.
Well, I mean, I'd be interested in hearing what a sewage engineer says about that, but I would also be inclined just generally to put that all back on homeowners because they're gonna be in the best position to decide what's the best deal, value plumber they deal with, and they already are responsible for their own plumbing. I don't think it would shock anyone if they had to pay for their own repairs, and like mine is 9 years old, 9 years old, and we have never had a problem with it, but I would that's just my inclination, to put it all back on the homeowners if we can, and if the sewage engineers say that that's reasonable.
What,
And then I've got Sarah, and then one public comment, and this is just about the line item, so this is just to
can
add or
save
not
it.
add a line item.
I can
but,
save it.
Okay. Sarah?
And I'm in favor of adding a line item. I will say that the need for a grinder pump, as Brooke mentioned, is not a choice. It's due to the topography of your lot and where the sewer lines run and how you can get drainage from your house into the sewer line. So that's not something that people have a choice in. I'm concerned with saying that the homeowners take responsibility for it, because if you have situations where the homeowners don't take responsibility for it, it's all one system. And we've had lift stations back up into somebody's house, and things, so it's not like you can just have a homeowner decide not to fix it, and doesn't mean that it's not gonna cause somebody else a problem. So that would be a concern. But I do think that for instances where there is something flushed that shouldn't be, that causes the problem, that should be assessed to the homeowner, because I know that Jackie Bob used to have fits with people and the flushable wipes, which are not flushable, and, sending out notices to people that like, you can't do this, it gums up the pump. And so having people responsible for the cost, if they are causing a problem, will help incentivize people to not cause that problem.
Yeah, and I can honestly argue it round or square. It just, from an appropriator standpoint, it had gotten to a level of expenditure that I felt like it was worthy of bringing to your attention of like, hey, we're doing this every year. Is that what you want to keep doing as appropriators? Like, and if the answer to that is yes, like, yep, just continue to eat the cost. That's fine, and we'll socialize the cost as we're doing now. But it just had reached a level of expenditure of like, probably ought to have a discussion about it. And the first discussion to have is whether you want to add the line item or not. And with that, I will recognize
Melissa Morrow, 2502 Timberline Drive, proud owner of a gravity system.
good for you.
I am shocked to hear the number that we have of grinder pumps. And I say that
so was the mayor.
as the person who gave to the city 16 completed spiral notebooks of the 4 years of 4-hour meetings with Murphy Engineering that I attended every week as a council member and utility liaison. It is not true necessarily that it was not the choice of the owner. As we put in the installations of many of these, we had homeowners who refused to have it done in a way that would have allowed gravity because it was going to ruin either their dog cemetery or their tree that they loved or something else. And so many of the grinder pumps actually were put in because the homeowner wanted it rerouted in a way that did not allow that. And we called it Lawyer Row over here. That was a whole group of them that wanted to go through the back. And at that time, what we said, that's fine, but you will be in charge of your grinder pump, and you will own your grinder pump, and you will have to deal with the cost of it. So that's all to say, looking at a little history of
No, that's great.
some
That's
choices.
institutional knowledge that we actually
There you
searched
go.
for here locally, and it didn't exist, or at least to our knowledge, so that actually,
And so the intention was, back then, you were in charge of your grinder
Yeah,
pump.
my
and
only-
that you had to maintain
yeah.
it. But I also agree, because we decommissioned 400 septic systems, that probably half of those were not running as they should have been. And so I do understand how it is very hard when you have 400 different people and have 400 different ideas about how much cash they want to spend this month, and whether the smell really bothers them, and whether they care if it goes into a cave next to them or under their property. So I'm not telling you I have an answer, but just so you know, historically, the intention was that the homeowners would deal with the grinder pumps.
no, that's great information that we tried to find, and all I could, and now we've identified you of what you were doing at that time, because all I could come up with was call Tom and see if he knows. So, okay. Well, he didn't have the memory that you did. Sorry, Tom, if you're listening. So, okay, that's it. I went a little over, council, but those are the exceptional items that we will bring back to you for your consideration and adoption or dismissal next meeting. And at that meeting, we'll also have more detail for you on tax rates and revenue available, as well as unexpended balance available. Anything else?
And we will actually also be scheduling that special meeting in early August. I believe we have everyone we need. We'll be posting that soon. Though we'll simply deliver the rates because we're required to do that, I believe, as soon after August 7th as possible. So it'll be a brief thing, and then we'll discuss that in very much detail at our August regular council meeting. So.
With that, council, that is the conclusion of our budget workshop. We'll stand in recess for 5 minutes, or 8 minutes. We'll come back around 7:30, and you are at ease.
I-
Is it affected by the?
The Burlingwood City Council. Burlingwood City Council will come. Burlingwood City Council will come back to order at 7:31 p.m. And we are back on the agenda. We just completed our budget workshop, agenda item number 2. And we will move on to public comment for anyone wishing to make public comment on items not on the agenda. Do we have anyone wishing to make public comment on items not on the agenda?
Shanti Jayakumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. Forgive me, I've been out of missing in action or whatever you want to call it. Two things I wanted to say. And I'll give first importance to the 4th of July recently. Rollingwood community celebrated, as we always do. We started in 1978, just in case somebody didn't know that. I want to add to our city administrator, Ashley Wayman's note of appreciation and thank in her report, and thank Macy Del Cambria and the board of the Rollingwood Women's Club for organizing this event. And thanks go to all the dedicated Rollingwood Women's Club volunteers that sold T-shirts, organized games, for the children. And then nothing will be complete without Mayor Massingill. Where did he go? Oh, okay. You ducked out of sight. Mayor Massingill turned chef for the day and with his family treated the community to a barbecue meal. Please convey our thanks to Holly and Mace and the rest of your team. Judging from the long line, it was obvious that this is a crowd favorite every year. Like I said last year, and I'll repeat, I'm still a vegetarian, and I'm told, in quotations, you do not know what you are missing. But I don't eat, so you guys got more. Okay. Big thank you to our city staff, public works team, okay, and police department, as well as all the volunteers and participants of all ages that made this celebration so memorable. Special thanks to Ashley once again for securing the Zilker Clubhouse venue for our residents. I don't know how many hundreds of dollars we pay, but I know the city, so thank you to all the council and mayor for treating the community. I don't know, 500,000, I don't know, whatever, you guys pay something for this special treat. Thank you to all, and it is events like this that bring our community together, and I really appreciate that. Now, I just dug up some history. I know I had a special request from a resident saying that he wanted me to come back and give little history snippets whenever I could. Since we are in the process of doing our water line, I decided I would dig through some of my files and find some things. So some of you know this probably, but some may not, that Rollingwood residents received their water from local water providers and from private wells until about 1979. There was a rudimentary water system managed by developer George Hatley. And of course, some of you know that most of the pipelines then were the discards from oil field industry not used for oil, by the way, but they were from that time. So some of our water lines have given us trouble because they were non-standard. But in December 1975, the city of Rollingwood applied to the Public Utility Commission of Texas for what was known then as a Certificate of Convenience and Necessity. December 29th, 1975, the city secretary at the time, Maxine Stokes, sent a letter to this Public Utility Commission. And here's what she said, very interesting. The letter states that the responsibility for the operation, maintenance, and expansion of the water system is under the direct supervision of City Alderman Earl P. Maxwell and his address, 464814 Rollingwood Drive. And she also gives the telephone number, 327-0867. And then she states that the responsibility for the entire overall operation of all functions is Mayor Helen Shaw, Office 403 Nixon Drive, and telephone 372-0660. Recall that the City Hall was built in that period, 1975, and under Mayor Helen Shaw's mayorship. And I have the certificate here, a copy, and I'll give you all these copies to you. That's the main certificate that was issued by the Texas Public Utility Commission. But it took, everybody says, oh, these things should not take that long. Guess what? They do take time. It's government, it's slow. So then in 1976, the city of Rollingwood then had their first letter approved, so they wrote another letter, and there's an examiner who looks at all these applications for public utilities. And that examiner writes, February 27th, 1976, the city of Rollingwood filed an application for a certificate of convenience and necessity. And the procedural history says, no other utilities are affected by the application. The utilities' current customers would not be adversely affected by the proposed certification. Commission staff has not objected to the proposed certification, and no party has requested a hearing on the matter. Therefore, it is the examiner's opinion that it was not necessary to conduct a hearing in this case. Okay, so that's 1977. You'd think that the certificate would be issued. Well, it took until November 1877 for the Public Utility Commission of Texas to adopt the examiner's findings that there was no problem in issuing the certificate of convenience. And so they issued that. But the final certificate was only issued November 1st of 1979. And all the rest of the information is in here, but I don't want to take up all your time. But this is how our water system came to be. And now, of course, we are spending $5 million or whatever that is. But we have a system in place that we can add to. Thank you all very much.
Thank you as always, Shanti. Appreciate it.
There's all of it is in there. Okay.
Slowly building our archives. Thank you.
I like to do that.
Yes. Okay, with that, any other individuals wishing to testify on items not on the agenda? Hearing none, we will move off of agenda item, or public comment agenda item, and move on to presentations. Just so council and everyone else is aware, my intention this evening is to skip around just a little bit. We've pulled which items we have individuals here to testify on. I do want to get through our presentations as well as the first 4 regular agenda items, as we have staff and some of our contract firms here to speak on a couple of these items. I'd like to get those satisfied, and then it's my intention to bring up agenda item 18, 19, and 23 earlier in the agenda, as we have folks here to testify, and they may not want to stay, though they would be welcome to, for all of the agenda. And I will note for the record, please show Alec Robinson, now present on the dais. Welcome, Alec.
Thank you, Sarah.
And with that, we will move on to agenda item number 3 under presentations. Presentation, discussion, and possible action on a long-term pavement priorities plan prepared by WSB. We have Jay Kennedy here this evening, and we'll kind of open it up. This, again, is the agenda item that we had a brief discussion about last month, Council. We also brought it up in the budget discussion earlier today, and you will have that exceptional item that we talked about earlier before you next month. And those exceptional items, again, combined with the dollars that you set aside last year, combined with our CIP bond fund proceeds, are what would fund, at least begin to fund portions of this presentation and the priorities that Jay will lay out for us today. Ashley, did I forget anything?
Nope.
And with that, Jay, please recognize, or you are recognized, please identify yourself and take it away.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Good evening. My name is Jay Kennedy. I'm the Vice President of our Municipal Services at WSB. And I've had the pleasure of working with the staff and council over the past several months as you've really gotten a handle on where you're at with your road system, which is a really good start. And now we're at kind of that next phase, which is, okay, well, now we know what we have, now what do we do? And so this second part, and it's listed, if you want to move that ahead just one, please, thank you. What we've done in this second phase is really taken a look at the roads based on their condition and then come up with, okay, what are the types of treatments that we would recommend for roads that are in this condition, and then help prioritize what the council should consider sooner and what can wait a little bit further down the road. We stopped short of here's the exact year for everything. We really went with more of a priority system because you do have a little bit of flexibility in there. The goal, again, is to really maintain the streets in the good condition that you have overall, okay? So here's some things that we've done just as a reminder. You've got some ongoing projects with your water CIP that are resulting in the rebuilding of some of those streets. So we incorporated that, if you'll recall, when we rated the roads, that was before the projects. So those are now gonna be in new condition versus what we evaluated last year. Again, recommending pavement maintenance streets in the specific type, looking at potential projects for a mill and overlay, and then a reclamation, which is totally removing the pavement and starting fresh. And each of those is much more of an effort, and there's a higher cost associated with those. We also have maps, cost estimates, and recommendations as far as bidding. So if we can go to the next, this is just a good reminder. This is where we were at when we rated your streets. And 0 to 100 is the scale that is commonly used when we're rating streets. And the city overall has a very good about 84 pavement condition index. That's a very good overall rating. That doesn't mean all of them are perfect, but it means that you've kept your streets in pretty good shape, and the goal now is to maintain that without having to spend inordinate amounts of money in the short term. If we can go to the next one, please. So in terms of priorities, we looked at, this is the first group. These are good condition streets. These don't require a lot of ongoing maintenance, and the goal here is to keep them in that condition as long as we can, so we don't have to get into a higher cost improvement. That's about 40% of your streets. There's options for that. Many of you probably are familiar with like a chip seal, which is oil, and they put rock in there, and then you're sweeping the rock and that kind of thing. There's others as well, fog seal, you can do thin overlays, but there's also rejuvenation, and it's something that, and I'll get into that in a minute, it's something we've seen a lot of success with, and there's communities here in the Austin area that have been using this for several years. In fact, we've worked with a couple of those communities. It really improves the durability. It's a surface treatment, but it improves that pavement durability and gives you some extra years in that good category, and it's a very low cost alternative. You'll get maybe about 5 to 7 years out of that. So if you want to go to the next, I want to talk a little bit about what that means. So again, I described chip seal, so if you've ever seen that in action, you know what it is. It's oil, it's rock. You sweep up the rock, you come back a couple weeks later, you sweep it again. In the meantime, there's a lot of loose rock, and you get a few phone calls from people who've driven their cars through there, right? So this is, there's a picture of it here. It does not stay brown, okay? It's applied directly to the surface. It's brown on purpose so that they can see and make sure that it's applied everywhere. And then it takes about a week or two, and then it'll look just like, you know, regular asphalt pavement on the surface. But what it's easy to apply, and it happens pretty quickly. So over the course of a day, you can do half the road, and then you can do the other half the next day. And so it's pretty non-intrusive. And you can see the pricing there, which is pretty low, $1.30 to $1.50 per square yard to get 5 to 7 years out of your existing road. That's a pretty good benefit. You can see some before and after pictures there. City of Cedar Park has been doing this for a number of years. Travis County, City of Leander are just as examples. Okay, we can go to the next. So the second priority is for some streets that are not in quite as good a condition. There's deemed fair. You got about just over a mile of those. They're shown here. Probably, you know, Hatley Drive is probably the longest continuous segment, but there's a couple others in there as well.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Your square yard price, if we're gonna translate that, what do we have, 40-foot streets here? Or
Some might be that wide, but
Or 30?
Oftentimes they're probably narrower than that.
Okay, so that's about, like $4 a linear foot then is what,
I will trust your math.
okay. I was just trying to
Yeah.
get it, it's just hard for me to do square yards, I was trying to.
Yeah,
figure
and
it out.
we'll be able to compare some of that cost.
And one other
for
quick
the other ones,
question, because
too.
you mentioned, I just want to follow up on something you already mentioned, and that was that the condition assessment was all done before the water line project that's taken place.
Yes, sir.
And so, are y'all gonna go back and update this, or are we just assuming that everywhere where water lines were done are gonna get repaved, or what are we doing?
We
Are
did both. So we worked with your city engineer, Kay Freeze, to identify where all that street work was occurring.
Uh-huh,
We updated the system so that they were deemed then new. So they're not part of any
okay.
future short-term
They're
maintenance.
deemed new even though they hadn't been resurfaced yet. Because we're gonna resurface them after the water line project, but we're deeming them new now, just because we're taking them out of this study.
Yeah, we're doing a portion of them pretty soon, and then phase 2 will be done at the end, which will be about this time next year.
But yes, they've been completely, so I think on the original map, they were shown in gray as, you know, NA for this point, because they will be new at the end of this project. So I believe, I don't know if that was rolled into our 84% or our 84 pavement condition
It was
assessment.
not.
So it'll probably be higher than that,
Little
because
better.
we'll have all of those roads basically new when they're completed.
Okay.
Councilmember, what we didn't want to do is have those streets pop up as, hey, those should be high priority streets. Oh, wait a minute, we're already doing them. So we wanted to make sure,
I get it.
just not take those into
I just
account.
wanna make sure I was keeping up with what you'd said, so thank you.
So, we were talking a little bit about some of the priority 2 mill and overlay streets. That's taken milling off the top couple inches of pavement and then putting a whole new surface on there. And as you can imagine, that's a little bit more effort. There's more cost associated with that. I'll get into that in just a minute. But you get a 7 to 15 year life out of that. I know that's a wide range. A lot of that has to do with what's under it, amount of traffic and things of that nature. And so, we're hoping that you get, not hoping, but, you know, a lot of times our experience is that you're gonna get more than 10. But on high traffic roads, it can last and not have quite as long of a design life. Okay, if I go to the third. So reclamation, these are roads that are in a condition where really spending routine maintenance dollars on them really doesn't return any value. So doing a surface treatment or even a mill overlay, the pavement is in a condition where even if you do a mill overlay a few years later, you're gonna see the same problems coming through. There's a couple segments on here. One is right over here by the pool. And so actually on Rollingwood Drive, if you look at that segment, you can see the term is alligator cracking, but it looks like an alligator's back. If you look at that segment of road, you can see that. Whereas on the rest of Rollingwood Drive, it's crack filled, but there isn't that same distress. And the other is a short piece of Hatley Drive in there. Again, that had some patching on it and some other things, that piece there. Now, the good news is, I guess, there isn't an imminent time frame where, okay, you've got to do these tomorrow. They're already to a point where you're really not needing to spend a lot of maintenance dollars on them. So you might as well keep them there as long as you can, or until really they become just terrible, and then you can rebuild them. So they don't have quite as tight a time frame, I guess is the point. Okay, so then lastly, or not lastly, but the next page, this shows all of the priorities together, and Ashley mentioned this. If you look on that map, the gray streets those are the ones that are part of the CIP program. And so they are not listed as priority roads in terms of what we were looking at. You can see the red being preventative maintenance. You can see the mill overlay roads in relative order in terms of priority. Ideally, you'd try to do one whole road at the same time and not do short little segments, but they are a little different, each of them, in terms of their condition. And then the 2 reclamation streets as well. We can go to the next page. So here's where we've taken the time now here to estimate those costs. And to the council member, when we were talking about costs, you can see for the rejuvenation, if we're at $1.30 per square yard or even $1.50, you compare that to the per square yard costs of a mill and overlay or a full reclamation, and it's substantial. And so staying ahead of those good streets is very important because you don't have to spend a lot of money on them to keep them in good condition. And so this is the order that we have here. The mill and overlay together is about $625,000. The rejuvenation we're showing there just over $100,000 to do all those roads that were in red. And then lastly, I wanted to point out why I highlighted the section of Rollingwood Drive in yellow. That's because if you want to go backwards one, if you could, so I can go back to the map. If you look at Rollingwood Drive, you see all red and then that one little chunk of green. That's that piece that runs past the pool. I just wanted to highlight there's a couple options for that. One would be to go in and do a full reclamation of that road in the short term and then do a rejuvenation over all of it, or just apply the rejuvenation to all of it and then 5 years from now, 6 years from now, take care of that segment at that time. Either will be fine. When I looked at it, I think you could put a surface treatment on there and it'll help, but you know, that segment is probably in the worst condition of that whole piece of road. So I just wanted to point that out. Now, if you can go ahead a couple next steps. With one of the things that we've looked at least as a recommendation, is really taking a look at issuing a bid package for the rejuvenation project first. That doesn't have to be today, but I think, you know, that's for the council to discuss in terms of your funding priorities. And then allocation of funding. I know you've been talking, the council's been talking about that. And then really try to look at a way where either annually or every 2 years, you have some kind of roadway maintenance activity that you're undertaking. Making sure that you get projects that are large enough where you can get some economy. And then continuing to reevaluate your streets periodically and continue to have these kind of discussions. So with that, I will pause. I don't know if you want to go back to the map so we have
Yeah,
that.
actually, I'd like you to, if you would, go back to, yes, that, actually, oh, nope, the cost, the estimate cost, yep, right there.
Okay.
So council, again, kind of relating back to the discussion that we had during our budget workshop, just kind of just to refresh on how we got to where we got. Through previous years' budgeting exercises, in our internal discussions and with AB, you know, we discussed that statutory requirement that we have to only spend a certain amount of our dollars that come from our sales tax on our street maintenance fund. And so it occurred to us through previous years' budgeting that we have this unexpended balance, right? And so the discussion candidly that was had in that office back there was, okay, well, we have around 150,000 coming in every year, but we're not doing anything with those dollars to actually maintain the streets. So we've just over time have built up that unexpended balance. So the goal here, and that this council and previous councils have begun to try to get to, is to first do the pavement assessment project and then have this priority in the cost estimates so that we can begin to move away from ignore it, and then have $1 million price tag all of a sudden. Again, we're in a good position because our streets largely are in very good shape, but the goal is to try to get these knocked out over the course of a period of time. Again, it's a $1.1 million price tag, but that's not anywhere in my mind is to try to spend that amount of dollars. We don't have that amount of dollars to spend anyway. But it's rather to start taking bites out of this apple so that we get to a place, to quote Jay, so that we don't have to spend a lot of money to keep them in good condition. That's the goal here, is we're trying to get to a place. And in my mind, because we have this 500,000 or so in unexpended balance, the council had dedicated 150 of it last year. We're looking at another 150 this year, plus what we kind of have in some, in our CIP. I mean, I think it's reasonable to think that we could come out of this budgeting season with, around 400,000 or so, 350, something like that. And that would allow us to then knock out in 2025, 1, maybe 2A, 2B. So we get kind of, a third of the way down the list. And then we would come back for a discussion next year and for the 2026 budgeting cycle and try to knock out maybe 2C and maybe 2D. Then that would leave us in 2027 for something like probably 2E, and then getting into 3A. And then by 2028, we would be looking at knocking out 3B, right? And so in my mind, if we kind of take these bites out of the apple over the course of the next, 3 or 4 years, and this, this is back of the napkin, so we may have to adjust one way or the other, but essentially by 2028 or 2029, we could have knocked out this list, and then we will be in a good place where we can then do the reassessment that Jay's talking about, kind of push reset button. We will have spent that UB down, probably most of it, if not all of it, and then we'll kind of be at a place where then we can year to year spend about 150,000 or so as the money comes in that's dedicated to streets that we can only spend on streets. We can spend about that 150 or so to keep the streets that we have in good condition and be able to have a rolling annual maintenance and operation program. So that's the goal. That's kind of where we're trying to get to. Questions, council?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just for clarity's sake, so Jay, I believe when I heard you speaking, for instance, so we're doing, the mayor's suggesting we do rejuvenation on 1. You were also suggesting that perhaps we could gain some time if we do rejuvenation on 3B, which is the Rollingwood section, since that's going to be one of the last things we get to do a major. And it seems while we're doing rejuvenation with 1, maybe rolling in a quick rejuvenation on 3B just to get us those 3
extra
4 years.
Yeah.
Is that something that you think would be a smart move to consider?
Even if you're just a lay person that's watching what gets done, you rejuvenate that whole road and leave one little piece out, people are gonna go, what are you doing?
Yeah.
And even that, and that's enough. It's a very low cost to do that short piece. It all will generally look the same then, and that, believe me, I've gotten a lot of calls over the years about just that type of thing.
So on that point, so looking at priority 1 on the rejuvenation, so I took citywide to be just that citywide. So would that 110,000 for citywide rejuvenation not include that 3B?
Just the red.
Yeah.
I believe it's all the red. That short little piece is probably amounts to
Okay.
a couple $1,000 tops.
Okay. Will you, can you change, can you just make those
Will do.
changes? I'm gonna ask council in a bit to accept your, or accept the report, not really a proposal, accept your report, but before that happen, well, if they choose to do that, I would like to make those changes so that they're because I do agree, I think that's the right approach, and if they do accept this, I want this to sort of be the thing that we're working off of, so I want it to be accurate.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the timing on getting the Google project finished?
We just had a conversation about that. I'll let Ashley update you. I'll just say before she speaks that I've been super impressed by Google Fiber and their willingness and seeming ability to actually coordinate very well with AO. But let Ashley answer the question.
Yes, so they have already completed their phase one. So what we need is we need to finish our phase, and then they come in and do their Google Fiber, and then we pave that phase. So we've already finished our phase one. Google Fiber laid their fiber for phase one, and we're coming up in the next month. We're going to be paving phase one. So we need them to do the same thing with phase two and phase three. We expect phase two to be towards the end of this year, and then phase three is mid 2025, and that's when we've completed all of our projects. They will come in and lay their final fiber. So I would say mid 2025, probably a little bit closer to later would be when they would be complete. And I don't know that we would be, at that point, they would also be coming back in and doing the whole city. And so ideally, we probably wouldn't start this until they finish laying their fiber in all of them, which will likely be their third phase. But we could talk to them about doing our phase two and the rest of the city at the end of this year, and then possibly just saving phase three to only be the parts that we have some work to do on.
Do we have maps for what roads they'll be digging in
We do. We have our
per
well,
phase? I mean, how will that coordinate with the dollars we're spending to rejuvenate?
We'll overlay that on this, but in terms of the CIP projects right now, they're basically following and working well with AO. So AO's going.
They're concentrating on where we're putting in new water lines.
Yes, they're
Right.
following AO.
Okay.
mhm.
So when would we start this rejuvenation? Does it,
Probably.
I would like to do this, but is there any way to do it where the street rejuvenation comes after Google has done their work, so that we have curb-to-curb seal?
Yes,
I think that would be preferred.
that would be what we would plan on doing.
Mhm. And we could talk to them about scheduling too. They've so far committed to doing their 3 phases based on our 3 phases, but there are a whole bunch of streets that we're not touching at all. And so we may be able to, have them do the rest of those streets in their phase 2, which would be closer to mid to late this year, and that would allow us to do this rejuvenation in the next fiscal year.
Okay. It would help to have Google Maps like we have for page 8 of this project, so we
Sure.
know that we're not gonna tear up a road
Mhm.
that we've just rejuvenated.
And actually, and I'll make a point there too, and WSB obviously helps us with our GIS mapping, and just a note on the record for WSB and staff, I would anticipate that we would, as this kind of comes to clarity, that we make sure and build out some GIS maps with all of the street data and information on it, so we have a real good, consistent, coherent path forward on timelines and when things are planned, so it's right there on the GIS, and then all we have to do is update the GIS as we do these streets, so that we know exactly what's been done and when.
Yep, and that foundation is already there. Everything you see here is not just a static map, that's in the GIS system.
Okay, perfect.
Looks good.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So the gray shows the utility resurfacing, and is that gonna be, mill and overlay?
I'm not 100% aware of what techniques are being used. I know if there's water lines going in, that's gonna be full replacement, but I think some of the roads might be a combination of full replacement and a mill and overlay, rather than patching half the road, let's say.
Yeah, they're not patched.
It's not mill and overlay.
It may be mill and overlay, but it's not patchwork.
Okay.
So,
Full.
And my other question is, near my house at Almerian and Hatley, they dug a big hole, and it's patched with asphalt, and it looks not great.
it's temporary.
Okay, so, but it's not on any of the utility work maps?
It's not on, are you not seeing it on this?
No, it's not there.
That's
If you-
because, well, I don't know, and maybe there's a anomaly or a mistake on this, but I do know if
What I'm talking about.
it's on AO's. If they've been there and they've torn up the street, it's on their to-do list to
Okay.
repave.
All right, will they just repave the section they tore up, or,
It will be, yes,
okay,
it'll just be the area that they tore up, but it'll be curb to curb.
okay.
What, excuse me, what intersection is that again?
It's at Almerian and Hatley, and it's on the south side of Hatley at Al Marion. It's just, it was some big valve thing they put in there, or big pipes.
Is that the PRB?
Pressure.
Yeah, that was the PRB,
Okay.
yeah,
That actually should be then scheduled to be repaved in this first
in
phase.
phase one.
But it's just not on the map.
If it's on Hatley though? Or
It's on
more
Al Marion.
It's on
On
Al
Al
Marion.
Marion, okay.
That's the only reason I asked.
We'll,
because
we'll
it
take
wasn't
a
on the
look at
map.
that and
Yeah.
just make sure there isn't something
I was just curious
that we need to do there.
if I was understanding it all correctly.
Okay, any other questions, council? Keep moving if not. I would ask for council to make a motion to accept the report with the additions and edits that have been suggested this evening, so that we can just check that box, and then we'll have it. Again, it's not a proposal, but it'll be kind of what we work from moving forward, and for you to make decisions on moving forward. Yes, ma'am.
Move to accept the 2024 long-term pavement priorities plan as presented by WSB.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by, second by Mr. McDuffie. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. There being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, WSBJ. Thank you for your work, and we'll be in touch as council makes appropriation decisions on this, and we'll get back with you.
All
If
right.
you would just make those changes and then get those to staff so we can have that on file, that'd be great.
Mayor and council, thank you, and we will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, council, we will move off of agenda item number 3 on to agenda item number 4, presentation and discussion on the quarterly investment report for the third quarter, and recognize Ashley to recognize, or just go straight to AB. Abel, sorry, I've got K-Freeze on my mind.
Nothing much has changed really over the last couple of quarters. The city currently has about $748,000 invested. All of it is in text pool. The yields have leveled off also over the last 2-3 quarters. They're about 5.3% on the yields. That's not changed much at all. So for the year, the city has made a little bit over $29,000 in interest from text pool, and that money is split up proportionally between the general fund, water fund, and wastewater, depending on their portion of how much money they've invested in text pool. And like I say, it's been rather stable, so nothing much has changed with text pool.
And we as individuals may not like the new increases in rates that we see in the marketplace, but I will say this is exponentially better than the discussion we used to have when it comes to.
Yeah, we had 3 or 4 basis points.
Yeah, exactly. All right, any questions for Abel? All right, hearing none, we'll move off agenda item number 5 onto agenda item, off of 4 onto agenda item 5. Presentation, and yes, ma'am?
Thank you, Ed.
Yes, thank you. And on to agenda item number 5, which is presentation and discussion on the budget review for the third quarter. Abel?
As we approach the end of the fiscal year, we get to see pretty good where are we in the budget, good or bad. On the revenue side, we've done fairly well through 75% of the fiscal year. In the general fund, we've collected about 82% of the funds we budgeted. On the individual revenue line items, property taxes, currently this is through June, we're at 97% collected. I anticipate we'll end up at 97.5%, and historically that's what we've collected percentage-wise on property taxes. On the city sales taxes, right now we're 103% of what we budgeted. And I anticipate that we're collecting a little bit more per month than we did a year ago. So assuming that we maintain that pace, we should do fairly well on the sales taxes collected, and I really cannot give you an answer as to the increase in taxes because the economy, I guess, is doing well. Utility franchise fees with the city of Austin. We've collected 54% of what we budgeted, and we have yet to collect 2 more quarters, so I anticipate we will collect what we budgeted for the year from the city of Austin. Building permit fees, we're 113% of what we budgeted, so we've done fairly well there. On the revenue for our debt service funds, we've already collected everything that we need to collect to pay our debt service. This month we made our August 1 debt service payment, so we should be through for the year as far as debt service payments are concerned for the four debt service funds we currently have. Wastewater revenues, we're at 78% of the budget, so we're just about where we are budget versus revenue realized. Water fund overall, we're 82% also collected on revenues versus the budget amount, and on wastewater, we're at 110% on what on the revenue side of what we budgeted versus collections through the month of June. Those are some of the items that I'd like to bring to your attention. Any questions?
Any questions? All right. Abel, as always, thank you for your
Yes, sir.
hard work, especially during budget season.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Abel.
Thank you.
All, with that, we'll move off agenda item number 5 onto the consent agenda. Happy to take any motions.
Move to approve the consent agenda?
You have a motion to approve the consent agenda by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. 5 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. Thank you, council. Moving on to the regular agenda. Agenda item number 12, update and discussion regarding the electric meter project. I'll recognize Ms. Wayman to open us up, and I think we've got Izzy here to give you a quick update.
Yes, we do. So in the packet, we have a brief update, but we actually have some updated numbers since then. As of today, 89% of our installations have been completed for our electronic meters. So we are on our way, probably the end of this month when we do our next billing. It will probably be kind of a hybrid of reading the meters and using our electronic software to read those. And then next month, we should be fully on our electronic meter reading system. We have almost got configured our side of the tracking and monitoring, so we actually can tell now for those that do have electronic meters if there's out of the ordinary usage for a certain day as opposed to a full month. So that's going to be very helpful for people as we get into those leaks and things. We'll be able to catch those a lot sooner. We do anticipate in August that we will be providing that information to our residents so that way they can log into their system. We currently need to finish configuring ours fully, and then we'll get information out about how everybody can log in. We plan on doing both, videos, a written information about how you can log in and set your account, and then we also plan on doing a couple designated times here at City Hall where people can just drop by and we can help them set up their accounts on their phone or their computer. So we hope to get as many people, in compliance with that system, because it will really save us in the end on our leaks and the other kind of things that we deal with here. So we're very excited. It's going really well. No major incidents. Of course, anything that they have run into, the occasional damage to a sprinkler line or something like that, they are taking care of. They're being able to fix that, and residents are reaching out to us, and then we pass that back on to the contractor, and they have been really great to work with. So.
Any questions for Ashley? It sounds like she has spared Izzy, and he's very happy about that. So any questions for Alec?
Yeah, one question. Has anyone complained about the blue tops?
We've
They're-
not gotten any complaints yet. No,
Okay,
I don't
I'm
think.
just wondering.
Not to me.
The blue,
They're like blue.
Blue
like the
lids as opposed
lids,
to.
yeah, the lids.
Oh,
yeah.
interesting.
I think
Instead of green,
Instead of green. Oh.
which looks more like the
mine,
grass.
I think mine's black.
'Cause it's
See, I didn't know that were they all blue.
Mine's
Okay, we do have a question for you.
this is a
Blue.
first world problem.
Izzy Parra, Public Works Director. The blue signifies or identifies the water line. Green is always, as far as water is concerned, it's irrigation. So that's why when you see the green boxes, technically they're for valve control boxes, which are irrigation.
So,
Don't spray it green.
Black then.
yeah. Don't
Don't spray it
That's
green.
so the ones in the yards,
Mine was not
are
blue,
some of those blue also?
the one that I had before.
Is that what you?
Yeah, but mine's in the back, so it doesn't. I noticed it's some in the front.
It felt like you needed some color in your yard.
Yeah, it does. But it sounds like there's like a meaning behind the color, so
Right.
it makes sense.
Well, I do know some of the boxes are actually, or some of the boxes and lids, they're still waiting on some more inventory to come in. So if you still have an old box, but you notice that you already have a new meter in there, be patient, they'll can come around and swap them out.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, council?
So when mine was replaced, I couldn't access the meter anymore? Is that supposed to be?
It's, well, I can access mine, but I had to really pull hard to get the
Okay, well,
lid
maybe
to-
that was it, cause
yeah.
they put it in and I went, oh, and check and
They
see. and I
snap in, they snap
yank
into
it,
place
and I
and,
was like, I can't even look to see what my reading is.
well,
so-
they're done on purpose just so that a child cannot get in there easily, but yeah, you should be able to pop it. You gotta use a lot of force though.
I'll have-
Y'all are much better homeowners than me. I just noticed it and said, huh, I guess they've installed the meters.
I don't know. Well, one other concern that I had is that, and I think, I would hope that we can do better at notifying our residents when we have something like that happening, because I had no idea that my meter was being replaced. We were gone and came home and there was somebody working on the next door neighbor's meter, and I went, oh, they must have had a leak or something, you know, I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
And we went in the house, my son tries to get water out of the refrigerator spigot and it's not working. So I'm thinking that my refrigerator water dispenser is broken.
It's rough.
And then he asks something and then he tries the faucet and it's like, oh, we have no water, well, what's going on? And so I went out there and they were actually working on my meter at the time. And I asked and I said, y'all aren't notifying, you know, and we weren't home when they started.
Okay.
But the guy that was there said, well, I thought about knocking on your door, but I figured it'd be done in 5 minutes, so we didn't bother. And to me, you know, if I was in the shower at the time they decided to shut off my water, I had the dishwasher running or the washing machine or something, you know, it's like, it's nice for people to know, maybe not at 12 o'clock it's gonna be shut off, but it's like, today, your water is gonna be shut off for a brief time while we replace your water meter.
And that is
would be
something that
nice.
I've addressed with their project manager, is you have to do your due diligence and you have to notify the resident. And sometimes the crew will go up, I'm not saying that's the case with you,
Right.
but they will go up there, knock, and nobody answers, so they just go ahead and proceed with doing the, and then they
But-
come out
but-
upset, yes.
But nothing ahead of time, and no door hanger or anything to let us know that it, because if we'd then gone in and happened to, you know, when your water's shut off and you turn it on, it spits and
Yes.
startles you and you have no idea that your water was off. It's like, oh my God, what's going on? You know, it's just nice for people to have a little more information.
Yeah, let's readdress it with them.
Yes.
Good news is we only have 11% left to complete, so.
As of this morning, I believe it was 66 meters left, so we're almost there.
Finish strong.
Yeah.
Yes, and we did talk to them about, they're doing post-work door hangers to let people know it's done, so that way if they've come home and they're,
I didn't have
right,
one.
if they talk to you, they may not have, you know, it's hard to tell case by case, but we've had many a conversation with them about,
Oh,
please
yes.
make sure people know what you're doing when you're doing
Yeah.
it, so. It turns out each crew has done it a little bit differently, and so we've
I
been
didn't
trying
get
to-
the impression they were really very worried about that.
just trying to crank out, yeah,
And it just kind of slowed their roll, you know, so they weren't gonna bother with it, but.
sure.
Are there any other questions? Thanks, Izzy. Stay put. Moving off of agenda item number 12, on to agenda item number 13, update and discussion regarding the water CIP packages 1 through 4 and the Nixon Pleasant and Hubbard Hatley Pickwick drainage projects. Start with Ms. Wayman to kind of tell us where we are on our CIP.
Yes, we have completed phase 1 of our water CIP project. They've done phase 1. Like I said earlier, Google Fiber has come in and laid their fiber in phase 1. They are working currently to schedule paving phase 1. Based on the schedule that's posted on the website, we are a little delayed on that paving because they needed to wait for Google Fiber, and we were more than happy to push that paving a month while we made sure we got the fiber in so that we could pave our streets and not have to break into those. So completed with phase 1. They are now on phase 2, and currently they're focusing on the 2 major drainage projects, so Hubbard Hatley Pickwick and Nixon Pleasant. I believe Nixon Pleasant is a little further along and probably scheduled to finish up a little bit earlier. And then once they complete those, they will be moving on to phase 2 of our water CIP packages 1 through 4, which is Gentry Drive, Park Hills Drive, Laura Lane and Michelle Circle, Christie Drive, Pleasant Cove, So that's kind of our next up on the schedule. And our goal is always to do 2 weeks notice via door hangers to let people in the areas know that we'll be coming in. We'll start with potholing, and then they'll be, obviously taking pictures and marking things, and then they would come in and start the construction.
I will say, I know there's a little bit of frustration in the neighborhood. We've had lots of boil water notices lately. Stick with us. This is part of the pain, but we are making good progress on all of these projects, and we hope and believe that once we're done, we'll have far, far fewer of those. Yes, ma'am?
Can you give a bit of an overview on the boil water or the how many of these are due to contractors versus our street project versus something else?
I'll let Izzy and Ashley speak to that.
No,
It's sort of a mixed bag, to be honest with you.
I would assume that,
Yeah,
yes.
it has been a little bit of both.
Yeah, some of them actually are due because of the main water tie-ins. Anytime your water pressure dips below 20 psi per TCEQ regulations, we have to issue a boil water notice.
Yes.
And again, some of them are because of the CIP project. Some of them have been where a contractor not working with the city CIP hit a line.
Construction contractor?
Correct.
And some of the ones that
Do we have I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
Do we have repeat issues? Do we have frequent repeaters with the contractors?
We have a couple.
Okay. How are we gonna deal with that?
I'll let you handle this because you've done some legal research
Yes.
on this. There's one in particular that I have a bee in my bonnet about, and we're looking at options.
Yes.
Because we've had at least one who had some trouble remembering to call on their locates. They've already been in front of our municipal court and been fined for that. And we're looking at continued options to make sure that they're doing their every 2-week locates the way they're supposed to. And so they were popped with a pretty good fine at court, in addition to also having to pay a very hefty water loss and repair fee.
Right, not quite the water loss just yet.
Was it just the repair fee?
This was just the repair.
It was hefty.
Yes. And it was hefty. That's before the water loss. We're still working on that code amendment that would formally put that into our code, though I think we could, be adding that to the bills. It's just, I think we stand a better shot right now with collection and just having them pay for the repair. We did have one recently that hit a water line, and that is the one, they still have their bill outstanding to actually pay for the repairs. They paid their ticket, have not paid the repair. That was the one that was found guilty in municipal court. And we are working with Charlie's firm right now to determine if that is something we can stop work order over. It just so happened that same project, probably a different contractor, hit a gas line about a week later. And so that's a little bit different because we don't do that repair. The fire department comes in and Texas Gas and they take care of that. So we weren't really out any money. However, we were, made aware of it and had to take care of all that. And that was another instance where they still hadn't called in locates from hitting it a week before or something. And so unfortunately in our code, as far as repeat offenders, we have that kind of 3 strikes rule. But what it does, it just says that, the council may choose to not issue them additional permits for, I think it's 90 days is what the code says. That's what that 3 strikes is. And so if they have 3 within a 3-month period, that is the action we could take. We did have one other that was a contractor hit a water line. It was a subcontractor, but it was on a property that this had happened before. So not really recently, but within the last couple years, assuming it was a different subcontractor that had worked on it before. But again, if you know that you have a water line in a certain place and you've hit it before, if I'm the contractor, I'm telling every subcontractor, check here. And those they actually had called for locates from my understanding. So it's kind of going to be gray on whether we can go after them for the repair cost. We're kind of investigating. We have the guys take pictures when they get there to see you know, was it sprayed where it was supposed to? Did they dig where they weren't supposed to? They are still supposed to be potholing, even though we do the spray paint. Like, we show them where the line is, but they're still supposed to be potholing until they find that line. And so we're gonna be able to determine then if they can actually pay for it.
And so, and to be clear, I asked for a stop work order permit on that, or stop work order on that one, but and I did it in a fit of rage, but I was asked to slow my roll a little bit and make sure that it was legal what I was asking to do. So in fairness to staff and our council, they were doing their due diligence to make sure that we can actually do what we were suggesting. But we're on it, and I think have a good plan moving forward.
And I do believe we have something in our code that they have to pay us everything they owe before certificate of occupancy issuance. So I think we'll be able to collect that at the end regardless, but ideally we would like to do that sooner to incentivize people from not.
One thing I was, go ahead.
I think it would be helpful if there is some way to do a short write-up to the community, because there is a lot of disinformation about who's cutting what and what is the problem. And I think if we explain it, people will know better and will not think that it's just the city or broken pipes, that we've got some contractor problems. If we've got contractor problems, we're taking care of it. I think that it would help to get that word out.
Okay. Well, yeah, we could,
Because otherwise, there's about 98 chats a minute on the lady, Rollingwood Ladies chat line
Yeah,
for
yeah,
good reason.
yeah.
sure.
It is an
Understand.
inconvenience to do the boil water
It is,
notice.
and we want everyone to, we always want people to take a boil water notice seriously.
Yes.
That said, also understanding that we're statutorily required to issue boil water notices in certain instances, where in all likelihood the water's probably still fine, but take it seriously. But just to know, it's not always necessarily a hair on fire situation. It's just we're required to let everybody know,
But
and then you can.
No, wait, just give us the information to evaluate that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And I will say a good example too. From time to time, the pressure drops also. Like sometimes we think that there was an instance where we think that we've turned the valves off and have isolated where the pressure problem will occur. But then we do it and it doesn't work, and there's a valve that we never knew about because, and so there's a lot of times that Izzy is actually locating new valves that we never knew about.
Correct, and it's going, right now, it's happening throughout the CIP project, which is down the street on Almerian. There's connections and there's backfeeds, and there's no way to actually, a valve that should be there is not there. So AO's been great. I mean, they're potholing their life away right now. They're just potholing and going above and beyond, helping us out with our distribution system.
And the good news is once we get through all of that painful process, we will have a better sense of exactly where everything is. Izzy's keeping notes on all of that and putting them in our
And on the GIS,
in our
yes.
GIS so that we have a new understanding of where these valves are and mapping them and having them on hand. So it will get better when we're done with this, and we will also then have a better sense of how this system is designed and how it operates.
I have a
Fair?
quick
Oh, yes.
question. Are they boring some of those lines in, or are they just all trenched and laid in?
Pretty much they're being trenched,
Okay.
yes.
Because I watched the work being done around, I'm trying to look at it, figure out how, because it doesn't look like they're doing continuous trenches down the streets. Looks like-
No, it's, when you see that is because when they're potholing, is, they're chasing a line that's not on our GIS.
Okay.
And again, we're taking notes, and that's being updated almost on a weekly basis. Now, we were doing it quarterly, but now it's on a weekly basis. And as they're chasing a line, they're running into another line, and they're running into another line. Just leave it at that.
Okay.
And we did hit a little bit of a snag in Nixon Pleasant in that we found a line that no one knew about.
Well,
And-
yes, again. And
So-
we're chasing it.
We're chasing it. That's what we call it. That's a technical term. We're chasing it. So. Okay,
So,
Thank you for that.
yes,
quick question.
Yeah.
So, running into a gas line is serious business,
it is.
because that just doesn't waste water that, you know, that can blow up
Hence my fit of rage.
and cause fires and all kinds of really bad things. Is there any way for us to, I don't know, publicize is the right word, but it seems like to the extent that some of these contractors are being chosen to work on projects in the city by residents or homeowners, if we were able to identify repeat offenders, and then maybe we don't want, you know, that's, well, right. Encourage people to pick other people that are more responsible?
I don't know that that's something the city could do. That's something certainly that those on chat boards could do.
But we would need to know who was causing the
We're
harms.
happy to
We
provide
need
you.
names.
We're happy to provide you.
We're also trying to be, trying to make sure that homeowners are involved, at least in the notice process, because often a subcontractor will do something, maybe the RP, the responsible party, becomes aware, but is the owner, may not be the same person, they might not be reporting it to them, and so we're trying to make sure we at least
Right.
are notifying everybody, you know, involved, so hopefully they can then make a decision for themselves and tell their friends.
Or maybe
Well,
we
if-
have a form letter. Were you aware that
Well,
subcontractor
it's just
on
that if,
fill in the
if,
date did this?
yeah, if our consequences are not severe enough to cause them to change their behavior, then perhaps we need to up the consequences.
Or fire the bad guys?
Right.
Yeah.
Then
Okay. Agreed. Thank you, Izzy. Any other question on the CIP? Hearing none, we will move off of agenda item number 13, move on to agenda item number 14. Discussion and possible action on a request to change the address of 4717 Timberline Drive to 503 Inwood Road. We'll recognize Ms. Wayman to walk you through this one.
Yes, so we were approached by Chris Wilbrat. He is currently the owner of 4717 Timberline Drive. I do want to give a small amount of background on this. I tried to kind of describe it in the one sheet, but we did have a bit of an issue on this this address that happened a little bit before the city council had put into act the ordinance that actually had a process for an address change. So what happened, it was kind of I think it was a misunderstanding on everyone's part. It was ours, it was Austin Addressing, but Austin Addressing did end up approving an address change for this address already. So it has already actually been approved as, I believe it's 207 Inwood. Unfortunately, so this all happened before we had a process in our code. We've talked to Austin Addressing about it. They are not supposed to make those changes without our, a formal letter saying the city council has approved this address change. But it happened, and we understand how it happened, and we're going to make sure that doesn't happen again. But in the meantime, what happened was they found out that this address, 207, was not consistent with the block numbers on Inwood. And so actually it was the post office that brought it to everyone's attention that, hey, we cannot deliver mail to 207 Inwood because this is not the 200 block of Inwood, this is the 500 block. So all the more reason for Rollingwood to be in the middle of that, because we should be, checking for that consistency, making that correct recommendation to Austin Addressing. And so this is now, we have had them go through the process that our city ordinance lays out. It requires an application and submittal of an official plat, and then for council decision. And if council were to approve this tonight, we would then write a formal letter to Austin for Austin Addressing and have them, they would make this update. It would be changed in 911, Google Maps, post office. If the council were not to approve this, we would be reverting this address back to a Timberline address. So right now it's kind of in the middle of a Timberline and an Inwood Road that is kind of an incorrect number. And so if not approved tonight, this would need to go back to a Timberline address because the Inwood address it has currently is not accurate. So, and that is our opening. We have Mr. Chris Wilbrat here on Zoom. If you would like to discuss anything, if you want to open it up to him first.
I have a question for Nikki, perhaps. So part of the address change also affects the setbacks. And so what are the setbacks on this property? Which address are they, or which street frontage are they based on?
Do you want to do either? Yeah.
Okay.
Currently, the
I've
front-
looked at,
I can
I've looked at
answer
the
it.
site
Yeah.
permit, and they're based on the Timberline
Timberline,
address.
right. Currently, the front yard measurement is on Timberline, though the front door faces Inwood. But the 30 feet front setback is on Timberline, not
Well,
on
it-
Inwood.
Should be both streets, right? It's on a
For a
corner,
corner.
so it should be 30 feet on both.
I think they may be, could Chris perhaps? Way
I've
in.
looked at the
Yeah.
site,
This is Chris. We've already remodeled, like we tore down the old house and built this, so we were consistent with whatever the setbacks were at the time. So that, if you're concerned that we might be redeveloping it and trying to play with the setbacks, we're not,
Well,
if that's helpful.
you are consistent with the prior address too, though, right?
Correct.
So
Right.
your setbacks are based on a Timberline street frontage for the front door.
Correct.
Correct.
So the side and back setbacks are different depending on where the front of the house is positioned.
Correct.
and the rear setback is different based on where the front is.
Right.
I have a question for Charlie. The current building permit for this property is based on the front being on Timberline. And so Inwood is, the requested address is on the side street, which has the 20-foot setback rather than the 30-foot front setback.
Did that
And-
get approved because the rear
There-
setbacks
there-
were abutting?
I don't think there was any approval of the, there's been no change in address. So
Right, but the street frontage is 30 feet.
The-
Unless you have abutting rear setbacks that allow you to change that side setback
Here-
to 20 feet.
what the building permit allowed then was it designated Timberline as the front, even though the door's not at the front. So the building permit is based on Timberline being the front of the property, although the permit did approve the front door being on Inwood. So here's my question for Charlie. If they now change the address to Inwood, but the building permit is based on the Timberline being the front, what's the status? Is this house now non-conforming with respect to the zoning code if this change of address is approved? And I understand this house is under a contract or it's on the market, correct?
Mr. Wilbur.
Mr. Wilbrate?
Oh, not anymore.
Meaning it's sold or it's not being
It's
sold?
sold or it's,
Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. No, we took it off the market.
okay. There's some websites that don't show that show it's still on the market.
Well, we instructed our realtor to take it off the market like 2 weeks ago.
Okay. But that's the question. We have a request for a change of address, but going forward, but we have a building permit based on the original Timberline address. Can we do that without a variance? And if not, what's the status of the building permit as to the house?
So I can't, I apologize, I can't follow all the different, because I'm not intimately familiar with the homes and where they're located like y'all are. So I'm having my brain isn't able to capture what you're saying. But I can say generally that I do understand that the setbacks are based on where it's addressed at, right? And so to the extent that you change the address my general response would be that it would be an existing non-conforming structure if the setbacks are inconsistent with the new addressed front of the house. So it would, and you can do that without a variance. It just means it's existing and non-conforming. That's how it would be in our code.
Nick,
And-
is
At the next time any permit would be approved or would be reviewed for this house, what orientation do you have for that house? What orientation do you look at for purposes of that building permit? Any new building permit?
Based on the way that our ordinance is drafted, is my understanding, which is that it doesn't matter if you change the address or whatever, that we address it based on the setbacks are based on the address. It would be existing non-conforming, and if they got a building permit and they wanted to do something to the house, they couldn't increase the non-conformity, so they couldn't go into the into a setback any further than it maybe already is if it's inconsistent. But any setback that would be greater that they wouldn't be entitled to, that they could move up towards that setback or back to that setback, I guess.
Entitled to based on the current orientation? Here's the issue. Let's say the current owners want to remodel. The front of the house currently is on timberline. That's the 30-foot front setback. If they were to file a permit to add a 10-foot addition along that setback, saying the front, with the change of address, the front's now on Inwood. So what was the front setback is now the side setback, and we have an additional 10 feet. Can you do that?
But you can't do that on a street
Right.
unless you're abutting the rear lot lines,
rear.
but.
And how do you determine what's the rear if you have a change of address?
So I believe also, so we have an ordinance for discussion at least that's going to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We talked about this a couple months
Exactly.
ago. It will be there, and that the intent of that ordinance is to say the front of the house must face the addressed street or lot. I don't know based on the current rules, how that can actually be applied right now. But once that ordinance goes into effect, then the front will be based on the front street of the house. And so if they do turn it, that would make that would be the front. However, they would be required to still have a 30-foot setback on the other side, because the rear of this lot would not abut the rear of another lot and form a block. And so currently, when it faces Timberline, the home behind it faces on Rollingwood, so they have a rear, they share a rear lot line and they form a block. And so they have currently a 20-foot setback on that side. So as they turn it, they'll now have a 30-foot setback, and they'll probably be non-conforming in that front if they've built all the way up to that 20-foot setback. So that's the part that would be existing and
So
non-conforming.
do we know how far they are from the Inwood Road?
20 feet.
It's
The-
20 feet.
From the Inwood setback to the 20 feet.
Yeah.
Okay,
From the
all right,
setback,
understood.
So that would be
That's
the
my
section.
question.
They would have nowhere additional to expand on the
Understood.
Timberline side at this point. If they're all the way to the 30, which I assume it's probably at the 30-foot
I
line.
don't think they are on the 30,
Um,
on the timberline side, can you recall?
The site plan shows a 30-foot setback on the timberline side.
Right, is the house all the way up to the 30-foot
So I guess,
on timberline?
Pretty close.
okay.
There's not a figure to show how.
But what about the interior side and rear setbacks?
Interior, oh,
They should be clear of those,
But what are they based on?
the timberline address.
Right. In all the pictures, that is faced all the way up front on Inwood, and their backyard is really their side yard. It's really obvious from Google Earth if you look at it.
Right.
That was never, their front door is way on Inwood.
Okay.
Right, that's the
No,
way
I
it's
know.
built, but the question is, which way is it cited for setback purposes? And it's cited, it sounds like, for a Timberline address.
right,
It is.
right.
Yeah, the rear yard would be 20 feet in that case. The side, which would now become the side yard, would be 20 feet.
So the 20 feet is
I
between
can't-
Rollingwood and Timberline, or is it?
Between Rollingwood and Timberline. That is the current rear yard of the home, and we have a requirement that the rear yard is a minimum depth of 20 feet.
Okay.
So that side yard would then be in compliance because it can be up to 12 and a half, or 10, yeah, 10 feet.
But then the backyard would not be in compliance.
Right. Depending on how far, where they built. I'm not familiar
Right.
with how much of
I
it.
think they should be okay where they built in that concept. I think what really comes out of compliance is the front of the actual real house is facing inwood, which is 20 feet, which should be 30 feet.
How close
And
are we
if
to
they,
having our
if the orientation
code
is,
change?
is toward Inwood, they wouldn't have qualified for the back-to-back exception, rear lot to rear lot exception.
Correct.
So,
So it would have been 30 and 30 along
Yeah.
the streets.
Are we close to having that code change?
We were instructed that it was not yet ready for a public hearing, and so it will be going to P and Z at their August meeting as a discussion item. Well, obviously discussion and action to put it towards the public hearing process if they're interested. So earliest I would say is probably September that it could go to P and Z public hearing, and then probably October, city council public hearing.
We're interested. P and Z should be interested.
All right, council, further questions to get clarification on anything? Happy to take a motion,
Yeah.
council.
Motion to approve request to change the address of 4717 Timberline Drive to 503 Inwood Road.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Robinson, a second by Mr. Glasheen. Further discussion, council?
We just need to make sure that we clean up the code so that we don't have this happen again.
We do concur with that. So, all right.
I think the other issue is there may be, is this the last one of these we're gonna do? You know, how many, this is a, request that comes, after a permitting process where the applicant, cited the house as was allowed under existing rules, and now seeks a change that would have otherwise required a variance. So, the request for the address change comes after the house has been permitted and built. Are we gonna do this again? Are we gonna,
That's why I said we need to get the code changed so we don't do this again.
well, and do we, the code change would apply to homes going forward that have a different front door than what the street is.
And I don't,
And we would not allow that to happen. Do we have other homes that have a front door not on the address street currently?
I'm
Yes.
sure we do. And I know we have had at least one other inquiry into an address change request, and this was before we had a process, and so I assume that will be coming forward soon.
And once this house gets to change its orientation, what do you do about the adjacent houses with their orientation? Because the concept is that you have common setbacks along the street. So if this is approved, then you've got to decide, is this a one-off? Do we do it for other people in the same situation, even after the rules change for people who have this address issue currently? And what do you do about citing with respect to the neighboring homes?
Well, I think in this case, the setbacks along the street match the adjoining homes.
The
way it's
set,
built. Because the 30-foot setback is on Timberline, which matches the other houses on Timberline. And the 20-foot setback is on Inwood, which does abut forms a block with the house on Rollingwood Drive. So the setbacks are consistent with the siting of the neighborhood houses. The only thing that's not consistent is where they put the front door.
Right. Yeah,
So
you're in a,
that's-
yeah,
that-
you're in a pretty good position on this particular one. I can't speak to what's coming down the pike, but.
Well, here, if this house were in the future to seek to have, the 20-foot setback along Timberline, because the front door's now on Inwood.
But you can't, because the rear lots don't form a block on Timberline.
So they would be held at
So
that
they,
30
they
foot.
On
would,
this
that would be,
property.
On this
that would be
property.
30 foot, and so they couldn't change it.
Right.
My concern, and the reason why I wanted to make sure that we said your house is set and your front door is on the street, that your address is assigned, is because of what they said. There's problems with mail delivery, there was problems with emergency responders, there's a problem with delivery, it's just confusing.
And there's problems with violating the setbacks that would otherwise have been
Well, that's an
required.
issue, and because then people who think that they have a 20-foot setback on their neighbor's property, then all of a sudden they don't, which is why I think we need to have, suggested that we have public notice requirements when you ask for, so that neighbors can weigh in before that gets changed next to them. But in this case, it's like, it shouldn't have happened this way, but it did, and now it's causing problems, and it's a problem with emergency responders not being able to find the address, and the post office not being able to find the address, and all of that, so I don't like the fact that this happened, but it makes sense to allow the address change. We just need to make sure that we don't get in the position where this happens again.
Well, and I understand all that, but I want to know how many other instances are there out there that we've got to clean up?
And there are likely some that have, the garage on one side, a door on the other, maybe a door on both sides, and they could come in and say, well, we're actually considering this our front door, and we want that to be the front, and so.
And what is our process for approval? Do all these come to the city council for
That would
approval?
be this,
That's-
for an address change.
Yes.
Okay, and what is that? What's the code provision?
Is just newly approved.
No, the one in existence, it says that this application comes to the council for
That's the
approval.
new
Yes,
one. That's
that is
the
the
new
one.
one.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was approved a couple months ago, I believe, and it is, this was in April. The city council approved this process. In the past, they had still come to city council, we just had nothing in our code that said that. And this would be section 101-277. It'd be Article 7, Part 2, Chapter 101, Article
Okay.
7, addressing. And this is the process by which it would
Okay,
come to
I
council.
couldn't find that when I looked
It's-
at Munica. Is it
It's-
not codified
It's not
yet?
codified yet.
It's not caught, it's in line to be codified.
Yes.
Where can I find, what
When you go to
council
the,
provision, council meeting was that?
it was the April city council meeting.
Okay.
And it was
All right.
ordinance 2024-04-17-14.
Okay.
And before we vote, just so I'm clear, to Sarah's point about neighbor notification, we don't foresee this having any negative impact on any of the immediate neighbors. It wouldn't, for instance, it won't negatively impact should the property that faces on Rollingwood Drive that currently creates a block want to redevelop. Does it have a negative impact on them, for instance, because now they don't have a block, should we approve this
Yes.
address change?
Yes.
So
It does change,
they
yeah.
now
Can only have a.
Have-
are
have
le-
lost-
are-
have
have
lost
lost
that.
the ability to develop.
Use the 20-foot setback.
Right, correct,
Unless they get a variance.
unless they get a variance. So it definitely has a negative impact on their neighbor up on Rollingwood Drive, and that house is highly likely to be redeveloped.
And we did suggest, I know there was talk about there being noticing, and we weren't sure that we could make that a requirement of the code, but I am, as if people are gonna be requesting this is the only one we've had, but I am suggesting that it would be very helpful if they talk to their neighbors, that kind of stuff would be considered. I don't know that was done in this case, but that would be something that I'm recommending as people are.
Yeah, I mean,
are
it
showing
has an
interest.
immediate financial impact on that neighbor, in my opinion.
Well, and it's not, even if the current neighbor's okay, the neighbor that buys that property based on,
Correct.
you know, you can't just rely on the current neighbor's view of it, because we do these so that the neighborhood,
And I know when all these properties were platted, it was even more the Wild Wild West than it is. So, but when they were platting this, does anybody have any knowledge that when they were platting this, that these type of things were being put into consideration? For instance, that those properties might have somewhat smaller plats because they had more variability in the development on them? Does anybody have any knowledge of any of that?
this plat has not changed since 1966.
I know that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what they were thinking in 1966. That's my question.
Mhm.
Now that was late.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm okay.
All right, you have a motion and a second, council. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, and those opposed say no.
I'm abstaining.
I'll abstain as well.
Okay, you've got 3 ayes and 2 abstentions. Motion passes. Thank you, council. Moving on, we will move to agenda item number 15. Again, council, I'd like to get through 15, and then I'll be pulling up 18, 19, and 23 out of order. So please keep that in mind. I know that this is a topic that we've spent a lot of time on in the past. Happy to get through that, but I do want to allow a few folks who are here to testify to get to their agenda items. And with that, I will pull up agenda item number 15, update, discussion, and possible action regarding proposals and additional information related to park drainage from K. Freeze and Associates, Innovative Water Solutions, and Moss Verde Landscape Restoration. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Wayman, who I think will also turn it over to AB to give a presentation from K. Freeze. Ms. Wayman.
Yes, just to give a brief overview of where we are on these 3. So this a similar item to this was before the council, I believe, at the May City Council meeting. After much discussion, request to put additional information in the presentations, that was sent to the Park Commission. This presentation by Mr. Salinas has been given at the Park Commission. It has actually been pared down a little bit for this discussion, but he has presented to the Park Commission, and he did add in the requested information that City Council asked regarding the drainage basin area and all of that. I'm over my skis, so I'll let him get to that part of it. So that's what his presentation is here today. It was requested to come back after going to the Park Commission. I will say Park Commission, heard the presentation, thanked him, but they did not take any action on it. The Moss Verde proposal, we had posted for action at that City Council meeting, but we did not yet have a proposal.
Park Council meeting.
Park Commission meeting, what did I call it?
City Council.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, it was City Council. We didn't have it ready at that time for council, so it was sent to go to Park Commission. We had the proposal in time for Park Commission. Park Commission took a look at it. I don't believe they've taken any action. They had it on both their previous meeting and then their most recent meeting. And we have Moss Verde here, I believe. Can't tell who's here. They may not be on at this moment. We'll see when we get to that presentation point if they're here or not. But we have a presentation or a proposal in the packet from Moss Verde. If they're not here, y'all are welcome to ask us any questions, and we'll be happy to pass those on. The third part of that is IWS. We had proposals from IWS for that council meeting for the retaining wall up by the field house, as well as the pond over at Nixon Pleasant. The City Council asked for A.B. Salinas to work with IWS to provide more detail that the council was looking for on those proposals. He did that, submitted that information. They have submitted back, just as of last week, I believe, updated proposals, and those are still being reviewed by KFA, so those are not in the packet because we did not have confirmation yet that they did what they were supposed to do, so we've considered that we don't have those ready for the packet yet. So once those are done being reviewed, if they are good to go from KFA's standpoint, we were instructed to go get a few bids with each of those proposals to kind of see what they would cost and bring those back to City Council. So all that to say, that's those 3 separate kind of drainage projects that we have going on, and I believe A.B. Salinas will be ready to present his short presentation. And A.B., would you like me to make you a host, or did you want to? We can share your presentation here too.
It's 2 slides, so if it's already loaded, then we can just use that. But
Yeah,
okay.
it's the second one or third one. I'm sorry. One more up. That.
Well, good evening, Council. A.B. Salinas with K-Freeze. As Ashley mentioned, I was here last in May and provided an overview of the drainage concerns related to the park. From that discussion, there was a request to present to the Parks Commission and then to quantify the contributing drainage areas and runoff coming to the park. Today I'll be presenting the results of that analysis and recommendation. So on the second slide in that packet, which is the drainage area map, you'll see that there's a total contributing drainage area that drains to and from the park. And once it reaches Pleasant Cove, that's about 54 acres that drains in this area. From that 54 acres, if we break that down a bit further, looking at things roughly, there's about 0.6 acres that drains directly from the parking lot to that existing pond. It's labeled as item B on the exhibit. That represents about 2% of the contributing runoff. The area that's shown as drainage area 1, DA1, that's about 46 acres, and it drains onto generally Nixon Drive, and that's kind of a source of issues with runoff flowing on the street and then to the creek. And then there's about 8 acres that drains from the eastern side, there where the Western Hills Athletic Club is. And so one of the questions that we had received in our last presentation was what we could do with the parking lot pond, again, the item labeled as B, that would provide any sort of significant drainage relief. And so that discussion was about increasing the volume of the pond and trying to retain more water and control that discharge. And the short answer from this is that we cannot solve any major drainage issues without doing some major drainage infrastructure improvements. So if the goal was to try to detain runoff so it doesn't flow onto the street, onto Nixon, and to reduce the downstream creek flooding, we'd be looking at providing a fairly substantial detention pond, and back of the napkin, that might be somewhere in the order of 5 acre feet or so. So to give an example, or to give some relativity to what that might look like in terms of area, there's on the bottom right of the figure, there's a blue square, and that represents roughly about 1 acre of surface area. So if you imagine if we needed, say, 3 or 5 acre feet, imagine that square somewhere on the footprint of the park, and then excavating to provide that storage. So it would be a pretty significant impact to the park. It could be surface detention, it could be underground detention. But yeah, the opinion there is that we would have to do something pretty big to make a flood risk reduction improvement, and that cost would probably be upwards of $1 million once we get to construction. So those were kind of our findings from kind of looking at the drainage areas and what it might take to do some flood risk improvements. This area was also looked at as part of the infrastructure improvement plan. That's on the next slide here, and this is the project sheet that was included with the report. And the solution that was conceptually identified was running a storm drain system on Gentry and Nixon Drive over to the creek, That project at the time in 2020 was estimated to be about 2 million, and then that plan also considered, some trying to site locate some regional detention, but the challenges there were finding the area to do that in. So, in summary, my recommendation is generally to focus on some of these smaller scale improvements that we're talking about here. And then, this is, something that for us to maybe continue discussing and thinking about, and, if there's some funding that's identified to do, projects like storm drain improvements on Nixon, then, we can certainly do that. But that's kind of, I'll stop there, and that's what we came up with.
Thank you, AB, and I'll recognize questions for AB, but also be ready to talk about the Moss Verde proposal as well. I think you have a good proposal in front of you, Council, from Moss Verde that I do think is somewhat in line with what we've heard from Council in terms of your desire to see some creative approaches, some creative solutions that could be addressed, within the park with some, potentially landscaping changes, a holistic approach that would kind of analyze the entire park together. I think it's a reasonable cost at around $17,000. But anyway, I'll recognize anyone that has questions for AB. Hearing some?
Are associated with this same drainage area from the original K-Freeze IIP plan. The Project H was the City Hall project, and it shows improvements down Nixon Drive and a potential detention pond in the park. And then L is the Pleasant Cove, the drainage down Pleasant Cove. That's partly, it's probably the same 8 acres that's on your item number C. That's Project L. And then Project M, I thought I had a copy with me, but I don't, is also associated with this project. Project M, I think, is the Pleasant Cove Nixon, Pleasant Drive Nixon project.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah, M is the Nixon Pleasant, and I should have it. I should have had the IIP up on my desktop as well.
And this is for the, I guess, the council and maybe just a bit of planning, or we can bring this back at another meeting where we've got more time and energy for it. But one of the things the Moss Verde project addresses are smaller ways to prevent as much water as comes off the park from ending up in the drainage way. This drainage way is already in the 100-year floodplain. The amount of water that's coming through it is a significant amount of water. And so my concern is that we start looking at ways that we can address putting any additional runoff into that street by, one of the ways Moss Verde has said is, there are better grasses for the fields that will allow water to be absorbed and there'll be less runoff. There's some I would just like for us to start to explore additional ways to address this amount of water that's going straight from, Gentry Nixon down to the culvert on Pleasant Cove, down to Rockway Circle, and down to the lake. In a time where if we could save any of that water and use it to water the park and water the plants, we'd be in better shape. And 10 years from now, we're going to wish we had done that. And I just think we need to start, instead of looking at these, and as we see the cost of what it does to physically take this water out of the street and put it in the lake, we look at other ways to use the water before it gets into the street or to manage the water before it gets into the street. That's what I would like to see if there's interest in the council in focusing on.
Well, Brooke, so when you said different grasses in the fields, which fields are, I'm not familiar with this from Moss Verde, so can you, which fields are we talking about?
Well, it's the type of grass that's on the fields currently. I don't think that they've looked at any one particular field.
Are you
I think
talking
the
baseball fields, or are you talking the lower field down here? That's what I'm asking.
I think it's all of the grasses could be, there are better grasses. I have only had about an hour to listen to their presentation to the Park Commission. We haven't had them back here. My understanding is that the Moss Verde project has been given to Kay Freeze to do a review on it. So
It's the IWS.
is that the IWS? Okay.
Yes.
So I don't think I can't answer your question.
Okay.
So,
But I have heard, I did hear that much from the Park Commission discussing the Moss Verde project. Not that they're suggesting changing the grasses at this time, but beginning to use grasses that will, in areas outside the ball fields, that will allow
Okay, well, that's what
water
I
to
was
be
getting
absorbed.
at. I was just thinking, it's unlikely that the ball fields are going to approve a different kind of grass, and I was just wondering how far we're going with that. I could see in the other areas perhaps using some different kind of grasses.
And if you, there's one other issue I'd want to bring to Abe's attention. There is flooding currently with any significant amount of rain in an area that's not been identified in the Kay Freeze report, and that is where Park Hills, it's between Park Hills and Gentry on Nixon. There is an existing culvert, I think, that's stopped up, and the water is pooling every time there's a rain. It's right in front of the substation.
Yeah,
The
And-
lift station.
The lift station, and you can also see from the lower park, when there's a significant rain, there's a little waterfall that comes down from the lower park that contributes to that as well, which wasn't there 10 years ago and is there now. So I think if we could get, I don't know if it's Kay Freeze that's, there, I get the sense that Kay Freeze is more into the engineering of physical structures for water management as opposed to looking at, where's the water coming off the lower park and can we stop it before it gets to the street? Can we do anything about that? And I know, Mayor, when we first had IWS out, we talked about some kind of retention system along the wall, but we haven't really revisited that idea. Some ways to begin to manage the water other than just getting it into the street
Yeah,
is what I would like to
and I
do some thinking about.
and I haven't spent a great deal of time with the Moss Verde proposal either, but it seems that their wheelhouse is more of
Yes.
what you're describing.
I would agree.
Okay, council.
I have a question about
Yes.
that. Sorry, but the Moss Verde proposal that I see in the packet doesn't propose anything except that we give them $16,000 to come up with some proposals.
That's correct.
Okay, so when people say that they're considering some Moss Verde proposal, is that the proposal we're talking about?
Yes.
This is the one.
It's
Okay.
It's for a park drainage study, and then they would also come up with conceptual designs and, the possible cost of
Depending
those.
on what the drainage study shows.
Mhm.
And, the point I'd like to make is that drainage is a engineering science. And we have an engineering firm who's looked at this and reported back to us twice that there really are not any meaningful or substantive drainage improvements that we can make in the park that are gonna make a difference, because that park is 4 acres and you're talking about a drainage basin of about 60 acres is what it looks like. And the park is not heavily sloped, and so it's not contributing significant runoff at high rates. And also the park does have some pervious cover and grasses that I would assume take up some of that water too and reduce the runoff relative to, say, to a house lot that's got 70% impervious cover on it. And I would just say that if we're talking about real drainage projects to improve, to solve a flooding problem somewhere, that our engineering firm is well qualified to do that. If we're talking about maybe just doing something that's kind of maybe symbolic or, you know.
That's not my idea,
Okay.
Counselor.
Because I think it has to be something that is has a substantive and meaningful improvement in drainage to, and I hate to spend $16,000 on Mas Verde if our engineering firm says that the park is, that we're not gonna, there are not any significant prospects for impacting street flooding by putting drainage improvement projects in the park.
I think while there's maybe not any sort of easy projects to do that would have significant flood risk reduction benefits, I think there's still a benefit to just kind of doing some maintenance and repair type work within the park. So if there's an inlet that's clogged, certainly we want to unclog that and make sure it's performing. If there's any sort of erosion, we want to kind of arrest that and address it before it becomes a bigger issue. So I think there's little maintenance things that can be done that would be beneficial. But again, if the objective would be to fix the flooding within the street, then that's a much bigger issue.
Okay, thank you, AB. And AB, I envisioned you being at home for this presentation, and I apologize because unless you have a whiteboard at home, which is pretty cool if you do, but
I do not. But no, this was productive, so it's good. I got to do some other stuff.
all right, council. Any action to be taken on agenda item number 15 on any of the items? Okay, hearing none at this time, we will move off of it. Thank you, AB, for your
Thank you,
time.
Council.
Thanks, Amy.
Get home. With that, council, we will move off of agenda item number 15. And I would now like to, we have 3 agenda items, and I'll ask staff to also tell us if anyone else has arrived to testify on any particular items. But we have 3 items where we know we have individuals who would like to testify. That's 18, 19, and 23. With that, I'll pull up agenda item number 18. Discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending section 15 through 56 of the city's code of ordinances regarding the regulation of outdoor pickleball play. Again, council, we had an agenda item last month that raised this issue once again regarding a letter that the city received making some suggestions to amendments. At that time, we took no action in executive session. We took no action on the letter that was provided to the city. But the comments that transpired after we came back from executive session was an indication that this agenda item would be placed back on tonight's agenda. It has been done so by Mr. Glasheen, and with that, I'll recognize Mr. Glasheen.
So we originally addressed this pickleball issue because of what I'm going to call club-style play, where 4 courts were being utilized at once with doubles, so you're looking at 16 players at once in an area that was just feet away from the neighbors' homes, and I just don't feel like, and I think the council felt like that wasn't necessarily consistent with the concept of a residential sport court use that we would normally expect in a neighborhood. And so in order to address the noise that was coming from that was and the parking, which were perceived to be a nuisance, and traffic and such. We passed this ordinance limiting the sound to 47 decibels measured at the property line, and I'm simplifying. And we limited the hours of play. I think those are appropriate, and we limited the total amount of time in a day. I think those are appropriate, except that when we went to go measure the decibel sound levels, the sound that we had set was very close to the ambient noise that was measured at that time. And we were concerned that the noise limitation we'd applied of 47 decibels might effectively ban pickleball, which we expressed that we did not intend to do. And so the amendment here would raise the sound level from 47 to 51 decibels, which is above the ambient noise background. And we've added a proposed section D that calls for no more than one pickleball game at the same time, with no more than one pickleball in play at any time. I think we need to add the phrase there to on lots smaller than 3 acres, similarly to what's in B2, so that we don't limit pickleball at Western Hills to one pickleball. So did you follow me on that, Charlie? I don't know if you saw that, but on.
I am. That may be more appropriate in the zoning regulations, though, than in our nuisance regulations.
Okay.
I have to think about that.
All right. Well, if that's something you want to advise us on or get back to us on, either way, it's fine. But these are the proposed changes. And again, it's just the purpose of this is to still address the nuisance of club-style pickleball while still allowing what we'd expect to be normal residential play.
Thank you, Mr. Clashin. Happy to entertain questions from Mr. Clashin, or happy to entertain a motion if there is one, and we can continue dialogue at that point if there's a second. However you want to proceed.
Well, I'm not an attorney, but
I'll just say, I'm in favor of the changes that are proposed.
Okay. Happy to take a motion to get us rolling, move us along a little bit.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, we already have on 2 that no more than 2 hours a day on lots smaller than 3 acres. And you're saying this is in the nuisance ordinance, Charlie. I was just, I'm not an attorney, so I'm looking for some clarity on why the suggestion that we again repeat the 3 acre provision on Part D isn't where you think it should go, or that it not be, because we already have a 3 acre provision in the nuisance ordinance. Why not have another 3 acre on Part D? I'm just
No,
curious.
it's a legitimate question. It was just off the top of my head, and
Okay.
I like time to think about things before I come to conclusions.
Yeah, I gave him an out.
Well, I'm not so nice, so.
No, it was a legitimate question.
Okay.
It was just mentioned, and I need to think about it before
Okay.
I can.
I appreciate it.
Give an off-the-cuff answer.
Okay, thanks.
And I didn't want to not bring it up if indeed I looked at it and I was like, hey, this needs to go in our zoning.
And it might be cleaner drafting if you look at it and say on lots smaller than 3 acres, and then you put the hours of play, the hours of play limits and the number of players limit that way. It's just a drafting deal. Since we're going back and sort of tinkering with and retrofitting an ordinance, you may find a better way to word it. But
Couldn't you also do notwithstanding subsection C?
Well,
This body wants me to do
I-
it.
are you suggesting that, Mayor?
I, based on my limited and very recent understanding of the concern, it seems like the easiest way to do it would be notwithstanding subsection C, and then have the state, and then that would make C stand alone as it is today, correct?
I'm sorry, would C apply to the Western Hills or not in your proposal?
I'm not proposing anything, I'm just offering ideas, but it sounded like you liked C.
C does apply to Western Hills the way it's written
The way it's written,
now,
yes.
and even the way it's proposed.
Okay,
And so if-
I just want to clarify
Yeah,
that.
so my only
Yes.
point was to say notwithstanding subsection C, and that would leave it untouched, and then that would let D apply to anything else.
I don't think that's the way it works. So.
No, it wouldn't work that way. You'd have to add the phrase,
Well, I may not know what you're trying to accomplish, so I may not have accomplished it.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think if you just add the phrase on lots smaller than 3 acres to D, that fixes
If
the.
someone makes that motion, we'll put it in.
I'll make that.
Well, I think we can combine D and B2.
We could, if we want to, replace B with something that says on lots smaller than 3 acres, 1, hours of play, and then the subsections, and then 2, no more than 1 pickleball game may be played at the same time. So basically move D up into B.
B2.
And into B, and yeah, B2, and it would be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, put it on B2, you're right. Does that make sense, Charlie?
I think so. So it would read, no play shall occur for more than 2 hours per day on lots smaller than 3 acres, period, new sentence. No more than 1 pickleball game may be played at the same time with no more than 1 pickleball in play at any time. And then there's an additional language.
Or on B2, you could say on lots smaller than 3 acres, no play shall occur for more than 2 hours per day, and no more than 1 pickleball game may be played at the same time with no more than 1 pickleball in play at the same time.
I'll sort out the language, put it in the motion, and I'll put it in the
Okay.
ordinance.
So let's,
Except that B is hours of play. And saying no more than one at a time, 1 game at a time is not hours of play. And so then it makes it hard to find that in the
Okay.
code.
Well, I think the simplest thing is to just add the phrase at the end of D of say on lots smaller than
Yeah,
3
you
acres,
can do it
period.
that way.
And
That'll
so
work.
Okay, on lots smaller than
3 acres.
So I'm assuming you're moving toward a motion, and so I'm gonna ask if I've got it right then. So D would now read, no more than 1 pickleball game may be played at the same time with no more than 1 pickleball in play at any time on lots smaller than 3 acres.
Correct. And otherwise, the proposed ordinance stands as proposed.
So I'm clear on what you've said, if you make a motion to that effect.
So moved.
Okay.
Second. Second.
All right. You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen. You have a second by Ms. Brown. Further discussion, Mr. Robbins.
Just one comment, like, is this D something that we just missed the first time? We wanted that, or is this like a way to like trade off like the sound level being higher?
It does help with the sound level, and I think it's something we just missed at this first time because it's the whole concept is that club style play, even if this isn't a club, it creates a lot of noise and it creates a nuisance. And so by limiting it to 1 game, I think we help address the underlying problem.
You can play doubles, but you can't have.
Okay, you
Four
have a,
doubles.
you have a motion and a second, council. Hearing no further discussion, or I'm sorry, there is a
one
little
quick
further
com-
discussion.
So we're focusing most of these tweaks on to address concern with one particular circumstance. And exempting Western Hills, which has the capacity to have an even bigger,
But not from the noise. Not from the noise requirements.
but they're gonna have 4 tennis courts. So plus a sport court that they have already set up for pickleball. So how many pickleball games could they have going at the same time?
As many as they can play within the noise limitations.
They'll still be limited to 51 decibels.
But there's no limit on hours of play.
No.
No.
And they're also not 10 feet from a person's bedroom.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
Yeah, they probably are.
Then no,
Probably.
never mind, I stand corrected.
They are right, I mean,
Yeah.
right up to the fence line, to a house, so.
We haven't heard any complaints about it yet, at least I haven't.
Well, and he also spoke when those extra tennis courts were being discussed and said it wouldn't be a problem. But he didn't say
Well,
it wouldn't be a problem for pickleball.
They
to your point.
weren't talking about pickleball
I
at the time,
understand.
that was all
I
going
know,
on,
I
that was
know,
all.
I know.
What about all those
Tennis.
noisy kids in the pool?
Well, but they knew,
That's
they knew they
delightful.
were,
That's delightful.
they
Better-
knew they
better
were
than
buying
pickleball.
next to the swimming pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The pool was there.
Pickleball is
the-
an unusual noise.
It's an unusual noise, and I didn't know this before I got interested in pickleball. This won't take but a second. And that is that there are studies done on at what pitch level and decibel level noises become annoying.
Yeah.
And it's been done for a long time and damaging, you know, so.
Anyway, I'm just saying
Anyway.
that we are addressing this.
It's
and-
grounded in science.
And changing it for, you know, less than 3 acres and all that restriction, but it may come a time that activities at Western Hills become offensive to neighbors, that we will have to address this further.
Should that happen, we'll look at that then.
Here,
Right.
here,
We can take
here
it.
every month. So
Maybe.
we can do that. Hearing no further discussion, all those.
Wait, we had.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did not see you.
Okay, is this a good time?
This would be awesome.
Great, thank you. Hi, everyone, I'm Jay Howard, 907 Ridgewood, a 29-year Rollingwood resident. Also, so you know, I'm friends with Bridget and Corky Logue, and I am a self-confessed pickleball enthusiast. The reason I'm here tonight is not to endorse or argue against the proposed amendment, but rather to present some information I think was not adequately represented in the agenda packet, and in some cases was misrepresented, so you may be laboring under some false information as you consider this proposed amendment. The proposal to raise the sound limit from 47 to 51 decibels seems to have been proposed by Mr. Harris in reliance on an article that he attached in the packet about a pickleball noise expert, Bob Unitek. However, I believe that there are several items where Mr. Harris either omitted or misinterpreted, probably honestly, what Mr. Unitek was trying to say. The first thing is that when Mr. Unitek suggested a 50 decibel level for the ideal level for pickleball, that was as to average pickleball sounds. As you know, our ordinance is not average. It specifically forbids averaging. Our ordinance affects peak pickleball noise. So what the article references has no applicability to what you're suggesting now, because the difference between average and peak can be sometimes 20 decibels. So you can kind of throw that one out the window. Secondly, the 50 decibel level that the expert says is ideal is for large public pickleball facilities. What he was really getting at was helping cities who are building new public pickleball facilities locate these facilities far enough away from residences. He says 977 feet is the appropriate level to separate, because at that level, the noise level is only 50 decibels, which is barely audible. Right now, I'm probably at 60 decibels right now. So we're talking about very, very low levels of noise. We're talking about one court used 2 hours a day that's going to be about 65 feet away from the property line. So again, the 50 decibel level referenced in the support materials is completely inapplicable to what we're looking at here. I think we're having an apples and orange situation. The third area is that Mr. Harris claims the expert says that sound limits should be no more than 3 decibels above the ambient noise level. But that's not what he says at all. What he's really saying is in noisy urban situations, you need to use a different standard, and that standard in his mind is 3 decibels above the ambient level for urban areas. In his study, urban areas have an ambient level of 55 decibels. So what he's actually saying is an appropriate limitation is 58 decibels average for an urban environment. That's vastly different than a 51 decibel peak level in the area we're talking about. Again, I'm not trying to disparage this, it's just that the information you're basing this on is either completely inapplicable or inaccurate, and so I don't think you're really accomplishing anything by using this particular study. The article that's referenced also has some interesting information about sound barrier fences and the utility they offer. The expert says that these fences can drop noise, pickleball noise, by 10 to 15 decibels. But he also says that the peak noise level for pickleball is 70 decibels. So the best you're ever going to get is a 55 peak level decibel. That's very different than a 51 level that we're currently standing. So this would be a non-starter for Bridget and Corky Loeb to spend $30,000 to install a sound barrier fence when the best they could get to is 55 decibels. They would be in violation even in trying to do everything they can to appease the neighbors and follow all the limitations. That would be a missed opportunity in my mind, because a sound barrier fence would additionally offer relief from tennis noise, backyard barbecue noise, leaf blower noise. So we're not even going to have the benefit of getting this because it's a non-starter. Why should they do that? Bridget has a proposal on her desk right now, a hard bid from a Florida company to install the latest technology for $30,000. I think they would consider that, but they can't under the current ordinance because, again, it's a non-starter. I should have said at the outset that I completely understand why Mr. Harris and the neighbors were unhappy about the previous situation. It got overboard. There were too many cars, there were too many hours, there were too many players, and there were too many courts. Limitations were and are appropriate. We get that. At the same time, I've heard this council say that the intent is not to completely shut down pickleball. And yet, the current ordinance and the proposed ordinance do that in spades. There's no way around it. The best we can do, even with technology and sound fencing, is 55 decibels. Instead, I would offer the following proposal. Rely exclusively on your use limitations and disregard all the things about pickleball-specific noise. If you limit it to one court, 2 hours per day between the hours of 8 and 12, only 4 players, 1 pickleball, that takes care of nearly all of the objections that arose and the problems that arose previously. And that also greatly simplifies the interpretation of this ordinance, the enforcement of this ordinance. You don't have to have expensive sound measuring equipment, and you don't have difficult interpretation of these instruments. It makes for a very, very easy ordinance to understand, to administer, and I think it accomplishes everything you want to do, and it doesn't shut down pickleball. That would be what we would recommend. So I appreciate your time in listening to this. I'd be happy to answer any questions if that's appropriate. And I also have a one-page summary of my presentation if anybody needs or wants that.
That would be very useful. The only objection, well, not objection, but the only thing I would say is it provides no incentive to proceed with any kind of noise mitigation whatsoever if we don't have any kind of level of noise measurement. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying up to that point, but I would also somehow want to provide some kind of incentive to do noise mitigation as well.
That's reasonable. I understand that. I don't
you know,
know how to do that, but I think I understand what you're
Okay.
saying.
All right.
And if there was a higher and achievable decibel level that was realistically achievable, that could go a long way. I don't know if there's any sort of a agreement that the city could make with Corky to do that. I think he would happily consider that. I can't speak for him. I certainly can't spend his money, but I personally think that would be well received.
Well, first of all, I want to say I really appreciate the information that you brought, and I appreciate the way that you presented it in a way to try to enlighten rather than just express frustration and anger, and so that's very helpful.
Well, I don't want to do that because I'm a resident also, and I don't want a bad noise situation either. None of us do. We get that.
And I appreciate you acknowledging that the situation we had was a problem, because it was. And it's a difficult problem for us because it's so unique. I mean, you know, how many cities have had a problem where somebody had 4 pickleball courts playing all day, 4 double games? I mean, it's pretty wild. And it was a remarkable thing that Corky had going there. It was really great. If it was not right next to somebody's house, it would have been.
I completely understand. I might say it was not out of malice. He just has so
No.
he has so many friends that kept asking him to play, and he was too accommodative is what happened.
I understand, and I think you've got some good points. What I would consider doing, you know, one of the real problem is that we wanted to solve this problem for Mr. Harris.
I understand.
And it's important that it be solved, in my opinion, you know, to his satisfaction. And so I would, you know, consider tabling this for another month while we work on it and work with him, because if Corky wants to build some sound dampening walls and Mr. Harris is okay with that and removing the sound limitation and seeing how it goes, I don't have a problem with that. But I think we could give it a little time to try to work things out. But I think, and this maybe it's none of my business, but I think having some friendly conversations would be very helpful and go a long way.
I agree, and I understand that Bridget has personally reached out to the Harrises and to offer some mea culpas and how can we make this right, and hopefully that proceeds, and I understand all of that.
My concern would be that, you know, as a council, we've got to evaluate the information we're given, and an oral report the night of the council meeting is not a good time for us to be able to do that. And so if Mr. Logue has bids that he wants to show us that show that he can't get sound below 50 decibels, I hope that he will present that so that we can see it. And I hope also, you know, Corky's house, the elevation's an issue for the noise as well. And so another consideration would be Corky has built a wall between the courts and Hatley Drive. He might consider that if he can't get to an acceptable noise level. And I believe that as neighbors, we've got to take some level as acceptable. Mr. Harris, and I've read all this material too, I read it the way Mr. Harris reads it. I've read the ANSI, American National Standards Institute methodologies for the noise measurement. I understand it. I think the 47 decibels is acceptable, applying those standards. But I understand that our police force needs something simpler. And so I'm okay with the 51 decibels, and Mr. Harris is okay with that. But I don't think we ought to base, and all of that's based on the literature that
Well,
we've
your
read.
interpretation of the literature, with
May
all
I-
due
may I
respect, is wrong,
finish?
ma'am.
May I finish?
Sure.
I don't believe it's wrong. I've read a lot of it. I've read not only Mr. Unitech, but sound studies that other cities have done on this same issue. And I don't want to argue that with you tonight. I just would say if Mr. Logue wants to present information about what he can or can't do, it would be nice to have that information where we can evaluate it.
I'll leave this summary with you that explains.
Well,
that.
you've made factual representations about what sound levels can be accomplished with the barriers, and I'd like to see that information. I asked Corky for that.
That's in that report
when this first
that
came
Mr. Harris
before the
submitted.
council.
It's in that
and we
report.
haven't gotten it yet.
I'd like to make a motion that we, I don't know if table's the right word, until next month, so we can.
Yeah, you have a motion and a second on the table. I'd like to dispose of that. I'll let you withdraw the motion if without objection.
Does Mr. Harris want to speak on this before we take action?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you. Glenn Harris, 3012 Hatley. I appreciate Mr. Howard's comments. I do believe strongly that without a decibel limit, there is no incentive to construct sound barriers. And this issue from the beginning has been about club level play and the noise, traffic, particularly in my case, the noise issues. I do not feel it's appropriate, the level of play that was there. I do feel it's appropriate that we have some level of noise restriction. Without that, there is no incentive whatsoever to mitigate the noise.
Okay. Well, I think if we had a little more time to work on this, we might be able to come up with some agreements for noise mitigation efforts and then see what we get and try to get things resolved where we can not ban pickleball and but still not allow the kind of club style play that was going on. I think it's a sweet spot we're trying to hit. It's difficult. I do agree with you. It's complicated to create incentives for someone to put in noise reductions without a noise limit, but also with a hard noise limit that may not be achievable. It also is a disincentive to put in noise mitigating systems. And so I think perhaps through conversation and agreement, we might be able to get Mr. Logue to put in the noise system with an understanding from all of us that if it reduces the noise to a level that's acceptable to you and your family, Mr. Harris, and with these other limitations, that we could get rid of the noise limitation in the ordinance, because it is an awkward limitation that's difficult to understand and interpret and apply and enforce. So that's how I'd like to proceed, if that was all right with you, to just get us some more time to keep working on this.
I'm happy with that.
Mr. Harris, is that all right with you?
I think that's a reasonable approach. I would like to add, Mr. Howard indicated that Bridget had reached out to us. I have not heard from Bridget. That may be because I haven't checked my email in a day or two. But I have not heard from Bridget on this topic. I have said from the beginning, my intent was not to ban all pickleball, but my intent is to protect my sanity, and the noise and club level of play is completely out of character with the residential environment.
We agree with you here on council on that. So if that's okay with you, then
Yeah, if you'd like to withdraw the motion.
I withdraw the motion.
Hearing no objection, motion's withdrawn. Okay, any further action on agenda item 18 at this time, this evening? Okay, hearing none, we will move off of agenda item number 18 and move on to agenda item number 19, discussion and possible action on CRCRC's building height recommendation. This is an issue that we have dealt with many times on this agenda. We do have Dave Bench here, chair of the CRCRC, and I will recognize Mr. Bench at this time. And we do have a few folks who wish to testify on the item, so I'll take Mr. Bench's testimony, and then we will, he'll stand for questions, and then I will recognize the other two individuals here to testify, and then we'll decide if there's a motion to be made. Mr. Bench?
Okay, thank you, Mayor, City Council. Dave Bench, 1 Randolph. You have 2 documents in your packet. One is a simple 1-pager that consists of the recommendations that the CRCRC has approved for going forward to take to council and or P&Z. The second is a document that contains those same recommendations, but puts a bit more meat on the bone and talks a bit about how we got to the decisions that we are recommending, what we believe that the survey tells us means to execute what it is we're recommending, and what I would expect to find large portions of go into a document that would accompany the ordinances such that someone can act on them. I have been asked by one of the members of the CRCRC who could not be here this evening to convey that she had spoken with a number of architects who work here in the area. And we have heard that there was some concern from the public that architects, after having passed ordinances that contain our recommendations, would maybe shy away from working here or find what we're recommending to be too difficult to work. She found that to a person, and I think she talked to about a half a dozen, that they were very supportive of what we're recommending. thought that it was very doable, fit the plan of the community, and that it, all they want was clarification. So I hope that you can, I'm not quite sure what the next step is here. There seems to, I'm a little confused in that this is a recommendation that you are considering to codify, I hope, or a recommendation that you will consider passing along to P&Z and then on to codification. But if the shortest path is what I'd like to see, so whatever we can get to.
Thank you, Mr. Bench. Any
Thank you.
questions for Dave? Okay, hearing none, stay close, Dave. We may have you come back up. Happy to recognize whoever.
No, I was just gonna say Mr. Izell has a larger presentation than I do, so if I need to donate my time to him, I'm happy to.
Hey, we're pretty fluid around here when it comes to
Very
time.
strict time
Yeah.
limits.
If you ever look around, but y'all probably new information to you also. Be ready.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just identify yourself for the record. and we'll-
Okay, Mayor, councilmen and women, thank you for your time. My name is Jeff Ezel, and I live at 4709 Timberline. I'm gonna get some water real quick. I'm just gonna page flip this, so if y'all can just kind of stay with me, I'll notify you as I move along. But essentially, I've followed this since day one, had an opportunity to speak to a couple of the council members before anything occurred, just to express my concern to ensure that we made a process that heard the entire neighborhood's opinions, as well as ensuring that whatever we did come up with did not adversely impact more people. I'm on page 1 now. I've spent the last 4 months specifically watching this progress from more of a discovery to an application phase, and where we are now is trying to take what CRCRC has believed that's their interpretation of the survey results and bringing y'all a proposal that they think makes sense for the city. That, from my analysis, is not a fair representation of what the city wants or a fair representation of what the city needs. Throughout this process, they have brought in bias that came with them since day one, and that is showing up today without bringing in the full picture and thinking about the topographical challenges that face our city and every lot in this city. Our lots, if you go to the second paragraph, over 50% of the lots have 5 feet or greater change in the buildable footprint. Not the lot, the buildable footprint. There is a software program that's found online called Equator Studios, Equator Studios, that anybody can access for free, and you can find the contours on a LiDAR basis of every single property. And I did that and looked through them to determine how much topographical change we have throughout the neighborhood. So when we start implementing overly stringent rules such as the parallel plane, we are going to create more problems than we have right now. And let's not forget that the basis of this was originally to curb a few outliers that made its way through that we all probably didn't exactly want to happen as they were. I'll ask you right now what my ask is. It's first to ensure that there is a public forum held and hosted by a third-party planner or engineer that can go through and observe the plans that are in existence or in permitting to determine the impact of what the parallel plane has. This was voted on, and as a motion at the last CRCRC meeting, on a vote of 4-2, it passed, but it was not in your agenda packet. I don't know where it went, but it's not in there. It did pass 4-2 vote. I'm also asking you that you just do not approve the parallel plane as proposed. There's the agenda, but we can move to the next page. This one's going to go pretty quick. This is the information from the formation doc. There's the formation, the authority that was prescribed upon it, which was to report to the P&Z what the deliverables were, and I can tell you clearly that they are not taking a comprehensive approach. It's on a piecemeal basis. 2, they did not take their current proposal to the planning and zoning. The last time they went to planning and zoning was in April, and this is a completely different proposal. 3rd, they are not providing any detail around the rationale of their viewpoint. The empirical data they have provided is wrong, and then the remainder of it is strictly inferences and conjecture. I am asking you to ask them to provide the studies and the analyses that they claim that they have done. We have asked them for it numerous times, and they say they cannot provide it. The next page. On January 18th, 2023, a future member of the CRCRC actually emailed y'all with the parallel plane proposal. That was the only proposal that was provided. On February 15th, a different future CRCRC member emailed a detailed description of a proposal, which was the parallel plane. No other proposal was provided by either of those 2 members that eventually became on the CRC and a part of the Building Heights Subcommittee. On November 14th, CRCRC provided the results of the survey. At that point, it showed that the parallel plane was only supported by 28%. Since that day, they have done whatever they could to ignore the fact that this has such a minority amount of support, but continue to push it through. In the next section, their current position. They have been in public pretty frequently making claims that they cannot substantiate or back up. On April 17th, at your city council meeting, they said that what we are proposing is a very minor change. That is a gross overstatement. This is a big change. This has impacts a lot of lots, a lot of people, and a lot of what can be accomplished in the lot of your home. May 25th, via the neighborhood alert, another CRC member stated, throughout the process, we have continued to debate and refine our ideas as we navigate all of the outliers and unintended consequences. Part of that statement is true, part of it is not. I 100% believe that they have been debating and refining their ideas, but have failed to take into consideration the feedback and the public comments they've received. Secondarily, they have no clue of the impact on the outliers and the unintended consequences. I will explain that further in item 4 of this presentation. On the May 28th CRCRC agenda packet, they said the following: the imaginary parallel plane is more effective at controlling height than determining a reference datum based on average grade or an average grade of building corners or midpoints. The latter 2 formulas still allow for an unknown amount of height to be added back in, which is what we currently have. We suspect a majority of people who chose those options in the survey noted this detail. That is 100% not true. It is a calculation, it is math, and it is simple. The complexity of the parallel plane is you take an unlimited number of measurements throughout the entire roofing section based on the topographical changes beneath. That is an incorrect statement on their part. Secondarily, why would they add a qualifier in that says, we suspect a majority of people who chose that option noted this detail? I looked it up. I read every one of the 90 comments. Not one person did. On May 23rd, next page please. On the Rollingwood Gentlemen's Club app, a CRCRC member stated, the appended version of its recommendation in comparing our approach to recent builds, we find that over 90% fall within the newly proposed boundaries and a few of the outliers could have been met with a few adjustments. This is a very material claim, and it is wrong. Ask them to see the study that they did, that they found 90% fell within the newly proposed boundaries. Here's the interesting thing. Go back to May 23rd, 2023, after the newly formed CRCRC did their initial study. Here is an excerpt from their Rolling Wood CRCRC height study. 4 of the 9 pending home permits exceeded 35 feet, and 19 of the 30 active permits exceeded 35 feet. So if 59% or 23% of the homes a year previously busted their own proposal, how are they at less than not 10% now? They're making it up. This is not based on facts. It's based on bias. Next page, the CRCRC results.
We're way over time limit here.
I've been very flexible on time limits with everyone, and I'm going to let him finish. So I'm
It gets
flexible.
better, I promise you.
Yeah.
Well, this is a lot of information to bring
It is.
without providing it ahead of time, and, you know.
I understand. I have not ever had strict enforcement on time, but I'll ask him to keep it.
I'll move quick.
Keep it moving.
I'll
yeah.
move quick. I'll get to the good stuff. As this page, this is just a general summary of the survey results for question 4, which is what they hang their hat on to provide support for parallel plane. A CRC member stood at this lectern over 3 months ago and told you they had 61% support. That was
What
not
page
factual.
are you on?
I'm on page 5 at the bottom right.
At the bottom?
No, I'm just saying that's where the number was located.
I know where the page number is. Where on the page are you?
In the red dots.
Okay.
That just shows the math. These are the results broken down numerically to determine how they walked, to just show how they got to their position. They said they had 61% of support by excluding people who did not select 1, 2, or 3, either by a yes vote or a no vote. Subsequently, in this agenda packet, they're telling you that they have 43 to 46% support. Do you know how they did that? Because they changed the denominator. They just added in the yes votes. They're still excluding those who voted no. That is not how surveys work. Just because you don't have a vote that they didn't want to accept doesn't mean you get to discount them or disclude it. The next page, page 6, is what I call the adjusted CRCRC results. I went through and read every comment, every write-in vote, and determined how these votes should be looked at if you did exactly what they're saying they did, which is let's dig into the data. 32% voted no, 28% voted parallel plane. More people say no than even the parallel plane. This is not supported. Bottom right is actually something they've put in a package before that shows that it only had 28%. So they selectively choose when and when not to disclose that only 28% support for the parallel plane. I'll go to the next page. I'll be quick on this one. Essentially, they provided 4 other data sets that they believe are important in addition to the survey. Third bullet, they said the comprehensive 2021 survey was important. Not one person mentioned parallel plane. They said they received 78 meetings in 2020, 78 emails in 2023. Only 31% of the respondents mentioned a concern of height, and none used the reference of parallel plane. They also claim that they have additional sources, such as phone calls, verbal conversations, and other means of communications. There's no way to determine if those are getting 3 and 4 the same votes from the same person. The final thing I'll note on this page, when y'all sent it back to CRC for additional discovery, they got 11 emails. 8 against the parallel plane, 3 for. That's 28% support. Nothing's changed since they did the survey. Next page. This is where we get really good information, guys. They have been putting examples. I'm on page number 8, which is item number 4, flawed or flawless. They have been putting examples in their agenda packets that are wrong. They are claiming that their math shows that homes are not impacted, and the homes that they even describe and show are wrong. This first house on the left is on Vale. They said that this one is approximately 35 feet. I did using that same Equator Studies tool. That is the 1 foot contours, the topographical change of that lot. And when you apply the parallel plane, they say it's approximately 35 feet, so it would work. It's 38. The ridge line is at 543 and 581. Every single example you have ever seen in a CRCRC agenda packet, or even in yours today, will never show you a single elevation. Not one. They just use random arrows. They can't show anything definitive because it doesn't work and it's extremely impactful.
Okay. Naka. I was just eating this.
Thanks, Sean. Tuned in. All right. We got it. Okay, sorry. Continue. Keep it moving.
Yep. Next house. Oh, and to be clear, the little red star, that is where my measurement is taken from. So you can see where they busted the parallel plane. The one on the right is a home on Pickwick. Obviously, it has a lot of topographical challenges. They said it was 34 feet. Well, that's incorrect. The actual high point of that roof line is where that red star is over a majority of the topographical change. That one is 36.2 feet. Failed again. Now, they added a new concept that has never been discussed. They called it the excavation. They wanted to allow anything that gets excavated out below the existing grade to be not counted towards the height. So, I'm going to give you 2 examples of why we are continuing to make bigger problems and create winners and losers. The one on the left is if you have a slightly flat lot with then a material amount of topographical change. Well, what do? You just excavate up to 10 feet out and then you have a 45-foot house. Well, what about the unfortunate person who doesn't have the ability to excavate on the right? They're just stuck with a 35-foot limit because they can't excavate. That is not fair. That is not fair. And I will also tell you one other thing about bullet 6. I footnoted it just to bring it to your attention. It is conflicting to their definition of building height measurement on page 246 and 250, bullet number 4. They don't know what they're talking about, and they are making errors, and they are doing it at the expense of the lot owners in this neighborhood. Now, I'm going to take this excavation concept and put it into practice. If you go to the next page, which is page 10, the house on the left is in permitting. It follows the contours of the lot. Both of them have a 6-foot right to left from the street view topographical fall. The house on the left would not be approved. The house on the right would be approved because the house on the right excavated. So the house on the left is actually 6 feet shorter than the house on the left, but the one on the right is approved. How is that fair? How does that fix our problems? How does that even address why the whole CRCRC was formed? It doesn't. Let's go to the next page. This one's wonderful. This was in the CRCRC pack on June 25th. This is further explanation of why the excavation concept works. The house on the left is one of the primary reasons we are all here talking today. It would not be approved based on the excavation concept, but the one on the right would. The street level curb appeal and appearance are nearly identical of the 2 homes, and they want to approve the one on the right. I just am struggling with how this is good for our community. I'm struggling with how this creates equality amongst lots in a topographically challenged neighborhood like ours. Let's go to the next page. Because here's the kicker. They don't even know how to do their own calculations. Neither of those two prior homes I showed you, the one on Almerion or the one on Brett Cove, would be approved. Because even though the excavation concept held and they could go down, based on the existing grade in the parallel plane measurements, the house on the left would be 40 feet, 41 foot, and the house on the right would be 37 plus feet. Neither one would be approved. These are the data points that they are telling our friends and neighbors work. They are wrong. They do not work. It is a fallacy and it is dangerous. Go to the next page. They provided one example in today's city council agenda packet on how this works. Their example is on the left. I'll cut to the chase. It is wrong. It would not be allowed. The reason is, if you look at bullet 2, how to determine the maximum allowable height. I'm going to read it so we can all go through this together. It says, reconcile the existing survey across the footprint of a knockdown house by straight line interpolation between like elevations that are adjacent to the heritage footprint. Other minor topographic variations, including pools, ponds, should be handled in the same way. There's two ways to interpret this. You can say it's just a straight line across it, or if there is an existing home, you have to find the finished floor of that home and take that into consideration so they aren't punished for existing structures. I have done the calculation both ways. If you look in the red, that is the straight line interpolation of the heritage footprint based on the home that they tore down. If you look at the blue line, that is based on existing grade. You can see that checks out based on the contours of the elevation map that I provided you in the middle. All of the elevations, the primary elevations needed to do this calculation are on the right. The building height of that home is 36 and a half feet. They are wrong and they are spreading bad information. We have asked for them to provide us information and details for months, and we have gotten nothing. And I have gone in on my own time and done all this work with the help of online software, with the help of Nikki going through the actual architectural plans to show y'all that the parallel plane, 1, is not supported, but 2, is a big problem for this community. I am also here to tell you that I am not against change. I have made multiple proposals. There are solutions out there, but what we need to find is something that works for our community, not something that has been pushed and brought in by bias. So here are the takeaways. Page 14, the parallel plane is not what we need. It is a draconian approach. It is the most harsh approach we could take to not allow some of our neighbors topographical relief to build the home they want on their lot. The parallel plane does not impact all lots equally. It only impacts people with topographically challenged lots. So in that example, think about if y'all were thinking of issuing a bond. Would you just have the odd numbered addresses pay for it, but every resident be a beneficiary of it? No. Or what about water restrictions? What if only even numbers had to conserve water? We need solutions for our neighbors and our friends that are equitable and that we treat lots who have challenges with a little bit of relief like we have been doing for a long time. The CRCRC, number 3, does not have a clear understanding of their proposal, how it works, or how it impacts homes in our community. As you've seen in the presentation, they have continually made bold statements in public that they cannot back up or substantiate. Their measurements that they have put in agenda packets and even provided you today have been wrong. the interpretation of their survey data is wrong. This is a public process, and we all have the same information. So if I can deliver concrete evidence, factually backed up in empirical data as to why what they are proposing is not what the city needs, they should be able to deliver to you and us as citizens the same, which we have never seen. The goal should not be to curtail a few suffering neighbors, but invoke more pain and more suffering on a larger group. The goal should not be also, which they proposed, to punt challenging circumstances to the Board of Adjustments. They should not act as an HOA or an architectural committee. More importantly, good leadership, which we can all accomplish here and find consensus, is to find something that works for us all, that we can all get behind. 8, please have the CRC focus on what the community supports, and it's not the parallel plane. Have them provide a solution that creates equity amongst lots and isn't punitive, and have them focus on a comprehensive plan. And 9, before anything is voted on at any point, we need to have a open forum with planners and engineers to walk through the true impact of these proposals and how it impacts our community. And the last thing I will say is that let's don't create rules that create winners and losers. Parallel plane does just that. If you have a flat lot, you win. If you have a topographical challenge lot, you lose. We are friends, we are a community, and we are all neighbors. Let's treat each other as such and create equitable rules for all of us. I appreciate your time. I know it was a ton of information, Ms. Hudson. I apologize that you didn't have enough time to digest it.
No time.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate y'all. Have any questions, or I'll sit down.
Thank you, Jeff. Any
Okay.
questions for Jeff?
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
In your presentation, you've used the set a marker, I'll just call it a marker, that 50% of the lots in the neighborhood have topographical change of 5 feet or more.
Yes.
Why do you use 5 feet?
Well-
Our current rules don't trigger any change in the 35-foot rule unless there's a change of 10 feet or more.
No, the way it works is you have up to 10 feet. But even if you had 1 foot of change, you could still get 1 foot more. And so
That's the
my
way
point,
you interpret it.
yeah. But my point of even saying 5 feet is I think 5 feet, more or less, is about the time, depending on what your height limitation is, will determine if you can do a second story or have to start stepping down. One of the big concerns I have with the parallel plane proposal.
Explain the 5 feet in that context,
Okay.
if it's easy.
Yeah, it is easy. If you let's assume you have a topographical change of 5 feet going right to left. This is your right,
Front
right?
to back?
No.
Or
If you're
side to side?
It's either. It's the same concept. But if you have a height limit and you have 5 feet of difference in a parallel plane, at this height, you would have 35 feet. But you can't build straight across because you would have, at that point, this point, your house would only be 30 feet. Because your
I understand.
Yes. So my point is, there's a certain point where if you want a 1-story house, then you don't get the same benefits at,
Explain the 5 feet.
I just arbitrary.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, okay. Well, arbitrary in nature, but the point is to show that there's a lot of topographical change in here. That was just the threshold.
Okay, all right.
So I do have one quick
Thank you.
question.
Yes.
What's
Yes,
what's your background?
Man, I don't know.
Are you an architect? Are
No.
you a builder? Are
No.
you a
Just an investor. We've owned franchises, do own real estate, zoology undergrad, chemistry undergrad, MBA, just Phil's neighbor.
That doesn't get
Thank you.
anything.
Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Ezell. Just for the record, Mr. Ezell's presentation will be scanned and placed in the electronic packet for posterity. Okay, other testimony, Ryan?
Ryan Clinton, 4714 Timberline. You've heard me here before on this subject again, so I'm not going to take a lot of your time. Some of you have taken the time to meet with me, and I greatly appreciate that as well. The concerns that I spoke of last time, virtually the same presentation was given to you, or the same proposal was given to you, haven't changed, which is that I was concerned that the parallel plane proposal was baked in to the viewpoint of the CRC-RC from before it was a commission, and the reason that I resigned was partially because I didn't think that there was any way any human being could get them off of it, and I think that has turned out to be 100% true. There's no human being that could get them off of it. I was also concerned that the survey was poorly written and would be used, that the answers to questions of would you consider would be used as to support whatever they came up with. And that's borne out to be correct too. That the answer to questions would you consider are trying to be used to back up the fact, or to get away from the fact that when they asked the direct question, do you support parallel plane, they got less than a third of the community support for it. The purpose of this commission, as I understood it, was to find something that was a community consensus, to find something that we could all rally behind, to find something that the community would support, that had community consensus, and 28% ain't that. It doesn't matter how you try to fix and manipulate the numbers, as they have repeatedly done, including in the backup materials to you today. 28% is 28%. Let me give you an example of how bad the data manipulation is. One of the survey questions was, do you think Rolling Woods general 35 feet height is too high, too low, or just about right? Well, they take all of the just about rights and the too highs, and they say they support parallel plane. In other words, if you answered, I like the current rules, they're using I like the current rules to justify changing the current rules. No serious person that was attempting to be objective with data would ever do that. That is not serious. That is pure nonsense, or as my father would have told me growing up, horse hockey. I mean, it's nonsense. No objective, serious person would take a yes answer and a no answer and say it supports a yes. It's just utter and complete nonsense. A couple of other things. The proposal that you have in your materials is not, in fact, the proposal that they passed. And I think that's a big community problem. The definition of grade changed, and that's a very significant definitional change from existing grade or natural grade to natural or built out, whichever is lower. And that makes it conflicting, as Jeff said, with you can dig out. So now what they have in front of you is not only not what they passed, but also self-conflicting. The recommendation that you have in front of you also omits a very important part.
Ryan, will you pause
Sure.
there?
Sure.
'Cause that's a process question. So where do you say that doesn't match what was actually passed?
I think Amy Patillo sent in the detailed analysis to Councilmember Robinson, which you can probably forward. But the proposal that went to CRC-RC defined grade as the natural grade, and so you'd take 35 feet from natural grade at any point on the lot, and the one that you have says natural grade, or I'm paraphrasing, built out grade, whichever is lower. And that actually is a very significant substantive change because it eliminates the ability to dig down, whereas half the justification for the parallel plane not being so bad in their materials is that you could dig down. So if you define the grade as not able to dig
I
down.
didn't need the argument,
Sure,
I just
sure.
needed the actual.
That's my understanding. The
grade
second,
definition.
and this is a huge omission, is that Tom Farrell recommended that as part of this, that the council please have a public forum where an independent person, an architect, an engineer, city building official, please go through actual plans with people so we can see if the one CRCRC member who everyone is relying on being accurate is accurate, or whether Jeff is accurate. Because every member but one on the CRCRC will tell you, I didn't do the numbers, I'm trusting those to be right. And Jeff ran the numbers with way more, with plans and with data, rather than like with arrows and estimating what the size of a trash can is, and came up with very different conclusions. So I don't think it's right for the community to base a very significant change in the height rules based on everyone pointing, well, I'm trusting this one person, that person did it completely correctly, when independent verification is saying that it was not done incorrectly. That passed 4-2 in the CRCRC, that it go to council with the recommendation to please have an independent person go through this in a public forum. It is not in the backup materials. It should have been in the backup materials. The chair and vice chair voted against it. Those were the two that have been forcing the parallel plane from the beginning. Those are the two, I assume, whose emails were in the public record that asked for parallel plane before this started. The others said, yeah, let's have it. Let's have a public forum where we actually see if this analysis is correct. That should be in there, and that is my ask as well. I don't think parallel plane is good. I think it's a bad idea. I've said it's a bad idea from the beginning, but at the very least, let's not have a an ordinance that affects everybody based on one person who, as has been repeatedly said, is saying, I can't show you my work. I'm not allowed to show you my work. Third, one of the things in the foundational document said that the CRCRC should be allowed to have a minority view, and that minority view, at the request of any member, should be in the report. Tom Farrell asked that the alternative measurements be placed into the record and sent to council. The rest of the commission voted him down. That is inconsistent with the founding document of the CRCRC, which said that if a member wants to have minority views placed into the record and sent to council, that they be allowed to do so. They voted him down, refusing to allow him to place the minority view and the other alternative recommendations into the record.
And who's the minority view again?
Well, he said he wanted.
Who's he?
Tom Farrell.
Okay.
He
Tom
said
has
that
a minority viewpoint to.
he asked that Jeff Marks's proposal and a number of other proposals be placed in the record and included into the recommendations to council. And that was voted down, so they're not in the record. He also asked, by the way, that all of the emails, communications from the public be placed in the record and sent as backup material to council, and that was voted down too. Next, and I will wrap up. This is the most harmful way to manage the few really, truly agreed upon consensus bad actors. This is the most draconian way to do that. You don't have to force people into split level housing in order to cure the problem of these giant imposing walls. And I want to show you why that what you have been given is effectively a preference for style. And I don't think that's the role of government. I certainly don't think that's the role of government, rolling with government. In the backup materials, one of the things you'll see is this diagram. On the top is the houses that the CRCRC's vice chair believes should not be allowed in Rollingwood. And the bottom are the houses that the CRCRC's vice chair wants every house in Rollingwood on a slope to look like. This is a stylistic preference. This has nothing to do with imposing walls. It has nothing to do with the few giant houses that everybody has a problem with. And what you hear if you watch the CRCRC meetings is, well, if you look at this house, this architect made it beautiful. This is the right way to do this. If you look at this other house, this architect didn't do it beautiful. This is the wrong way to do it. This should never have been about architectural preference. As you see in the bottom of the picture, this is split level all over the place. As you see in the top picture, there's actually no imposing wall. This doesn't look like one of the houses that everybody says in the community is a horrible house. This is simply a normal looking house in Rollingwood, which we're now saying, this is bad. We can't have this in Rollingwood, the house that everybody builds today. Every new house looks like the house on top. And now we're saying that's bad. We don't want that stylistically. What we want is a whole bunch of split levels on the bottom. That's an architectural choice that is not necessary to solve the problem that the CRC was asked to solve, which is figure out what the community problem is, what the community consensus problem is. And we all know what it is, a few houses that have these giant imposing walls and slabs, which this is not required to fix. This is a stylistic preference. What would fix all of them is the tenting, which is also in the plan, and it's the only thing, by the way, that the survey actually supported, was that we do the tenting. Now, there's no question in the survey that brings you down to 25 feet of tenting, which means you can only build 25 feet high on your setbacks. There's no question in the survey that says, do you support tenting down to 25 feet? There's no question in the survey that says, do you support height limits down to 25 feet at any point? So if you want to do tenting, I would do it to 30 or 35. I would do a maximum of 10 foot anywhere. I would say you can't have 4 stories. I would say that you can't have any more than a 35-foot wall, exterior wall at any location on your property, and you'd solve the problem without forcing split levels on everybody. Thank you.
Do you have, Ryan, can you set out and send us those 4 or 5 bullet points?
Well, I said them off the top of my head, but I'll go back and watch the video.
Well, I don't think you want us to act off the top of our heads.
No, but
so-
one of the things that Jeff has said from the beginning is it's easy pickings to say no 4 stories. Easy pickings. I don't know why that's not in the CRC.
We just need something we can evaluate.
Sure. I mean, I've given lots of stuff to evaluate in the past.
I
but
just need, you listed 5 things, I think, just now. If you could put them on a piece of
I'll be
paper
happy
and
to.
send it to it would be a great help.
I would be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. Any questions for Mr. Clinton? Hearing none, the agenda item is back before you, council. I will,
Looks like.
oh, I'm
somebody-
sorry. Did we have someone? I don't see anyone raising their hand. Oh, there we go. Tony. Tony, you're recognized.
Thank you. This is Tony Broglio from 2403 Vance Lane. I really appreciate everyone's time. I've listened to this meeting for the last 4.5 hours, and it's given me a newfound appreciation for the amount of effort you guys put into what you do, so I really appreciate it. I just wanted to comment that I'm in total agreement with everything that Jeff and Ryan have said. A number of you have been in my house. I have no plans to develop my house. I own no other lots in Rollingwood, but I know that my house, I didn't build it. I'm the second owner of that house. I know my house would not have been permitted under these new rules. And I think the huge fallacy that a couple members of the CRC have used to put this forward is by telling everybody that this is going to have a limited impact on the existing homes and homes that are being permitted. I'm kind of repeating what Jeff and Ryan said, but I think it will have a much more meaningful impact. And I think that a number of us have offered alternative solutions that would solve these 3 or 4 problematic homes. Ryan just listed a bunch of them that would fix the problem without implementing the parallel plane. And I think that doing a comprehensive study, we could, a few of us get together and we could pick out 30 houses in the neighborhood, 40 houses in the neighborhood, and we could test those with a third-party engineer. And then we could present the results of that test to you, council members. You guys could give you pictures of the house, you can give you the addresses and tell you. And I bet we could find 40 houses in the neighborhood that would fail under the parallel plane, backed up by a third-party engineer. And that should be reason enough to say that this proposed change is way too impactful for the neighborhood, because I think that the average Rollingwood citizen, and I think the majority of the council, would say that a huge percentage, 75, 85, 90% of those 40 houses that we identify are not problematic, that they don't impose on the neighbors. And so if you implement a rule, like Ryan just said, where no wall on any setback can be taller than 35 feet, that would have solved, the Pickwick house and all the other houses that people talk about being huge problems. And so I think there's a much simpler way to solve the bad actors that we have, and that this just impacts way more people than has ever been put forward to you guys. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tony. Any questions for Tony? Okay, great. Agenda item 19 is back before you, council. I will recognize Mr. Bench to wrap up.
That was
Mr. Bench.
something. I just want to make a few comments. First off, 35 feet as a maximum height is actually quite generous. I think if you look around our area here, there's virtually no other community that has a 35-foot maximum height. Now, whenever we talk about maximum heights, that's what we are talking about, is maximum. There is nothing in our ordinances that would say that you have to build a house to the maximum height. That maximum height is a limitation. If you know where I live, you'll know that I live on what is probably an enviable flat lot. And that most people who would have that lot would say, well, geez, I did well in Rollingwood because of the topography challenges that we have here. Looking at my almost perfectly flat lot, it has 6 feet of relief. Okay? So if you go from the front to the back corner, there's a 6-foot drop. You almost can't see it from the street because 6 feet's almost nothing. Now, using some other approach to achieving what the maximum allowable elevation would be would allow me, for instance, if I took an average, if I took what folks are proposing here as a buildable area average, what I could do is at a 35-foot maximum, I could say, well, I'm allowed to build a house that is 35 feet tall, but I have 6 feet of relief. And if I position my house correctly, I can build it 38 feet tall. Now, in my mind, looking at my nearly perfectly flat lot, that possibility is absurd. It's ridiculous. We've already decided, I'm going to tell you, 35 feet is a generous maximum height. But all of a sudden, on my almost perfectly flat lot, it goes to 38. Now, there are some comments about what the survey said and what the people in Rollingwood are telling us. And it is true that 60% or so of the people responded to our, is it about right? Yes, it's about right. 35 feet's about right. Don't change it, okay? 30% said that it is too high. This is my fault here, and this is the way I interpret it. I take that 60 and 30 and I add them together. I get 90% of the people in Rollingwood don't want a house to be more than 35 feet tall, period. But I just told you that I could have 38 on a 6-foot amount of relief. Now, my lot is not atypical of anything that's going on in Rollingwood. And a lot of what's being discussed here is about the extreme cases of things. And we believe, and we've looked at this hard and have come around on this many, many times, we believe that using the method that we're proposing, that we'll do two things. We'll be being fair to the folks that have even extremely sloped lots, and we'll be mitigating those outliers that are sure to happen if we continue to allow them to happen. Folks say, there's only 5 houses that are really outliers and they're not that bad, or they're kind of bad and all that, but we're not going to see any more of that. That's not true. More are coming. So we've done our best to try to put together a proposal that would mitigate future outliers like these ones. We believe that our combination of maintaining a 30-foot maximum height and our tenning provision does exactly that. And I believe that's why you asked us to do what it is we're doing. We think we're doing our job. We think this is it. Now, we have 2 architects on our group. Those 2 architects were in the subcommittee that came up with what it is we have here. I was the third. I was the non-architect in this group. Okay. But I have a lot of confidence in their ability to look at building plans and know how they're going to come out. They've done this a lot. Okay. With regard to the request to have an engineer or some disinterested individual, professional, help us go through these different building plans and see how a parallel plane proposal versus any other kind of proposal might work in existing houses. We talked about this in our last city council meeting. It was there. If you looked at the city council meeting, you'll know that we did talk about this. Tom did propose it. It's true. And we talked about doing this. And I asked if we could have the funds to do this. City council said, well, you know, you can talk to staff. And a discussion that I had with staff said, this looks hard to do and expensive. And we left it at that. Now, I could report that. I probably should have reported that to you all, but didn't. So that's where we are. I hope you will pass on our recommendations. Thank you very much. Oh, questions? Yes.
Yeah, did you guys ever talk about, like, I mean, what was your thought when you saw 28% support for the parallel plane? Like, what kind of discussion did you guys have around that number and wanting to sort of?
Well, it's only 28%.
Hey, Alec, is your mic on?
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm just asking the question about the 28%
Yeah.
number that came back in the survey and what you guys, thought about that, and how that sort of maybe directed your discussion. Or
What it
thoughts around-
is that 28% of the total, I think I'm right here, 28% of the total were for this, but that's of,
So that means that like 70.
that means that an awful lot of people
72%.
did not even answer the question.
Well, that doesn't mean that supports that topic,
I've
that
got-
idea or that proposal.
But it did mean that it had more, it was a larger majority than the other 2 proposed. Okay? 28%, you're right, it's not a mandate.
Right.
But of the 3 things that were proposed there, it got the largest amount.
Yeah, but
Now,
there are other people that didn't vote for any of those. So you do
That's
not
right.
consider those?
But
Here-
also, Alec, this questionnaire was the very initial questionnaire that's sent out. So if people don't know anything about any of the things, that they just left it blank. That's normal what someone would do. So, I mean, they did one survey before anything really got begun with the CRCRC or anything like that. So, and that was
It's
by
still-
request of certain people that were on the CRCRC at that time.
But it's the only quantitative thing that we have.
I understand.
Right? Like, and we're
Well-
trying to make these decisions.
No, I
And-
get it.
We have more than just that 1%.
Well, and the question would be, what percentage of people who actually voted and expressed a preference voted for that proposal, and how much, for the others? But I also agree that it's an early question, and a lot of people didn't answer it, and there's we've gotten lots and lots of other feedback from the community.
And,
We
and
had-
we're not, the percentage of people actually turning in surveys
Right.
for the community
th-
was,
that-
was
that-
not high either. So I think that focusing so much on percentages is missing the whole point.
I would like to say, give my comment on that. That, the 28% was in a question that followed. The prior question was, should we look at alternate ways to measure building height? The yes vote there is 65%. The second question was, if so, which of the ways listed would you prefer? The three options listed, and the one that got the overwhelming majority of the votes of people who answered was parallel plane. I'm not saying that it's not, I would say of the people who answered, it's a preference. I don't know what the people who didn't answer want, or if they reject it, but of the people who answered, it's a significant number.
But it doesn't mean that the others that answered even would consider parallel plane. They might prefer no change.
That's
to
true. That
parallel
is
plane.
true. Well, we do know 65 of them said we should look at alternate ways.
Well, and we also know that 46% of the people who said yes, that we should be looking at it, voted for the parallel plane. We know that. So that goes beyond the 28%. I'd like to, I'd like for you to have an opportunity to review the material that I provided, you know, that, and in it, I mean, in all honesty, we recognize that the survey is flawed. We're not professionals. We weren't professional survey developers.
That's why we gave you
Okay.
$8,000 to hire somebody to do it.
No, you gave us $8,000 to administer it. If we had hired them to do the survey, it would have been $17,000, and I was denied that. And I asked it as a possibility.
I probably would have denied that. I probably didn't want to vote against it.
Well, you know, you want to spend the money or you don't. You know, so if you don't spend the money, you don't get the thing. You know, but in here on the discussion, I says the question pair could have been designed better. That is, while it does a pretty good job of determining if alternate measurement methods should be considered, and 65% said yes, the scenario selection and comments shouldn't have been combined into the single field. So what we had, we asked for the selection of the scenario to be in the comments field, which was unlike any other question we had in the survey. It was badly done, you know, looking back at it. So I think people were literally confused by the way we were asking the question and what they were expected to put into the comment field.
Look,
And I'll admit, it's a flaw in the survey approach.
you guys have done a ton of work.
Yeah.
You've got really great expertise on your panel. You've had lots and lots and lots and lots of public hearing and lots of public input. I still would argue that the majority of people in this community, if we asked them today to define parallel plane, they'd have no idea what we're talking about anyway. I think that, you know, we can debate this or discuss this and have council input on it, but procedurally, should we have a motion first, or should we discuss it further and then have a motion?
The floor is open for any, you are posted for action. The floor is open for any motions. I would just say that we do have other items and other people here to testify on other items. So whatever you want to do, council, it's your discretion. You are on 19.
Well, I said from the beginning that I was going to support what this committee did, and I think the committee's done a good job. Could it have been better in retrospect? Yeah, I think the survey did have some problems, but you know, we've heard a lot of words today in opposition to this about it being biased, draconian, wrong, false, and very strong language, but I really don't see this as a big draconian change. I really don't, except as to how it might affect Ryan Clinton's lot, which I stood on your lot with you and looked out over the back, and under the current rules or under any proposal I've seen, your lot's challenging, and I think it's a perfect example of why you need a Board of Adjustment relief because your lot, your house, when I stand there, I picture a house cantilevered out over that huge drop-off, which would be cool architecturally, but I don't know how you draft an ordinance that would allow it, okay? Because you could be literally 60 feet above the ground out there on the back of your house. And it doesn't back up to any other residences, so it doesn't impact any other neighbors. I think that there is so many unique situations in Rolling Wood that we do need to address the unusual lots through the special exception procedure. I think it's a good solution. I don't think we're making any change to the building height. I don't think it's dramatic or draconian. I love the tenting. I personally don't want to see walls higher than 25 feet next door to a house. But I think that if it was less than that, I'd support it too. But this is what the committee came up with. I'd like to have a vote on what the committee came up with. I think if we vote on it now, it still has to go to P&Z. And then it comes back to us with P&Z's recommendation for voting on it as an ordinance. Is that correct?
The language, the actual code language.
The actual code language. So we would direct or nicely request the honorable council for the city to put this in ordinance form, then send it to P&Z for their recommendation?
That would be, yes.
Okay. Well, if it's appropriate time and I'm not cutting off anyone else's chance to comment or debate, I'd like to make that motion that we adopt the recommendation, send it to council for drafting, and then to P&Z for public hearing.
I would say, would you be open to us, if in case there's any gray areas or things, would you be open to it coming to council again first, or would you want to go straight through the P&Z process?
I don't leave it up to, I would like to hear what council thinks. So.
I'll recognize for the motion unless Mr. Robinson has a question related to the motion.
Kind of, because like the formation document right here, I'm just reading it. I guess here's a question for you. Did you get the endorsement of the P&Z for what's proposed here?
Yes.
Did you get when? Because it says that you need to get that prior to submitting recommendations.
Let me back that up. Let me qualify that a bit. Okay, we had gone to P&Z in the April P&Z meeting.
But what's here in front of us?
A different document, same idea.
But is it the same?
It is not. It was not this document.
So
it was not this document.
The formation document says that we all voted on. The CRC will obtain an endorsement from the planning and zoning prior to submitting recommendations. I don't even know why we're having this.
But the recommendation is the same.
I don't know. You just said it was different. You said that it was different. Okay.
But I'm look. I'm okay with it going to P&Z, and I want to do this the right way.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Honestly,
What I want us to do.
Okay.
I want us to follow what we did when we formed this committee. That's one thing.
But here we were. But so you know, okay. Let's review. This did go to P&Z, and it was passed. And then in the following city council meeting, which unfortunately I couldn't be there, which I was. Following city council meeting, there was discussion around all of this. That discussion led to the idea that we needed to have additional public hearing, and that we would try to look for compromise from those hearings, and that we would use special exceptions as a possibility of harmonizing things. The special exception component of that is the only thing that did not get passed by P&Z, because we came full circle on this after we had two meetings.
If there's something different, it's different.
Okay,
take it
fair
back
enough.
That's
Fair
my
enough.
opinion. The other thing
Fair
is
enough.
like, why would you guys vote on the definitions? It did change. I actually looked it up. I mean, someone pointed it out to me. I went and looked it up. What you guys approved? Who changed the language on this?
So I do want
the definitions.
I do want to pause there because that is a process question. What's important to me is to make sure that we, myself and staff, put in front of council the actual verbiage that is approved. So there was a discussion earlier that about the grade definition. Again, I'm not arguing for or against the merits of any of the policy, but I do want to make sure from a process perspective that we put and are putting in front of council exactly what was recommended and adopted by the CRCRC. So
Okay.
do you have comment on that definition of grade?
I do not, I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
was
think-
just-
And I haven't looked at it.
I don't have an opinion on it either. I'm just like, when I see things like this and I see, oh, it said here, this is what was approved, but then I see in this other document it's different, it like makes me doubt like what's
Okay.
going on. It doesn't give me high confidence in what's going on or what's being presented. So that's where I am on those two things. But I think those are the 2 points I wanted to make.
Okay.
It makes me like question whether or not I can believe that 90%, for instance, of the houses that existing, what was it? We'll find that over 90% fall within the newly proposed boundaries. Like, it makes me doubt that kind of stuff when I see things like this.
Well,
So
I
that's-
don't think you're gonna find that written in here, that 90% number. It is true that actually I had used that number in a WhatsApp. And whenever I sent that, I said, well, you know, we haven't really studied that, but it was at WhatsApp. And I don't know that I can rescind a WhatsApp comment. But looking at what it was that we had and looking at what a contour map of Rowanwood looks like, most of the lots that are what you would call extreme fall along Timberline and just a few other small areas.
It's fine.
And you could make a guess that it's going to be in the area of around 90% of the houses are
That's
the ones
just
that are going to be.
Yes, and that's why I thought
Yeah.
that what was you guys like in the 25th
Yeah.
meeting said, hey, we should have some sort of session here. We get a building official, maybe an outside party to look at it. Made sense to me.
I will spend your money any way you like.
Well, I tried to push that last time. And it didn't
I'm
work.
happy to do it. I'm happy to,
All right.
But you have to tell us that it's okay to do that. And it
Well,
won't
I
be,
tried.
and it won't be cheap.
I tried.
Okay, council,
Does this have
I
to go
s-
back to
I
P&Z
serve at
first?
your discretion. Do what?
Is this for the
Before it
recommendation? No,
passes.
well, not for us. I don't even think that we should be voting on anything because it says that the recommendation should be endorsed by planning and zoning before it even comes to us. I don't know why we're even talking about it. So that's the way I read our formation document.
Here's what, if I might comment.
No,
Mr. Mayor, may I have you? At planning and zoning, the planning and zoning recommended that the CRCRC recommendation, that CRCRC recommend to council that we have the proposal drafted by Charlie. And then it would come back to them, which it would do in normal course. One of the options we could take tonight would be to take the CRCRC recommendation, ask Charlie to draft it up in ordinance language, more definitive language than what we have here. That would then, in normal course, would have to go back for a public hearing, both before planning and zoning and before the city council. But some of this we would eliminate the back and forth about what the proposal is. As a lawyer, Ryan, I think you would agree, when you put it in draft language, you have necessarily refined the language to a greater degree than a recommendation or a policy. And that way we have a working document that will then get whatever comment the public wants to give on that document. But we can do it in a way where at least we've got a proposal, we have a common understanding of what the baseline is. And we can do we have to do another round of full public comment. And so that's what my recommendation would be, is that we get Charlie's, we get the CRCRC proposal drafted, and it will go then to P&Z for a public hearing. We can have that jointly, P&Z and council, or we can do it separately. We don't have to decide that today, but that would be what I would think would advance the ball here and at least get us to a common baseline to debate the fine points from.
So
I think what's good is that it seems like everybody in this room right now would agree with tinting, as, you know, there are details to that. Whether you step back 5 feet, or you step back from the property line, or you step back from the buildable area line. I think, Jeff, you want to have it from the property line, but that necessarily, when I read your proposal, it's an automatic 45 feet. So I want to clarify, I will call you and we can talk about that. But once we get that, that's the kind of language issue that I think having this in draft ordinance form, would help to eliminate those kinds of issues that we ought to be able to eliminate. And if we need to leave blanks for, you know, the first step back is 10 feet back, or it's 5 feet back, or it's 25 feet, we can debate that. Then we have a common framework for debating an end result. And I'll have one more comment. Just by happenstance, I happened to read a website for a local Austin realtor, Leslie Gossett. She's the realtor that was handling the 4717 Timberline property until they took it off the market, I guess. But here's what she says about that property and about Rolandwood. Privacy is a rare commodity in Rolandwood, and this property distinguishes itself by offering an exceptionally private setting situated far from neighboring homes. The imminent reconstruction of the adjacent property guarantees even more seclusion, with future structures being a single-story residence, eliminating any potential overlooking from balconies or windows. And for us to, my primary concern here is that is the impact on privacy and our community of these larger buildings that we can all agree are out of proportion. We need to get a result in place. Word's out that you can't have a decent backyard with privacy in Rolandwood. If this realtor is going online to tout a property that won't have an adjacent overlooking balcony or window, we need to pay attention to it.
Thank you, Councilwoman. To just comment on your earlier remarks, the process that you described is, in fact, the way I would, and I'm not advocating for or against the policy, but I think the process you described is what I would envision happening. So.
And isn't that what my motion called for?
You have not made a motion currently.
Oh, I haven't?
No, sir.
Okay. Oh.
It was in your head.
I would like to make a motion that we ask council to draft the CRCRC's recommendations into ordinance form, and that we send that to P&Z, and that we then schedule hearings, joint hearing if possible, but hearings on that. Go ahead.
Easy first for just them to look at before the public hearing process, or go straight into the public hearing process?
Councilmember Brown, do you have any thoughts on that? Where the question is, if we draft a draft ordinance, should we send it to P&Z and then have a joint for them to look at and then have a joint hearing, or should we send it to them to act on and then send it to us to act on?
Or just whether they go straight to public hearing with it. I'm not necessarily saying it would come back, but would you rather them discuss a draft first, and before, you know, then I guess that would give council a chance to see it if y'all wanted to discuss.
Okay, we're gonna break this up, and we've headed down a rabbit trail
Yeah,
in
sorry.
mid-motion, so.
Sorry.
That's okay. Let's stick to the recommendation motion first, and then I'll recognize you again on what happens to that recommendation if it's adopted.
Okay, well, motion is for council to draft this recommendation into ordinance form.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Gulshin, a second by Ms. Brown. I will add a clarifying question or statement. I would ask your indulgence for us to go back and check the actual definitional recommendation that was made at the CRCRC level, and we will ensure that that adopted recommendation is what's reflected in the draft.
I think that's appropriate.
You have a motion. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Being 4 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. Now I'll recognize you to tell us how you want to proceed procedurally.
Let's have some discussion about that.
Okay.
Okay.
If you like an outline of the dates, they already have a public hearing scheduled at their next meeting in August, so it's too late to get it on that agenda, but there could be a discussion item on that agenda, but we could not get a public hearing on their August agenda.
Our first trigger date will depend on Charlie.
That's sure, that, when we have a document drafted. Mm-hmm.
My apologies. I'll get it done as soon as possible.
Can I have some involvement in that?
I was planning on you having some involvement.
Right on.
Charlie, no
I'm
rush.
not gonna try to
There's
interpret
no
this
rush on that.
language I'm not gonna try to interpret this language without assistance from the director.
So,
All right, so we could get it in time for P and Z to look at it or have it as a discussion item on August what date?
That would be August 7th, I believe, Wednesday, August 7th.
August 7th. And then if we wanted to have a public hearing, we could have a joint public hearing when? In August council meeting or September?
We would need 20 days notice at a minimum for mail out, so I'd say probably 25 days for us to do all the printing and all of that, so September 4th is their next regular meeting, so I would say that would be a safe bet as a time frame, September 4th for a notice for a public hearing.
for a P and Z.
Mm-hmm. P&Z or a joint.
So the process would be draft, P and Z, city council,
I think
and
so.
then
If it went
public hearing?
yes, and if it went to city council, that would be on
It'd-
August 21st,
Yeah,
at which
that'd be-
point we probably couldn't turn around by September 4th because we have to do 20 days. So if it was going to come back here, we would need 20 days before we could notice it. I mean, we could notice it kind of blindly, but if any changes were made, our notice might not be adequate. So we would kind of need the document finalized, however that's going to be, and then an additional 20 days.
So it has to come
25.
back here after September 4th P and Z anyway, right?
I wouldn't say it has to. If they're just putting it on for a discussion, I think it depends on if the council would like to weigh in on that draft ordinance.
I was
think
talking
we would
public
want
hearing.
After the public hearing on if P and Z has a public
Oh,
hearing on the
It
4th.
does have to come
Then it
back.
has to come back to council for another public hearing.
That's correct.
Okay, or it could be a joint public hearing
That's correct. too.
on the 4th.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have a preference on that? Ms. Hudson?
There are just a few additional notice requirements. What we would just do is we
If
would
it's
notice
joint
for
or-
everything if it was
Uh-huh.
joint. So that includes the newspaper notice, which is specifically for council only. So we would just go ahead and notice that early for the joint.
Ms. Wayman, do you have any suggestion on an efficient way to do this?
I
And
think
from an efficiency perspective, I realize it's not a policy.
sure. The only thing I don't want to see happen is I don't want us to draft something, it go to P and Z, and then it immediately start that hearing process, and then something in it isn't, that the council would like to see it that way, and then we would have to renotice. Would be the only concern, is this would be a
I didn't follow you. Could you tell me that again?
So if it goes to P and Z for discussion, and then on their August 4th meeting, and they like it and it's all good, and we decide to start the public hearing process, and they have their public hearing at the September 4th meeting, and then council wants to see something different from that document, I guess at that point they still could change it.
Council could still change it.
They would just have to, if it was against the recommendation of P and Z, there would be
Super majority.
super majority.
Okay.
So I guess as long as the noticing is adequate, as long as nothing changes so severely that a new section that wasn't noticed originally and would need to be renoticed, I think we'd be okay. So I guess the most efficient route would be a joint public hearing in September.
Okay. Well, then I would make a motion that we set the matter for joint public hearing in September. September 4th.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Ms. Brown. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Being 4 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
There's that. Okay, any additional items on agenda item number 19? Hearing none,
I
we'll,
did-
yes, ma'am?
One
Sorry.
Short thing. I just say, to me, this is very distressing to hear a lot of, I don't know, nefarious motivations attributed to people on the CRCRC who have spent a lot of time working on this process, many hours. And I think that everybody has good intentions and is not trying to do anything self-serving or, you know, damaging to the community or to their neighbors or to anybody else. And it really bothers me to have that, that implication be made, after all the work that you've done. So thank you for all that you have done. Because I really do think that you have put in a lot of work and had good intentions.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. With that, we'll wrap up agenda item number 19 and move on to agenda item number 23. Discussion, possible action on a draft amendment to the city's code of ordinances regarding right-of-way encroachments. Council, this is an agenda item that was originally brought to you by Ms. Hudson some months ago. It has come back on the agenda a time or two, and it is back before you this evening with some additional clarifications that you asked for last month. I'll recognize Ms. Wayman to talk through a refresher on what that entailed from last month.
Yes, last month's feedback was to get a little bit more conceptual information about what could or could not be included in this document, what would be at various levels of approval or automatic approval, kind of what items would go into that. So we did have, with Charlie's firm, one of their planners helped us to kind of identify and break down next to the sections. What you'll see in the packet is you'll see both the first document is kind of the current one with all of those notes, and the second one is a red line that just shows what changed from last month to this month. And so they did add, basically some of those comments didn't make a lot of sense unless you saw the red line, which is why we put that in the packet. But they did add a whole additional section about the review criteria, which I think that was something that council talked about, it not being arbitrary. So that is in there. They also submitted some other topics and notes for discussion items and some examples, and I think those are really good considerations to talk about, like what is it we want to do here? This is really about a process, but is this something that we do want to do, or is it something that we want to kind of leave to the way it's been being done? And if we do want to do some kind of process, we basically just kind of, to get down to boil it down, what we really did know is, you know, what kind of encroachment should be totally exempt, which ones should be approvable by staff, and then which ones should have to come to council, and then which ones prohibited at all times. I think that's kind of the main buckets of information that we need to know. They've provided some pictures of some of the stuff. A lot of these are pictured from here in Rollingwood. Some of them are not. And then additionally, just wanted to, another piece of feedback we got was we want to know information about our right-of-ways in the city. And so if you look in the one sheet, we put a very small example that included a plat of a specific area of Rollingwood. Is that in the packet here? Yes, it's the very last page. And so basically it shows sections of Park Hills Drive, Nixon Drive, Hatley, Ashworth, Pleasant Drive, and Pleasant Cove. And basically the plats show all of those streets to be 50 feet wide. So the plat shows that's the street right of way is 50 feet. And based on some measurements of these streets, they were taken off Google. They come anywhere between 31 feet wide to 32, 33 feet. And so what that tells us is there's additional street right of way that is going into some yards beyond the curb. But what we don't know is exactly how those are split up. So we don't know if the street is centered or if, you know, one home has 15 feet and one has the other 5, or how that works. And so basically those would kind of be on a case-by-case basis. So this is a small example of that. We're still trying to understand better ways to present that information to you all. As we talked through this with one of the planners at Denton Navarro, they said that TCAD is generally pretty accurate within about 2 feet. And so on TCAD, you can see kind of the actual outlines of lot lines. And so it could give us a little more idea as to how wide that right of way actually is. But without, you know, surveying specific lots, we would have a tough time figuring out, you know, exactly where our right of way ends and that property begins. And so again, we're still looking for ways to present this better. If you have any other ideas on things you'd like to see, we don't have this in a mapping system where it's accurate. You know, the closest we can pull is TCAD, and it's, like I said, within about 2 feet.
It occurs to me that I guess the best information you have about what the right-of-way is on any given lot is the site plan that shows the property line in relation to the curb.
Mm-hmm. Yes, because they would have gotten a survey completed for their property. So we could pull those. Those are not currently organized into our GIS map because they were kind of all over the place time-wise. And so that could be a future project if that's something that the council was interested in. In general, though, for this whole item, we're really not requesting action at this time unless that's something the council is interested in. We'd really just like additional feedback about kind of what things should belong in which buckets, who should be approving those, or should they be allowed at all. And then we can continue with our fact finding on sizes of right-of-ways.
Well, my biggest issue bringing this up in the first place was that there are things being constructed in the right-of-way that can be taken down by utility companies or anybody that has to do work in there in a blink of an eye. And when we have drainage structures going in there that can be taken out, then there is no drainage structure in place anymore, and that is not cool. When there are retaining walls being put in and things being built up, then it makes it more difficult for people to access utilities that need to be repaired. And so I was more concerned about us defining what cannot be put in the right-of-way than a process for how you approve. Sure, you can put that in the right-of-way, because I think we need to really clarify the things that are not allowed. We also, the drainage criteria manual does not allow change in elevation at the property line. And so, you know, planter boxes with 3-foot concrete walls going in there, that's changing the I mean, it's not the whole lot, but there's a lot of retaining walls going in on property lines and being built up. That was my concern, was that we make sure that we preserve access to the use of the right-of-way. They've been parking all kinds of equipment in the right-of-way during all these water projects. You know, there's lots of reasons that the right-of-way is accessed, and it's one thing if your feather grass gets flattened by something because they come in, but it's quite different if you have built a big concrete structure right up against the curb and a drainage facility especially. That should not be allowed in the right of way.
Yes, ma'am?
When I looked, I read over this just very quickly. But I did look at Westlake to see if what it says about things in the right of way, and they don't permit anything other than a driveway or front steps in the right of
Sidewalk.
way. Yeah.
Driveway,
So
sidewalk,
they do it,
mailbox.
they don't do it they don't have a section for right-of-way encroachments. They do it with respect to what can be built, you know, like setback language, you know, nothing no structures or other no building and no accessory structure and nothing other than these things can be built between the setback line and the curb. So it's done that way, and then you have a process for what, you know, the process in their code applies to the utilities or other entities that are using that have a right to use the right of way, not the property owner. What, you know, it limits pretty strictly what the property owner can put in that space.
So if that was the restriction, you couldn't put a sprinkler system in the right of way, right? Because it's not allowed.
Well, I don't know. I can't, I would think you'd want a sprinkler system.
That's what I'm thinking.
But, you know, I think I was trying to show that it's done structurally different than what this
Sure.
proposal is.
I understand, but Charlie made the point before that right now we don't allow anything in the right of way. And so technically.
No, right now, we don't have any limitations on
Well-
what can be put in the right of way by a resident.
Okay, we don't allow anything in the right of way. We have not granted anyone the authority to build anything in the right of way, and they don't own the right of way. They might think it's our property, and we have not granted anyone any permission to put anything in it. That's our current status. That's where we're starting from.
It's not the way we're enforcing it.
I understand that, but that's not my point. My point is that we don't allow anything in the right of way right now. We don't enforce and we don't exercise our right to punish people who build things in our right of way or to force them to remove them. We don't exercise that right. And I think his point on our last meeting was, and it goes to this idea of the structure, is that if we're going to allow something in the right of way or prohibit something, we have to do it by defining what we're going to allow. Because you have to first grant the right for them to do something in the right of way before you start telling them what they can't do. Because right now the baseline is they can't do anything legally. So, you know, if we're going to start saying, okay, they can put in a driveway, they can put in a sidewalk, they can put in a sprinkler system, they can put in landscaping, but you can't build planter beds, you know, taller than 6 inches or whatever. We're going to start getting into all of that. And it takes me back to the starting point, which is, what problem are we trying to solve? You know, I don't want to go down this path of regulating something to solve a problem that doesn't exist. And if I know that hypothetically there could be somebody built a drainage structure that gets damaged by a utility company, and then that's a problem for somebody. I don't know. I think they probably worked it out, but I just don't think we have a problem to solve here.
Wouldn't have brought it up if it wasn't a problem.
And I will say.
Well, I'm not convinced. That's what I'm saying, is I'm not convinced that there's a problem.
And I do think, you know, to some extent, the cat's out of the bag because of the lack of enforcement over the course of many, many years. So I think consideration should be given to what currently, I think it's a worthy conversation. But I think there is probably a difference between trying to correct it on a go-forward basis and, I mean, I assume basically it probably wouldn't affect what's in the ground now, but maybe setting the record straight for the path forward. I don't know. Alec?
I'm with Kevin. I'm not convinced that this is an issue right now.
Okay. P&Z Chair?
Dave Bench, 1 Randolph. I just happened to be reading through the DCM today, and within it's explicit in that all detention structures need to be within the property line boundaries, which of course leaves it outside of the right-of-way. The DCM might, if in fact there are other drainage structures that are of concern, maybe those words could be added to the DCM.
The drainage code manual?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Criteria manual.
yeah. So it's explicit, and that's, so there really shouldn't be, at least detention walls built in the right-of-way right now, because it's not allowed.
But they've been approved.
I'm sorry?
They have been approved.
Well, that's, okay.
But I think, didn't we also approve one for you, so you didn't have a moat in your backyard?
We did, what it was.
So.
The reason why I looked at the DCM,
But that's not in his right.
the reason I looked at the DCM is because I wanted to make sure, when we were talking about right-of-ways, that detention walls weren't in there. And I went back and I looked at the original DCM code, and it used to be that you weren't allowed to put drainage structures in the setbacks.
Correct.
Which would have created, which would have done two things. One, it wouldn't really do what you wanted it to do, because you'd be so far away, you'd have so much property that wasn't being caught by your detention wall. And two, it would also create a mosquito net, this mosquito swamp. So, yes.
Thank you, Dave.
You have a great memory. That's really good. That's how, you know what? That's how I got into this business, that very thing.
Back when I was an important council member. I've been demoted since then. Okay, thank you, Dave.
All right.
And we do have some other folks here to testify who have grinded it out tonight, and I apologize that I got here as soon as I could, but
I am Dr. Ryan Brewer. I moved in. I'm at 2810 Rollingwood. I'm one of these violators for the landscaping. We moved in 2022, and I have our landscape architect here who installed our landscaping last year in 2023. We have landscaping that abuts the right-of-way. It was kind of unbeknownst to us. It's just, I think it was one of those things we just didn't pay much attention to.
You're not alone. So
yeah, so I mean, we have some stones. There's no mortars. No everything that's been placed can be removed within a matter of minutes by hand. Again, my landscaper here, they can testify that. And I understand that there's a worry about, drainage and water lines and things like that beneath. And, that's probably substantiated. There's probably been some instances where that's been an issue. I know for a fact that on my particular line where the water main is, because it had to be moved. Our neighbors to the right of us just built their house, and it is incredibly deep. It's well deep to where our planters are. So. But we're here just to, I guess, kind of plead our case that hopefully, like Mayor Basingale said, on a moving forward basis, we can, create draft language that would kind of be more discerning about what gets approved. But for existing structures, and again, yesterday in about 20 minutes, I just walked around and took some pictures. There's a lot of implications here. The amount of money it would take to, on an individual homeowner basis, to replace and to move all these things would be substantial. In our case, I think it's about 30 to 50,000 just for us, and we don't have anything mortared in or anything.
30K
So.
for what was there, and then the cost to go into.
What's the address again?
2810 Rollingwood. It's across from the pool.
Right across from the pool. Okay, I got you.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That was good, brief testimony, and I'm sorry you had to wait.
I have surgery tomorrow in Houston. At 7
Oh, well,
a.m.
don't let that be our fault. All right, get some rest, man.
Do I have to speak into the mic?
You may, yeah.
C5, C6 right now. Okay, I just want to explain this first. The
Sure.
small stack
Pass that out and
is
then
what we had built.
Yeah.
And I was of the understanding that it couldn't be more than three feet in height. So it is fairly minimal in its height. The larger bed is about 35 feet, and the curb space on the smaller bed is about 4 feet. There's also the issue of it coming up around a speed limit sign. So I have a tape measure there. It comes up about 9 1/4 inches, and then, the highest point on the larger bed is, about 15 to 16 inches.
Yeah, so that's kind of a separate issue. You can pass the other pictures out again.
And
So,
these are the ones that are.
yeah, these are just pictures of, you know, a lot of folks that have corner lots or have street signs, you know, they have stones, they have, you know, beautification, into the city right away to kind of, you know, make all of our mutual, shared spaces look more beautiful. In fact, when we were starting to draft what we were gonna do about landscaping, we drew upon references that were pre-existing in the neighborhood about, you know, what's gonna fit into the broader community. So, I don't think it's,
And please know that there was no intention to single you out or I know that your home was one of the examples used in a document that we asked one of our vendors to put together, firms to put together. So, so don't take that wrong. We were not trying to single you out by any means. But as you note, there are plenty of examples to choose from. Yours happened to be one. So, anyway, I didn't want you to think that we were singling you out for and for future reference. If you have a surgery the next day, just tell me, and I will. And I will.
This was like Civics 101
I
for me.
will pull that up from the agenda.
What's your field?
I'm an eye surgeon. I do
Oh, okay.
mostly LASIK in Austin, San Antonio, Dallas, and Houston.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so I'm a
Good
road
to know.
warrior.
Get
Thanks.
some sleep.
Yeah, get some rest. So. And you're welcome to stick around. Council may take action on this tonight. I don't know, but I don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, robots do it all anyway, right?
Okay, council, we are.
I just had a couple more things to
Sure,
say, if
yeah,
I
yeah,
may.
absolutely.
My name is Patrick Mack. I'm a neighbor. I don't live in Rollingwood. I live about 5 minutes down the road. My company's name is Austin Sanctuary Gardens. I'm not a landscape architect. I'm a lowly garden designer. But thank you for the puff up.
Promotion.
I did just want to say that, like, in the case that any repairs would have to happen on utility lines and things of that nature, most of these stones I could, you know, move them by hand. If we did have to actually clear the whole space and stow them on a different part of the property, that could happen within a matter of an hour, hour and a half tops.
And honestly, that's good context for council to consider. I mean, that might be the type of thing that they would take into consideration, because I do think there's a substantive difference between something like that that is movable versus a structure, or certainly a structure that is for drainage purposes. So I think that's good context for the council. Yes, ma'am.
May I ask, can you tell us your experience in other jurisdictions about what's allowed and in landscaping?
This is the first time I've ever had anything
This
like this
issue.
come up.
Okay. All right.
It's because there was a little bit of a vague understanding of what was allowed and what wasn't allowed. But this is a first, for
Okay.
sure.
That's what we're trying to clarify.
We don't like vague.
Okay,
Thank
council, thank you both. Is there further instruction, direction, clarity, requests on agenda item 23?
You just wanted input? We gave you input.
Okay, true.
They're not sure what
Do
the
you
input is.
want this back before you? Do you want us to draft some language? Do you have what you need? Do you want to not see it again? Happy to do it however you want.
Frankly, I'm not prepared to make a recommendation on anything
I tell you what
on
we're gonna
this
do
issue.
then. We're gonna just kind of leave it here hanging, and it will be at your discretion to ask us to bring something particular back at a later date. So.
Would y'all like some CRC help with this?
You're the first violator we're coming after with your drainage.
All right, so I'm leaving it hanging. I'm moving off of agenda item
Should have stayed
23.
home today.
Where'd you get that shirt?
Okay, now we will go back and pick up some low-hanging fruit here, council. Moving back to agenda item number 16. A little power grab for myself. Discussion and possible action to authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with ABIP PC for professional auditing services for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, with an option for 4 one-year extensions. Recognize Ms. Wayman to explain this one.
We have reached the end of our contract with ABIP. It was a 5-year, or I believe it was a 3-year with 2 extensions, or a 2-year with 3 extensions. But we love them. They're really great to work with. We are not required to go out for bids because this is under 50,000, and also we don't have to do any other requirements because it's a professional service, so we're not required to do that. I suspect if we did do that, we would likely come in with a lot higher bids because ABIP is not requesting to increase our bill hardly any for the upcoming contract. I think we started at 20,000 with them, and now we're at 21.5 or something. So we think it's a really great deal. They're great to work with. It is a big deal switching auditing firms because they know kind of our processes, and they work really well with Able and our paper. They're good with our paper, which is a thing that not everybody is. They don't always like that, and so they're very accommodating, and we would request that we authorize the mayor to do this contract so that way we could extend those services and go from there. So
Yes, ma'am.
I move that we authorize the mayor to execute an agreement with ABIP for professional and auditing services for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2024, with an option for 4 one-year extensions.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Ms. Hudson. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Moving on to agenda item number 17, discussion and possible action on an ordinance calling the general election to elect 2 council members and a mayor on the general election date of November 5th, 2024. This is just a procedural item calling for the election. If there's no one that files, the election will be canceled at a later date. Is there a motion?
I move to approve ordinance 2024-07-17, calling for the general election to elect 2 council members and a mayor on the general election date of November 5, 2024.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
You have I'm gonna give it to Alec. You got a motion by Ms. Brown and a second by Mr. Robinson. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. Good luck at the ballot box for all of us. Moving on now to agenda item number 20, discussion and possible action on CRCRC residential landscape and tree canopy management recommendations. Recognize Mr. Dave Bench, chair of CRCRC.
Okay. Dave Bench, 1 Randolph. The gentleman who was about to do presentation on this has just left. He just couldn't take another minute. Sorry. But given the proceedings that had happened earlier with regard to the building height, a number of changes had been made to this recommendation since it had been first shown to P&Z, so we think it prudent to go back all the way around to P&Z on this thing before we come back to you. And if you'll just take it at that, then
I have a question on that.
Yeah.
Would it be helpful to have it drafted up into ordinance form by council so that you guys could be looking at a final, I think.
Well, you might want to
Councilmember
look at
Brown-
it first.
Oh, before-
I think it's, yeah, well, you know, there's quite a bit in there.
Well, it's just that I thought Councilmember Brown's point was a good one, that it's a lot easier for us to figure out what we're adopting if we can see it like written out in context of the existing language and, you know, follow the flow of the ordinance. Because when I follow the flow of this, I got lost on what happens to heritage trees. I did.
Okay.
And so, because I couldn't see where it ever said that they were protected. And I'm sure it says that in there, but I just couldn't figure it out. And so, I don't know, that's just a suggestion, and then, you know, you guys can keep tweaking it, but anyone have any thoughts on that?
You know my thought.
You're against it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm in favor of Mr. Bench's suggestion to take it to P&Z first.
I'm flattered.
Well, it's a question of, do you take this in this form, or do you get it in draft form and take it, draft ordinance form and take it? And
His first suggestion, which was in its current form.
I am fairly confident that this will get through P&Z. I mean, if that matters, you know, that in its current form that it will go through.
Here's my consideration. I think that'll happen too. But it will make the process for having a public hearing on it that much easier, that we don't have to go back with statutory language the second time. So I would suggest we do the statutory language. We do it, ordinance form, I'm saying statutory, ordinance form language, so that unless you just would rather.
No, it's fine. I don't disagree. I think what we're finding our way through process here. And this process can apply to anything that we're doing in CRCRC. So, if that's the process that is most comfortable to y'all and most expedient to get it through, I'm delighted with it. I don't think there's going to be much change to it.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
And I think we'll talk about process.
Cool.
I think it can vary from topic to topic.
All right.
What's your flavor, council?
You want to make a motion on that?
Sure. I would recommend that we ask our legal counsel to draft up work with Mr. Bench from CRCRC to draft up the proposed changes to the residential landscape and tree canopy management sections of the code in ordinance form and take it to P&Z.
You have a motion by Ms. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
He beat you to it. Ms. Brown has a motion. Mr. McDuffie has a second. Further discussion.
Is that zoning? That doesn't,
I don't know where this is located in
well, that doesn't have to go to public notice, or public hearing, does it?
Good
We will-
question.
I think it is in zoning because because of the commercial when we did the commercial code, we referenced the residential code and the commercial codes the residential code, I think, is in zoning.
Yeah, it's usually either in zoning or
Mhm. Yeah,
Okay.
It does look like it's some 107s.
yeah,
So-
it's 107-369.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in zoning.
Okay.
All right, further discussion, council? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Being 4 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. Thank you, council. Moving on to agenda item number 21, discussion and possible action on the timeline for CRCRC recommendations and work completion. I believe this is Mr. Glasheen's agenda item. Recognize Mr. Glasheen.
Okay. Tell me what number we're on? 21. Okay, so the reason that this came up was because we just wanted to get I wanted to get an understanding of when you guys might finish your work, get us a timeline, and what other things are going on, what other things y'all might be, bless you, considering. And one of the real concerns there is we just lost Desiree, our assistant city manager, and we know this takes a lot of city staff time, especially the way we're doing this with the meetings all being public and such. So just even from a staff planning perspective, we just want to get an idea of what we're looking at.
I do appreciate those comments, Mr. Glasheen, and I will second those comments. Speaking, I won't ask Ashley to comment, but it is a labor of love, a lot of labor. I'll say that, it's a labor. And so the more clarity and the quicker we can wrap that process up, the better.
Through the grace of City Council, we hit the big things this evening. We've got building and tenting going through to codification, and it looks like we're going to take trees through codification. That's half of probably what it is we're trying to achieve, at least half of what the CRC was all about. Those two big things.
And can you give us an idea what else is on your radar?
So what we have ready to go for your next meeting, or we're going to be taken to P&Z this coming month, and then to y'all, is lighting. It's ready to go. We voted on it. Looks good. Okay. We know what we want to do with drainage, which is little, but there is a recommendation that will come with it. We have some quick hits that will come up, and I think we'll knock these out probably in one meeting, which is the connecting driveways. I haven't forgotten. and I'm speaking with the police about this, about a way that makes most sense, I think, for everybody, and I think it'll be easy to get through. We want to have some discussion around enforcement, and I've had some discussion with staff on that. They would like us to pursue some recommendations on enforcement. We have talked about fence heights, but we have not come up with an end solution yet, but we've had enough discussion that it should be a quick thing. So we're almost finished with those three things, I think. More difficult is a revisit on what can be building setbacks. Ordinance was passed last year, talked about putting bump outs and things like that 2 feet out. There's a lot of discussion within the CRC that maybe we don't want to do that. Maybe we want to do something else or nothing at all. So we're going to, I don't know how that'll go, but I see that it'll probably turn into a deal. Recommendations that we will not be doing are FAR, impervious cover, zoning by topography, and we're not going to get into the allowable number of stories. We just think that what we've done with building heights and tenting covers most of that stuff, really. We have a thing on there for construction site management. There's been a lot of discussion within the city council about, what's allowed, on locations and construction fences and things like that. I don't know whether you want us to do anything with that or not. It seems like you kind of brought that up yourselves and seem to be happy to be taking care of it yourself, so we just take it off. Our future is codification, which may or may not involve all of the CRCRC. I know I'll be involved. I'm going to ask for volunteers at the next meeting as who wants to play in all that. My understanding is that is not an activity that requires all the staff present or any of that. I don't know. Maybe I'm probably going to learn about this a bit. But whenever we're talking about the taxing on staff time, is codification really playing
If
much
it's not
into
a
it?
quorum, it shouldn't require.
It wouldn't require a public meeting. I mean,
No, just the
staff
process of
will-
doing it, the process of getting together with the city attorney and,
that's a
working
procedural.
through what.
Right. Staff will be present, but I mean, just to make sure that everybody
Yeah.
is getting the ideas
Yeah,
they need to get.
we'll try to keep the impact on you to a minimum,
Appreciate that.
okay? And,
That said, as we discussed this evening, whatever the actual recommendation is of the body will be there won't be any, it'll be council's call to get that translated into
Right.
actual language.
right.
With your help.
Yeah,
With-
yeah,
and I see involvement in it,
Yeah.
I see that. So, and I'm on call all the time,
But
of course.
as chair, I would ask you to just ask ask the CRCRC to make very clear, concise motions so that we can capture exactly what the recommendation is, so that
Yeah.
there's not a lot of interpretation to that. So.
Fair enough. And then there's final documentation. We're going to wrap this all up, put all of our recommendations into a single document, probably look a lot like what that document that was the accompanying document to the recommendations. It would probably look something like that. I believe that we can have all this done before Christmas.
Okay, well, I think from my perspective, if it was done, by the middle of January, we'd be happy. Christmas time, we start getting to Thanksgiving and Christmas. I can tell you as a lawyer, very little happens in the legal world anyway between Thanksgiving and Christmas. So, I would say if it was done by before the end of January, I think we'd probably be happy and just kind of shoot for that. Does that sound all right to anyone else?
You just need to be here.
Well,
and avoiding the holidays, I think, would help me stave off a staff revolt. So that'd be great.
We'll move as quickly as we can. I think Brian Ryder lovingly referred to me as the whip cracker at the April meeting. Well, the whip's coming out, so we'll move things along. All right.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
Councilman.
very much for your help
Hey,
this
thank you
evening.
so much for your service.
Yes.
Now, with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 22. Oh, I'm sorry, council. I do want to go back. We had a clarifying question for you. I'm going back to agenda item number 20, discussion and possible action on CRCRC residential landscape and tree canopy management recommendations, and recognize Miss Ashley Wayman to ask a question.
The motion was to have it put in ordinance form and take it to P and Z. Is that in a public hearing? Are we ready for the public hearing, or is it going to them for discussion?
I would say that it should go to them for discussion.
Okay.
With the next meeting to be a public hearing, maybe another joint public hearing.
If it is, so if it's gonna go to their, so this council does have
But-
to make a
but
motion for there to
that-
be a joint public hearing. So if we wanna set that, the council has to vote to set a public hearing. We could put it at, we could kind of follow the path of the one we just posted, where it would go to a joint public hearing in September. That would give them time to have it on their August meeting, though I will say that August meeting is getting pretty full.
The reason I would have it go to them for one discussion before a public hearing is they haven't seen it at all.
Well,
I don't think.
But Mr. Bench said that he thought that that they have worked it very thoroughly and that that it would go through.
P and Z or CRCRC?
We had P&Z look at this several months ago, and they actually
Okay, then I didn't understand that.
Again, what they're seeing.
Okay,
So they have got kind of a first pass at it. but
okay,
It wasn't really voted in. We
okay.
didn't we didn't make a
I thought this was first pass.
I think we could do the public hearing, and that way it just keeps it moving along. And, you know, if they want to change it or vote something different, they can. They're going to have a full shot at it.
So what
I'm
motion
okay with
do you
that.
need?
Would you like it to be at the same joint public hearing that we've set on September 4th? We could do a joint, and if you guys voted on that here, we could do both council and P and Z at that meeting.
Make that a weekend.
I know, that's what I was about to say. Seeing as how long the other one took, and this one would take a while too if it weren't so late and people were here.
But we do have the cost of the public hearing, and this does have to go to all residential customers,
And
all
as,
residential.
as
properties.
our mayor knows, what the legislature does with controversial topics is they'll put it at the end of a committee agenda that goes till 1 a.m. and then everyone goes to 24 Diner after it passes.
Never heard of such.
I guess I would say yes, let's do it at the same time.
I would second that.
Okay, you have a motion by Ms. Brown, a second by Mr. Glasheen. Ms. Hudson, you're recognized.
I was just gonna say, we do have to start enforcing some restrictions on time.
Happy to do that, but if you ask me to do that, I'm doing it across the board, fairly, equally to everybody. So
As it should be.
be careful what you ask for.
But we can't, but if you don't put restrictions, then everybody gets to talk for 30 minutes.
I can also give that some, it doesn't have to be across the board all meetings. We could set some time limits for a particular meeting and then stick to those time limits for that particular meeting. So
For that joint meeting, that's a good idea.
I'm fine with something like that. I would probably err on something more than 3 minutes for something like that.
And I'm fine with 3 minutes, but we can't have people talking for 30 minutes.
I get it, but as a lobbyist who deals with clients who are forced to keep to 3 minutes, I think 5 minutes would be more appropriate. Sorry, that's a pet peeve of mine. When you have something really important to say, you can't do it in 3 minutes.
I appreciate
Anyway, but that's taken under advisement. We can discuss it at that time. Okay, any other?
To clarify for the record, this is to set a public hearing on the recommendations in ordinance form under item 20, joint public hearing for September 4th, just to clarify.
That is the motion for the discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Being 4 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. Thank you, council. And now we will move off of agenda item number 20 again, move on to 22. Discussion and possible action regarding recommended capital improvement projects for the Park Commission. This is Mr. Glasheen's item. Mr. Glasheen is recognized.
And I think we've covered this. You know, my concern was just I wanted to get some consensus that we really ought to get that, you know, maybe even express some preference that we can direct towards RCDC, that we'd like to see them funding, you know, this tree project that's coming up. And I don't know that we need to direct them. It's getting late, and so I'm sorry I'm a little
It's okay.
a little slow here trying to express something.
It's not getting late, it is late.
Okay, it's very late. I'll try to be very quick. In fact, I'm not even sure we need to talk about it. So
That was a good ending.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
you
not
really
even sure.
landed that.
I'm not even sure we need to talk
You
about
stuck
it.
that landing
Yeah.
like nobody's
Yeah.
business. That's great. Okay, I'll take a win when we got it, but I'll just make a quick comment. Have some good agenda items are related to this on our in our budget process, and I think that gives you some ample opportunity to continue the dialogue. I think it is worthy of discussion, so look forward to talking about it there. With that, we will move off of agenda item number 22. Move on to agenda item number 24, getting close here. Discussion and possible action to make appointments to the Board of Adjustment. We have had a few vacancies build up on the Board of Adjustment. We tried to make those appointments a time or two. I'd like to try to readdress that this evening with you. Again, these are appointments made by the mayor, confirmed by the council. I'll go ahead and start working through these with your approval. I first appoint Amy Patillo to the Board of Adjustment, position 2, alternate 1.
Move to appoint.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. Robinson. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. I have appointed Richard Hoffman to the Board of Adjustment, position 3, as the regular member of the BOA. Is there a motion?
So
May we discuss this?
You may. I'm going to take this motion and see if I've got a second, and then we'll discuss it. You have a motion to approve by Ms. Hudson. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Ms. Hudson, a second by Mr. McDuffie, and discuss away.
Mr. Mayor, I would recommend that that I would beseech you to appoint Ellen Wilson, who is current alternate and has been there since May of 2018, standing by, ready for service, to the vacant member position. And Mr. Hoffman to the vacant alternate 3 position.
I would love to do that, and it in fact was my first idea and suggestion, and to our knowledge, she is not interested in making that move.
Okay.
She's expressed that she would like to stay as an alternate.
Stay as an alternate?
We did,
Okay.
that was,
All right.
we reached out to her a few months ago. We tried again for this specific appointment and didn't hear back. But last time it was, she did not want to be moved up to a regular.
So you haven't heard back from her?
Not this week. When we did this about 2 months ago, we reached out to her 2 or 3 months
And
ago.
we did try again.
All right.
And we tried.
It's been recent.
And she's
They
okay.
were in.
It's pretty recent.
Yeah, I think that's good practice, and it's what I was, I think that's good practice, and it's what I had planned on doing, and had she expressed interest previously, we were gonna do that, but,
All right.
and we'll certainly do that for the next vacancy that we have. We'll offer that to her again. So with that, you have a motion and a second. Further discussion? Hearing none. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Being 5 ayes, no nays, motion carries. With that, we will move on to my appointment of Kendra Rollison to Board of Adjustment, position 8, alternate 3.
Move to appoint.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion by Mr. Glasheen, a second by Mr. Robinson. Discussion?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
I would recommend that we postpone consideration of Ms. Rollison to a later date after she's completed the building of her house. I think serving in that capacity, while there are potential issues coming before the Board of Adjustment, however remote, is not a good idea.
If the motion fails, I'll recognize you for that motion. I would say two things to that. One, it is an alternate position. I wouldn't anticipate her actually serving as a regular member, although cannot guarantee that. And two, I would expect her to obviously abstain from any votes that would affect her own property. With that, is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no.
No.
Nope.
There being 3 noes and 2, I'm getting tired too. 3 noes, 2 yeses, the motion fails adoption. And that's all we've got for this evening.
I thought we had another applicant, Jamie Silver.
We do, but I'm not making that appointment at this time. Okay, actually there are 2 more applicants and I'm not making either of those at this time. Moving off of agenda item number 24, moving on to agenda item number 25, update on the status of the Rollingwood trademark applications. We're plugging along, and at least we got a response.
Oh, good.
But it's not a very good one.
We did. I was
Well,
told-
hold on, wait, let me build it up for you.
You do it, yeah,
So
yeah.
last time we learned that we were in the top 25.
Yes.
Now tell them where we are.
We are number 22, 23, and 24. So they have
All
a
right.
ton of progress. They did say that they have hired 2 new attorneys that are being trained so that the process can go quicker, but I sense that they don't have anybody reviewing these at this
They're
time.
not doing anything.
We
So-
have 3 applications?
They're 3 separate ones. They broke it up based on our different types of logos. So one is like the big one is the small. However, yeah.
But we have high hopes for their training process, and
We'll be the guinea pigs, I
maybe
guess.
we're next
Yeah.
up when they get them trained. So.
Yep.
Okay, that's it. Council, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So
Move to adjourn.
I'll take that from everyone. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Thank you, council. Oh, you are adjourned. That's 12:01 a.m.
What's this at?